Many millennia had passed, and today, thanks to the thunder, Gu Xuanchen hoped that he would be able to open the seal on his dantan. Dantan is the part of the body responsible for the concentration of vital forces. And then the decisive moment came. Lightning bolts flew around him. Sword in hand, he was preparing to break through the realm of this purification, which had been out of reach for him for millennia. His students tried their best to contain this powerful energy. The third disciple, Empress Ziwei, apologized, explaining that she could not quell this incredible power. The senior disciple, the king of 1,000 demons, and the second disciple, the master of the dragon shadow sword, warned the teacher of the danger and suggested that he reconsider the decision. The 10th disciple, Emperor Xiaoyao, could barely contain this power. And finally Gu's words were heard, enough. He believed that some of them could have broken into the sanctuary a long time ago. But because of it, they were doomed to remain on the continent. However, they all answered with one voice that without him they could not call themselves emperors. Gu Xuan, who had thoroughly studied all aspects of spiritual and physical cultivation for thousands of years, had cultivated the best representatives of the Qinyan continent. Due to the innate seal on his dantan, his level was stuck in the QI purification stage. Breaking the seal with lightning is his last chance, and he has decided. Either he will break it or die. On this day, lightning took the form of a dragon. Without wasting a second, Gu Xuan jumped up, heading towards the heavens. He flew straight into the lightning dragon's wide mouth, filled with the hope of victory. This was the decisive moment when what he had believed in all these years was about to become reality. His disciples were sure that there was no one in this world who could match their teacher in strength. But at that moment there was a flash and a loud scream that erupted from Gu's remains. His body could not stand it, and the disciples understood that the end had come. A millennium of hard work. Is it all for nothing? This last thought flashed through his mind, but then he vowed that he would not give up, even as his body fell to pieces. 700 years have passed since that time. The young man's body was tied with chains and brutally tortured. They tried to bring him back to consciousness by dousing him with cold water. He only moaned, barely conscious and exhausted. The woman asked her mistress what to do because the boy did not wake up. The mistress ordered to forget about him, declaring that everything that once belonged to the Gu family now belonged to her. At least she sincerely believed that. She walked up to him, taking his head in her hand, releasing the energy. It was a technique from the Emperor's book that made the sword now powerless. Frustrated, she became angry with him for daring to waste her precious time and decided to throw him to the dogs. Soon he was thrown out into the street, where he was left lying with fragments of chains on his arms and legs. Suddenly he felt a warm breath of energy entering his head in a slow stream. He could not believe that he was reborn in a new body. The only thing that saved him was that he managed to keep a part of his soul when his body was destroyed forever. 700 years have passed, and this fragment of his soul has finally found itself in the body of a descendant of the Gu family, awakening memories of his past life. The greatest gift was that the seal that had accompanied him all his life was finally gone. He remembered how the Luo family had always sought to acquire his clan's secret sword techniques, and for protection, the family had given him the technique so that he could merge with the Luo clan. But at night, Luo Shenju took the formula of the technique. She destroyed his dantan and cut off his spiritual path of cultivation. She kept him in a dungeon, coming every day to abuse him. Because of this, he had no other desire than to play by her rules. In the Gu family's home, the girl was kneeling in front of the elder, her gaze full of despair. She begged him not to marry her because she did not want such a fate. Master Lynn personally came to ask for her hand in marriage because, according to the elder, he values and respects her. Gu Yuhan, Gu Xuanchen's sister, could not refuse. Her eyes were swollen with tears, but Elder Gu Haibo himself chose this marriage for her. She saw in him only an abyss from which she could not see a way out. And it could be understood. The elder chose the young master of the Lin family, Ling Ba, who came with her consent, not even suspecting that anyone would dare to stop him. His appearance alone screamed about his weakness, and he addressed the girl, calling her a bitch. He assured her that he would take good care of her now, licking his fat lips with his tongue. He immediately ordered his men to seize her, ignoring her cries for help. The whistle of a sword cut through the silence of the room. The blade flew into the head of one of his servants, followed by another. Han closed her eyes, not understanding what was happening around her. The elder stared intently in front of him, not realizing who it was. And only when I heard a familiar voice did I realize what it was. His son's voice asked, "Who dares to say that no one from the Gu family will fight?" The enemies already understood from his appearance that they were in real trouble. Against the background of the full moon, under the shining sky, a mighty warrior appeared. His long silver hair fluttered in the wind, adding to his majesty. His gaze was cold and determined, and every step radiated strength. Han immediately threw herself into the arms of her brother, who returned and was ready to take on the whole burden. She sobbed on his shoulder, and he, stroking her delicate hair, soothed her. The fat man addressed him threateningly. They say, after spending 2 years in prison, he came out only to find his own death. He declared that he would allow Chen to get down on his knees and watch him take his sister to the marriage bed. The fat man added with disgusting self-confidence that he would have even more fun watching the process, and was already drawing his sword. Chen only stretched out his hand, and the sword of one of the soldiers slipped out of its sheath by itself. In a moment, the weapon was in Chen's hand. The fat man ran at him, drooling, his fat belly vibrating with every step. But before he could take a few steps, he fell behind Chen, splattering blood. The elder asked his son if he had gone mad, but it was hard to tell from his appearance that he had gone mad, because he had come to protect his sister. At the same moment, the elder jumped out of his chair. He stood behind Chen, asking how he dared raise a hand against Master Lin, fearing that their family would be wiped off the face of the earth. Chen looked straight into his father's eyes and told him that he was nothing more than trash, pretending to be a wolf in front of his own. And in front of strangers he whines like a dog. But the elder nevertheless found the courage to point the sword at his son, asking how he dared to speak to him like that, and threatening to kill him today, calling him a rotten sheep. Using the heavenly nets technique, he was doing this to apologize to Master Lin. Chen had to strain a bit to prepare for the fight. He parried the attack by raising his sword and using his energy. Then he used a technique that scared the elder. At this point, Chen explained that his father had lived long enough, and that it was time to protect the honor of the family, not to give my daughter for this fat idiot. He made it clear and clear with a swing of his sword. Chen was able to overcome his father with just energy alone. For others, it seemed impossible because Chen was still in the stage of qi purification. The third elder and Gu Haifei watched in amazement as Chen defeated the clan head. Emperor Book is an emperor-level technique created from battle experience and spiritual power, which helps to reach the level of wisdom. Imperial technique had been cultivated by the Gu family for many generations. It is an ancient sword technique created by the great master Qin Tian, also known as the creator of the imperial sword. However, only a fragment has survived to this day, due to which the Gu family declined every year. But now, in front of the third elder, Chen had performed this technique, which raised doubts. Had he found the true form? The memory fragment of the first owner was similar to the imperial writing of their family. After using it, Chen felt that the technique seemed familiar to him, as if it had been created by Xiaotian's hands. He did not even expect that after 700 years he would find traces of his students everywhere. However, he could not understand why only a fragment was preserved. Did everything that came down to the descendants remain only partially? After being reincarnated, he stored many secret techniques in his heart, including the Emperor's. But the strength of this body was too small, and his cultivation level did not allow him to use them to their full extent. At that moment, he told himself that he had to put an end to this. The third elder asked his subordinates why they were standing still, because Zhuan had revealed the true meaning of the family scripture. And who, if not he, can be the head of their family? One by one, the students knelt before him. They greeted him, saying, "Welcome home, Chief." But he understood that they were aware of the situation and asked not to waste time on it. In the house, they also asked the elder, do they really recognize Chen as the head of the family? Some reminded the third that his actions offended the Luo and Lin families. The third explained that if they recognized Chen as the head, then all the responsibility would fall on his shoulders. If he can overcome the difficulties, they will share in his success. And if not, would it be bad to take advantage of the situation to get rid of him? After his explanation, everyone just called the third wise elder. Chen and Han were left alone, and she thanked him. She admired his greatness and hoped that now no one would be able to mock them again. But suddenly there was a cough and Chen's mouth began to bleed. Soon they were already in the room. She asked him if he was all right, but he asked to be quiet, because if they were heard, there would be trouble. This body couldn't even withstand a sword blow, he said, adding that he needed to return to his previous level as soon as possible. First, you need to harden the body and then move on to the practice of true qi, directing the flow of energy into the body to improve spiritual power and level up. It is necessary to go through 3 stages: initial, middle, and higher. If you make your way through the void to the level of a monarch, you can ascend to the heavens. In his past life journey for thousands of years, he was unable to achieve this due to some miserable seal. Now, having received a new chance, he will definitely compensate for the losses of the past and reach the top. His first task was to harden his body to become stronger and raise his level. Han asked him to calm down and watch his breathing. She promised that she would take care of him. For her, her brother was the most important person she loved, and she wasn't going to let anyone bother him. He looked at her and realized that she was holding a dagger by her side. Had he not come in time, would she have killed herself? The Lynn family and the Luo family. It seems that the main character has unleashed a war between them today. Sitting down in a meditation posture, he realized that the first thing to do was to choose this scroll as the main technique. Having quickly mastered this technique, he will be able to protect himself. He already passed this stage of purification in a past life. But this body is too weak, so it is better to choose practices aimed at strengthening the body. Which he did, summoning the library from the energy. He took the practice of the 10 freedoms as a basis. Golden energy spread across the room, releasing itself from this book. In a moment, she began to fill his body. A powerful flow of energy knocked out the roof of the house, and a beam of light flew into the sky. The girl, seeing this from the street, understood that her brother had decided to break out of the realm of the little spirit. This is the purification of the spiritual key, the spiritual energy that he tried to attract many times in the past life, finally with him. At that moment, it was night in the Xiaoyao clan, but it was already discussed that the elder had arrived. Before them stood the genius of the West. The clan elder saw his patron in front of him. In all these years, despite the danger that threatened their clan, the patron never once responded to their calls. No one could understand who this person was who was able to attract his attention. One of the elder's servants mentioned that Elder Mohe had taken a female disciple named Luo Shen in the alliance. The elder then immediately ordered a letter to be sent to Elder Mo to invite Miss Luo, the genius and chosen patron, to join them. At this moment, Chen was sitting with his sister and asked her to stop looking at him like that. But she couldn't be happy that her brother finally managed to break through the realm of the little spirit. In his past life, he was obsessed with finding a way to remove the seal, and the issue of interacting with other people did not bother him at all. And now he has a sister. Suddenly, he was approached, saying that there were some matters which required his attention. He told his sister that she could go. The third elder informed Chen, who was the head, that Miss Luo had just arrived at the Xiaoyao clan with the help of Elder Mohe. In addition, the elder established the order of the Xiao clan in the Luo house, and this fox turned out to be an ancestor, Chen said. But it was explained to him that it was not about Miss Luo, but about the Xiaoyao order, which guarantees absolute protection. Even the emperor's family, if they decided to touch the Luo family, would have to get permission. Chen didn't understand what the problem was because they were on their way to Lynn, and their only hope was the help of the Luo family. They continued to explain to him that now the Gu family is isolated and helpless. Chen calmly sipped his tea while listening to these words, but in an increasingly anxious voice. He was told that they had already discussed this before, and now wanted to ask his permission to transfer the full formula of the sword technique to the Luo family in order to find salvation. However, Chen decided not to listen any further and threw a stream of energy directly at the elder's head. His companion saw the elder fall with his head thrown back and heard Chen's question. "Since when did you decide you had the right to make such decisions?" The energy radiating from Chen made it clear to the third elder that he had reached the middle stage of the little spirit realm. The head continued that the Luo family must be destroyed and Lu Shengxue must die. If someone does not want to participate in this, they can leave the Gu family. The elder, and those with him, could not believe that Chen had reached the middle stage of the little spirit realm in one day. Their plan was to push him into conflict with the Luo family and take advantage of the consequences of his decisions. But now, if he is allowed to do this, the third elder's plan to seize power in the family will surely fail. Taking out his sword, the third elder stated that he might be willing to listen to his advice if only a short amount of time had passed since the breakthrough. He added that he had given up the position of head to him in vain. Therefore, he decided to personally teach Chen a lesson for the future of the Gu family. But Chen only asked that they attack faster as he was in a hurry. His appearance made it clear to everyone that something dangerous was about to begin. The third elder, seeing the reaction of his subordinates, called them cowards and said that even if Chen had grasped the true formula, it did not make him stronger. Without it, he was just trash. Raising his hands, blades of energy appeared behind Chen's back, aimed directly at the third elder. The subordinate elders, seeing this, had every reason to be afraid. These miserable creatures dared to doubt the power of the head. To show them their place, Chen pointed the blades in their direction and launched them. The energy was so powerful that even outside you could see what was happening inside the building. Sharp blades smashed everything in their path, and their endpoint was in the body of the third elder, whom Chen defeated, putting him in his place. Just like the third elder, all his subordinates were lying on the ground, dead, and Chen enjoyed the spiritual power he had just awakened. Those who remained alive he ordered to collect the corpses, promising to spare them if they obeyed his orders. Leaving the battlefield, he saw his sister standing nearby. The man turned to her, hoping to hear at least a word from her. A bell rang out as she drew her blade directly above the third elder's head. Although he was no longer breathing, she put the finishing touches on him by plunging the blade straight into his mouth. Swiping the blade, she spread the blood in different directions, gesturing that her brother was generous, but she was not. In the future, if someone betrays her brother, the same will happen to them as it did to these people. "You will be finished," she said, pointing a blood-smeared blade at them. They thought the head was terrible, but they said his sister was a real monster. But she had something else to tell them. She wanted to make sure her brother would never find out what had just happened. And with a smile on her face, she told them. A new day has come. The sun was shining outside, but she sat in the shadows, her hands folded and her head down. She tried to calm herself by repeating, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. Brother said I shouldn't cry." She considered it her duty to become a reliable support for her brother, and not allow anyone to disturb him in the future. At this moment, Chen was in another place, the Immortality Pill Hall, one of the most important places on the continent. He stood in front of the entrance and reflected on the fact that this hall had numerous branches across the continent. The best alchemists work here, selling and buying elixirs, as well as various cultivation resources and medicinal materials. At that moment, a girl approached him and asked if she could help him with something. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, he said that he wanted to sell the recipe for an immortality pill, because if you need to increase your strength faster, taking such a pill is undoubtedly the best option. "Please follow me," she said. She led him to a woman sitting directly in front of him. Those who saw Chen couldn't understand what he was doing here, because they had heard that he had brought the recipe for an immortality pill, and it seemed like a joke to them, because they didn't believe that someone like him could have such a thing. "What did you complain about?" Hall Mistress Qingyue said. He put a piece of paper on the table and said that he brought something for evaluation. She took this leaf in her hands, and energy formed on her fingers. The necessary ingredients for cooking were written down on paper. The recipe included an earthen collection, but she touched the leaf and burned it with her energy, saying that it was worthless. Chen looked at it and asked her why. She assumed that he had been kicked out of Luo Shen's house and had come here to make a fool of them. Rumors about this have already started spreading behind their backs. In response, he said that she herself was the epitome of ignorance if she could not recognize such an elementary recipe, and that her title as the best alchemist was probably just an empty sound. "If you are so confident, maybe you dare to compete with me," she said, thinking that this arrogant chauvinist had dared to treat her with contempt. Contest rules. Both alchemists choose pills to produce, and victory is awarded based on the number and quality of pills produced. He wasn't going to refuse her offer. Although he had no plans to do alchemy, this impulsive girl, without knowing it, did him a favor. And so both prepared for battle. The pill of the second order is usually used by warriors, helping them to break through from the small spiritual realm to the heavenly one. Chen understood that he would definitely need such a pill. It is impossible to create such a pill with the help of ordinary fire. But with the use of purified fire of truth, it can be done without much effort. Chen began to use fire control techniques. The crackle of this fire rang out in the room. The pill began to prepare, and she carefully watched this process. It seemed to him that the fire was too weak, so it needed to be strengthened. He began to slowly inhale air, filling his lungs. Suddenly there was a flash, and the cauldron lit up with a purple flame that was many times stronger. But he also understood that even this strong fire was not enough. At the same time, Qing could not understand why she was unable to awaken the powerful fire, and why is the flame she is trying to create so weak? Suddenly, an explosion rang out from the room where Chen was. Qin turned her head sharply to see what was happening. She immediately ran out into the corridor where people were already lying on the ground. Tao Hai, the master of the Immortality Pill Hall, said as he lay on the floor, "It's all over. All my herbs that I worked so hard to mine, grade 4 materials. Everything is gone," he added. She asked him why their fire was so weak. But at the same time, a thought crossed her mind. If you take the heavenly tablet, the frost leaf, the earthen gathering, and the willow grass, are they really the same components? He told her that they were grade 4 herbs, and how would she know about them since she was a first-level alchemist and shouldn't even touch such materials? Did you really find the recipe for the ancient pill? He asked curiously, assuming that it could be used to perform level 4 purification. 4th level? She asked in surprise, and by the look on her face he could tell that she had just argued with someone again. He had warned her long ago that she might meet someone better than her in order of skill. So what? This guy is incapable of anything. Even if he has a recipe, he won't be able to execute it as well as I can, she confidently stated. After that, she returned to the room again, but the master was already next to her. Crossing her fingers, she said, "Fire technique." A flame appeared again under the cauldron. The master could not cope with the fire, and the cauldron exploded. But it turned out that this happened not only to him. All alchemists faced the same problem. At that moment, the purple energy knocked everyone off their feet. No one could understand what had just happened. The master asked the girl to look ahead. She noticed that it was the fire of her rival in the competition. How he could be so strong, they could not understand. The master explained that it wasn't the source itself, but that Chen had focused all of his power on the cauldron through the technique. At that moment, Chen appeared and addressed her. He was already holding the ready pills in his hands. He explained to her that it seemed her life was no longer her own. Standing behind her master, she asked him if they were really second-order pills. The master confirmed, adding that most second-order pills were far superior to third-order pills in their effectiveness. "This is the first time I've seen someone clean them with such ease," he said. She, on the other hand, declared that she was not afraid of death, admitting defeat, while Chen was completely focused on the pills. But she repeated her words louder, pressing the dagger to her throat. Her master began to apply the technique in an attempt to stop her from taking this step. The master knocked the dagger out of her hands, and she had to realize that she was making a big mistake. Her master turned to Chen, introduced himself, and apologized on her behalf. He asked her to shut up because she was being very unrestrained and even a bit ridiculous in this situation. Chen, seeing the master's technique, recognized it as Tao Yun's technique and asked who he was. Tao Yun was his ancestor, and the master couldn't believe that the boy had mentioned his ancestor's name. After that, an even more unexpected thing happened. Chen began to explain that Tao Yun was a rank 10 alchemist and asked why the master was only a rank 3 alchemist at 40 years old. "The knowledge left by my ancestor was lost over time. Although I am his direct descendant, I only know about him superficially, and I am very ashamed of that," explained the master. Chen understood the situation and admitted that it was the ancestor's fault. He raised 2 fingers to the master's head and said that he would repay the debt today. The master just had time to ask, "Did you know my ancestor?" How everything around brightened up, and the transfer of knowledge began. Several golden figures of Chen appeared around the master, walking around him, conveying the full knowledge of the ancestor. After this ritual, the master fell to his knees and thanked Master Gu. To use this technique, you need to know at least the 5th level of alchemy. And the master's thoughts were swarming. Is this young man really an ancient master? At the same time, Chen explained that he and Tao Yun did not know each other. But when Chen was mocked for his qi practices, Tao stood up for him. He then pointed out that these people were just a bunch of scum who could only talk about others behind their backs. It was because of this that Chen paid off his debt today, but he couldn't even imagine that his descendants would be so weak. He also turned his attention to Qing, who said, "If you want to kill me, just do it." Chen gave her a good slap and quickly brought her back to her senses. She clearly didn't expect him to hit her, but Chen didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He decided to explain to her in condescending words that if her teacher spoils her, it does not mean that others should do the same. After all, despite her 20 years, she is only a second-rate alchemist. Is this a reason to be proud? If not for her master, she would have paid for her excessive behavior long ago. Meanwhile, her master only bowed and thanked Chen, and he didn't even understand why he was wasting his time on this girl. However, at that moment, fireworks began to explode behind them. It was the Gu family's technique. Chen recognized her. If someone in their clan dies or is born, they use this technique to signal the entire clan. Did something happen there? Flashed through his thoughts. At the same time, the Gu family's house was being interrogated. The man pointed the sword at the representative of the Gu family and asked where Gu Xuanchen was now. He replied that he did not know. But immediately after that, his blood splashed on the others. The people who arrived did not know what to do, because everyone was silent and no one answered. The head of the Ling family, Ling Xiaotian, ordered to kill one by one because he was convinced that one would split. However, he raised his sword to Han and said that he would not kill her. Because Pai likes you, he added. Ling Xiaotian promised Han that she would marry him posthumously. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, attracting the attention of everyone present. Chen entered, radiating energy around him, and explained to everyone that they were in Anyang City, from which day the Lin family would no longer exist. He said in a low tone, "The Lin family will not be there." A frightened Han shouted, "Brother!" hoping that he would save them, and she was sure of it. Everyone was waiting impatiently for the head to return, and the energy radiating from Chen spread all around. "The middle of the heavenly heaven realm?" asked the big man, turning to his friends. He turned to the 3-clan elder Gufen who was sitting on his lap, saying that before Chen left home, his level was no higher than the small realm, and he did not understand how this happened. Without thinking, Chen threw the blade created from his ki in their direction. The blade chopped off the head of the man standing behind Xiao. Because of the betrayal, Chen decided to take his life. "Hurry up! Protect the chapter!" Lin's men shouted and rushed forward. But the head ordered everyone to retreat, deciding to deal with the problem on his own. He began to take out his huge sword, which Chen was looking at intently. "Technique of the Sword of Princes!" exclaimed the big man, swinging his sword, and his sword spread in a wave around his body. A fierce battle ensued, but Chen did not understand how his enemy dared to fight with such pitiful martial arts. These arts were actually quite powerful, but they seemed like child's play to him. The opponent could only dodge and call him a jerk, while Chen's eyes blazed with determination. The battle grew more intense, turning into something more. Tian pelted him with insults throughout the battle, but Chen's blows became stronger and more frequent. Tian decided that these were just tricks and threatened to take Chen's life. However, he didn't notice that Chen was already in the air, swinging his sword. Chen warned him that it was better to give up and drop the sword. But before Tian could do anything, Chen's sword left about 20 cuts on him. "Who is my brother?" Han asked herself as she watched him use the Xiaoyao clan's techniques that only elders could use. Lin's warriors were still eager to protect their chief, threatening to advance. But the room lit up with a bright yellow light, and everything began to scatter in different corners. Lin, raising his wounded head, decided to retreat. But Chen's voice sounded behind him. "Are you going to run away?" This, of course, caught Tian's attention. But Chen told him that it was too late, and there was nowhere for him to escape. An explosion rang out, knocking out the doors in all the rooms of this house. Even the warriors and alchemists arrived, because the master learned about the trouble in the clan and sent them to help. But what they saw impressed them even more. There was no trouble for Chen, as he was standing on top of the Ling clan's mountain of corpses. They only stammered his name, not believing their eyes. With a light snap of his fingers, Chen freed all the members of the Gu family from the ropes that bound their hands. Seeing the alarm signal, the master immediately sent his men to support the Gu family, but did not expect the master to handle everything by himself. His alchemy and martial arts skills were at their highest. Master ordered the alchemists to immediately send the injured Gu clan members for treatment. He also understood that Master Gu was a great man, with his own secrets that no one should know. Chen's sister immediately rushed to him, asking if he was all right and hugging him. Chen replied that everything was fine, and a smile appeared on her face. However, she didn't understand why he used this particular technique during the battle with the head of the Lin family. She thought he was still involved with that bastard, and if that was true, she would never be able to forgive him. The fact was that Miss Luo had recently been accepted as Elder Mo's disciple, and Han wanted to know why Chen possessed this technique. "Did Miss Luo teach him this?" asked the master. Chen asked in response, "What is the connection between the Xiaoyao clan and this technique?" And I thought, did this technique pass to the Xiao clan? The master explained. "Did you know that 3,000 years ago, Emperor Xiaoyao founded the Xiao clan on Mount Penlai? This place had the most powerful energy, making the clan one of the most powerful." Of course, the main character knew about it and answered, "After all, I chose the name for the clan, and the formation of the clan belongs to me." He wasn't about to give up on using this power. After all, the power that is hidden here is incredible. He then handed the formation to one of his disciples and ordered him to take it away. The master continued, "Unfortunately, 700 years ago, the emperor mysteriously disappeared right after his ascension. This allowed the clan's enemies to come and take revenge. Without a leader, the Xiaoyao clan weakened day by day and was eventually forced to retreat to the edge of the wasteland. This place is now called the land of the Xiaoyao clan." Chen understood that the distance between the wasteland and Penlai Mountain was very long. He had heard the elders mention the Xiaoyao clan before, but thought it was a coincidence, just a similarity in names. And it turned out that these people are descendants of the same clan. He thought that something must have happened to the Xiaoyao clan when he tried to break the seal. If it wasn't for him, the clan wouldn't be in such a predicament, and now, Chen decided to lead the clan to prosperity. Then he asked the master if Shen Xue had a brother. Yes, of course. The male descendant of the Luo family is named Luo Tao. He is known for his crimes in Anyan, but because of the power his family holds as the head of the 8 great families, no one dares to go against him. Upon hearing this, Chen realized that Master Mo was probably weak in bestowing the protection of the Xiaoyao clan on the Luo family, and decided that this needed to be corrected immediately. Chen asked to take care of the wounded and said he needed to find someone. After that, he ran forward. At that time, the family banquet of the Luo family was just beginning. The head of the Liu family and the head of the Wei family congratulated the Luo family on receiving the protective order and said that it was an incredible achievement. The head of the Luo family, Luo Xihai, thanked and replied that it was a great honor for them. He was given various gifts, such as ginseng, for which people had to be sent to Chengxia. He sincerely thanked for such gifts, but at that moment there was a loud explosion and people were thrown back. The head of the Luo family was outraged. Who would dare to do such a thing during the celebration? The main character entered, noticing how lively it was, and of course introduced himself, adding that he had also prepared a gift. He put his foot on the body of one of those present. It was a special gift for the Luo chief because the person he stepped on was the chief's son, who was begging his father to save him. The head of the Luo family immediately ordered Gu Xuan Chen to release his son. The other families supported the Luo head, stressing that the Luo family was under the protection of the Xiaoyao order, and Chen had no right to threaten them. They immediately ordered the master to be released, and several strong fighters lined up in front of Chen. Chief Luo even offered that if Chen would let his son go, he would make sure that Chen's life would not be painful. Chen remembered the person who had threatened him the last time, and remembered that she had turned into ashes. It seemed that Chief Luo did not like his gift. Then Chen decided to act differently. He decided to give another gift, and hit the master with an incredibly strong blow. Chief Luo's eyes showed terrible pain, and he began to scream loudly. The head of the Luo family couldn't stand it and decided to attack Chen first, shouting, "Let my son go!" The attack was incredibly powerful as he put all of his strength into it, and the impact sent his son and Chen flying in different directions. "Tower, what happened to you?" asked the father. Holding his son in his arms, he just mumbled with tears in his eyes about his dantian. Then his father realized what Chen had done to his son. "And what did I do? And here I am?" Gu said with a smile, explaining that the father himself lifted his son on a saucer, and he only helped a little. Other family members begged the head not to speak to Chen, and promised that they would bring Gu's head in person. But Chen warned them that they wouldn't be able to kill him with their level. His appearance was a hint that he had come to destroy the Luo family. However, Chief Luo said that even after 100 years with his skills, Chen would not be able to do this. Despite his rage and desire for revenge, he poured all his energy into the attack. He believed that no one had the right to insult his family and disrespect the Xiaoyao order. Shouting that he would spare no flesh from Chen, he charged. Using his technique, Gu explained that the treasure the head hoped for would become the weapon that would destroy him. But the Luo chief, not hearing anything around him, continued to attack. Chen did not lose the smile on his face. Chen, smiling even wider, said that today their family would disappear forever. He drew one interesting thing to his hands with the help of energy. It was an item with incredible power, enough to destroy the entire Luo family. He held it up and a magic circle formed above it, spreading energy all over the place. It was the Xiaoyao order bestowed upon the Luo family, and no one could believe that Chen was able to master its power. But Chief Luo continued to deliver his incredible attacks without stopping. He asked Chen how he found out the form of the order. But there were many things that Chief Luo did not know, including this. Seeing the danger that was in Gu's hands, he ordered his fighters to destroy him immediately. All together, they rushed to attack Chen, trying to stop him. However, they did not take into account one important point. It was already too late, and the order began to act. The energy that erupted from the order was so powerful that everyone around was swept away by this fire that spread all around. All around, Chief Luo could hear cries for help and pleas to save them. In Chief Luo's eyes, this guy was not only able to activate the order, but also use the highest level attacking formation. And then came the moment when the Luo head sat on the ground, humiliated, right in front of Chen. Chen turned to him, forming energy on his fingers, and saw fear in his eyes. He decided to give him one piece of advice, without losing his smile. Even after reincarnation, you should not contact the Gu family, he said. Enjoying the punch, Chen drove his hand through the chest of Luo's head as he shouted loudly. There was a thud, and Luo's head fell to the ground, coughing up blood. On behalf of the entire Luo family, everyone present recognized Chen as the head of the Gu clan. He gave them half an hour to sort things out, promising that he wouldn't kill them if they managed. Everyone answered in one voice, "Yes, we will do everything." This day continued to gain momentum and brought more and more new events. The heads read the raid reports on the Lynn and Luo families. A total of 700 spirit stones, 62 Tier 2 medicinal pills, 94 units of Tier 2 medicinal herbs, and weapons were captured. This list was read out by the second elder of the Gu clan, and Chen just sipped his tea while listening to the report. This caused the audience to question whether he had really decided to destroy the Luo family, as he had stated earlier. It seemed that the influential families had begun to side with Chen, and in the near future, this city would belong to the Gu family. The hidden danger in Anyan was removed, and the head handed over control of the city's affairs to the second elder, Yu Hai. After these words, the sister began to guess that he was going to go somewhere. The Xiaoyao clan informed Gu that one person from the Luo clan had slipped through the net after all. Therefore, it was necessary to carefully clean the remains. "Brother, why did you suddenly decide to go there?" asked his sister in a worried voice. He responded by asking her if she knew that she had been unable to practice all these years not because of poor health, but because of the chaotic heavenly body within her. "Chaotic celestial body?" asked the master. "If the legends are to be believed, isn't this the best body for cultivation?" he continued. "That's true," Gu said. "But if a cultivator is unable to activate his abilities with one of the 9 great spiritual treasures, the spiritual power will not be able to flow freely through the soul meridians, and will not be assimilated. However, once activated, a cultivator's potential will be much higher than ordinary warriors." He explained that he had a lot to do and could not protect her forever. This time, he decided to go to the Xiaoyao clan to find a treasure that would help her activate her powers so that she could protect herself in the future. Without holding back her emotions, she hugged him, thanking him for his concern, and he could not understand when she would stop hugging him. As he set out on his journey, he was told that the Xiaoyao clan was unlikely to give up the treasures so easily, and wished to protect himself. But he replied that he knew how to make them give up the treasure peacefully. After a while, Chen was already at Qiandan Mountain. It was dark outside, but he couldn't be wrong. Even now he could feel the remnants of spiritual vibrations in the air. He hadn't expected these spirit power fluctuations to be so weakened. It had taken too long. Spreading his arms, he said, "Open up," and the energy around him began to expand. The stone moved, and a gate with a portal inside appeared in front of him. He walked through them, and found himself in a completely different dimension. Taking off from there like lightning, he landed in front of the Xiaoyao clan. Chen looked at the clan and thought about what seemed to be the place. He gradually inhaled a chest full of the fresh air that was around and prepared for a decisive step. His thoughts were filled with memories. He remembered how he had told his disciple that in such a place he would not have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy. The apprentice held a giant dragon and asked his master, "Can the tree of the mythical beast be used as a clan guard?" "Just try," he replied in a calm voice. He didn't care at all, while the apprentice was barely holding the beast with a chain. After some time, the student announced that the tree would begin to bear fruit, and thanked his master. Chen gave his unruly disciple such a tasty piece of land and hoped that he would not disappoint him with his actions. Returning here after so many years, he knew that if something went wrong, they wouldn't get well. At this moment, the main character felt something unusual and focused all his attention on it. He got down on one knee and said the spell. Suddenly, a giant creature appeared, splashing water around. It was a water dragon along with another guardian. The disciple of the Xiaoyao clan, Mochi Anyan, appeared to be an innocent girl. However, her words about her sword being extremely fast proved otherwise. The sword was as fast as the flow of the wind, and a wave of water rose up behind each of her blows. She threw these blows at the giant water dragon, but it pushed her back with its power. Grabbing her by the waist and saving her from the dragon's blow, Chen asked, "Are all the female students in your clan that strong?" He pointed out her mistake in handling the sword. "See how it should be done," he said, and flew straight into the mouth of the giant dragon. She was mesmerized by this technique, and couldn't understand how Chen knew their clan's fighting techniques. The rotation of Qi energy and Yang energy must be used to control the flow of wind, he explained, as he demonstrated his mastery of sword control. And when he did it, the sword moved by itself. Only the roar of the dragon could be heard after the sword passed along its long neck. Chen stood with his head turned back to see the girl's reaction while the sword itself dangled in his hand. But, turning his head, he saw that the girl was on fire. She released her energy, showing incredible talent. Because Chen was unable to break through to a new level in his past life, all he could do was explain the theory to his students. But now, with a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, he was able to help others improve. She had been stuck at the same level for many years, but now she felt the wind and sword energy pass through her. Master once said, "Despite being isolated from other sects, some of your clan's disciples are diligently practicing, and when they go out into the world, the Xiao Yao clan will regain its past power." Realizing this, she fell to her knees and thanked him for the imparted wisdom. But he asked her, "A disciple named Lucian was recently accepted into your sect. Where is she now?" "She, along with other masters, did a lot to ensure that they occupied this blessed land for practices," the girl explained. "Did she immediately become an elder upon entering the blessed land?" asked the main character. He continued, "How many people are in the clan now?" The girl replied, 7 elders, over 100 official disciples who deal with the affairs of the clan, just like myself. There are also guards who summon disciples." After her answer, Chen added, "Understood," and began to walk towards the clan. He then jumped with such speed that a blue ribbon of energy was left behind him. He moved so fast that the girl could barely keep up with him, constantly asking, "Wait for me!" She tried so hard, but she couldn't catch up with him, thinking, his spiritual level is not that high, but his quick movement skills are beyond praise. At first, she didn't notice anything special about him. But now he uses a technique that surpasses all her indicators. "Master, I will definitely live up to your expectations," she said, trying to catch up with him. She thought about how she used to be able to jump a mountain or cross a river in 2 steps. But now she felt slower than a turtle. The main character, using Doug's pill, increased the effectiveness of his cultivation method by 10 times. Although the practice speed was not that fast, he focused on accumulating enough energy and laying a solid foundation. Anyway, this girl has it all figured out. If this keeps up, she could be apprenticed. A thought flashed through his mind as she continued to yell, "Wait for me!" behind him. She could not afford to lose this person, so she resolutely rushed after him, without even thinking. After some time, Lunian's peak approached, and his power became apparent. Barely catching up with him, she began to sincerely thank the master for all the instructions. However, he replied that he needed to improve his sword technique and improve his dexterity first. And wait here. The master explained that the Xiaoyao clan's ban did not apply to him, so he can come and go as he pleases, and now he was approaching the portal. The Chenlin River delighted the eyes with its beauty, especially the waterfall that fell from a height. As Chen approached the waterfall, he felt that the spiritual energy in this place was very weak. Then, he decided to focus this energy on his fingers to change the state. In the place where the water fell down, a powerful nozzle was formed, which scattered spray in all directions. And from under the stormy water, the Linen Temple suddenly emerged, an incredibly beautiful architectural creation. Seeing this temple, the main character was glad that it was not destroyed, and this gave him confidence. The temple was made of a special crystal of spiritual energy that was inexhaustible, a true find for any cultivator. Although the spiritual energy in the place was greatly depleted, it was still superior to the others. Because of this temple, the disciples of the Baoyao clan could quickly raise their level, and he decided to squat down for his own cultivation. Just as the words, "Master, take care," were heard, the girl appeared in front of him, repelling someone else's attack. It was a disciple of the Xiao Yao clan, Ni Qiu Yuan, who was full of anger and came closer. She came to the defense of the meditating master, and was accused of allowing an outsider to breach their boundaries and destroy the source of spiritual power. However, she asked not to make hasty conclusions and to open his eyes because the master used a special transfer technique that proves his belonging to their clan. But the boy did not take her words seriously, declaring that he was an ordinary cultivator with a mediocre level of spiritual power and could not be a master. He even suggested that she allowed him to cross their borders out of personal sympathy. However, in this situation, there was no point in saying much. Everything became clear anyway. And so, something terrible happened to this impudent young man. He got his due for his extra words. The main character decided to cut off his tongue, explaining that such a blind idiot did not need it. The frightened young man began to order his comrades to kill the main character. His companions looked quite serious as they raised their swords to attack. But for the main character, it looked like a joke, and he accepted them without the slightest fear. For him, this group of fighters became just toys with which he played, as if it were a child's game. They fell one by one, and now the speechless disciple stood behind them, confused and helpless. He was told that this person was very strong, and if this continued, they would all die. But he did not listen to reasonable advice, ordering to capture him, not even realizing the danger that hung over them. He explained to them that as mountain guards, they must be ready to give their lives for the sake of the clan and honor. Clasping his sword even tighter, he approached the protagonist. But the girl stood between them and asked him not to act impulsively. "Have you forgotten your duty?" he shouted, again ordering to capture this freak and his companion. The main character just watched as the 5 men rushed at him, swinging their swords with full dedication. Just one kick on the ground, and a wave of force spread around him, throwing the attackers in different directions. Some of them fell into the water, probably to refresh themselves a little and finally come to their senses. When the strongest of the enemies approached, he retreated to the side, sending the guards to their inevitable death. That's how it looked in the eyes of the main character. Pointing to the guards, he remarked that they had potential, and invited them to join him for practice. Those who emerged from the water looked confused and did not understand what was really happening. And now there was a quiet and calm atmosphere around, as if the storm had already passed. Chen sat engrossed in cultivation, an incredibly strong aura raging around him. The students also sat down in meditation while discussing his powerful aura. They had never seen such a strong aura in their lives. His body was surrounded by yellow lights that covered his figure. His eyes were not even visible as the energy filled his gaze, turning it into a glowing silhouette. With each moment, the energy became stronger, absorbing the space around and subduing everything around to its will. The students looked at their hands in surprise, noticing the same yellow lights that surrounded them. They couldn't understand what was happening, feeling the energy coursing through their bodies and undoubtedly realizing new knowledge and sword technique. The girl could not believe how he managed to teach so many people at the same time and was amazed at his skill. However, she couldn't help but think that Nie Qiuyuan had escaped by taking advantage of the chaos and had probably already told everything that had happened. This told her that the master was in great trouble. Meanwhile, shouts of joy rang out from the crowd of disciples as they managed to raise their spiritual level several levels at once. After so many years of grueling training, the girl could not achieve any results, and thanks to the meeting with the master, she made significant progress and thanked him sincerely for this. But suddenly there was thunder, and the atmosphere around changed dramatically. The main character immediately understood that it was a thunder technique, powerful and dangerous. Such practices can bring spiritual power to the limit of human capabilities. After reaching this point, nothing can stop you from grasping the secrets of the universe, but meddling with those secrets can incur the wrath of the heavens. The girl was aware that crossing this boundary might give her a chance to succeed, but if she failed, the heavenly thunder would turn her body into ashes. After that thought, she looked at the master with fear, trying to figure out what to do next. She asked him to calm down, explaining that she did not expect such an outcome from the events that had taken place. But before they left these lands, the master wanted to see what they were really capable of. What kind of blind people sent such talented disciples to guard the borders? He asked them with obvious displeasure. She, at that moment, saw in his eyes the thirst for murder, although it could only be her guess. All the students began to run in different directions, as lightning bolts began to hit the ground, causing chaos and hitting them. The girl in a panic asked the master to run away, but was full of fear for their lives. However, he reassured her, saying that as long as she was with him, nothing would happen to her. Protective layers appeared on some of the students, enveloping them and giving them a sense of security. Eventually, each of them found themselves in such a protective cocoon, feeling the energy overflowing their bodies. But over time, these layers lost their concentration, and the students simply fell to the ground, exhausted. Energy constantly changed its nature, moving from dark to light. A protective barrier appeared above the temple, restraining lightning strikes. The temple radiated an incredibly powerful force. The protagonist explained this by saying that although the temple is not as full of energy as in the past, its power is still sufficient. He added that they should work diligently, not hide, and be ready for further cultivation. Leave your doubts for later. Concentrate and calm your mind. Accept this as a test by thunder, he urged. This is heaven's answer to your prayers, he added, standing on a wave of water and holding an incredibly powerful energy in his hand. The students discussed among themselves whether it was possible to accumulate thunder energy for practice. and were amazed by what they saw. They saw it all with their own eyes, not believing that this was actually happening. He began to move away from her, but she begged him to take her with him, not wanting to be alone. He added that she should learn to practice on her own, as the technique was of no real benefit. The technique, like the energy of thunder and lightning, would not help him raise his own cultivation level. Processing this energy can greatly increase a cultivator's power, but only at lower levels. Currently, his level is so high, that's why he instantly moved away from all the other students. The students began to guess that the master had mastered this teaching a long time ago and had reached incredible heights. "Thank you, master," they said, kneeling before him and promising to follow him forever. And he only thought about the fact that he had to hurry, because almost all of his students had already reached high levels, and he would not be able to look them in the eye if he did not break through to a new level. Meanwhile, beyond the Chenling River, events were gaining new momentum. The tongueless disciple begged the elder to go faster, explaining that the girl had not only allowed them to enter, but had incited the mountain guards to join her. They violated an ancient law, for which the thunder of heaven fell upon them, and this is only the beginning. The boy explained all this to the elder, who declared that such actions would not remain without consequences. "But there are many of them, I'm afraid," the boy exclaimed. But the elder asked him if he had forgotten the rules of the Xiaoyao clan. If one of the disciples breaks through to the level of a celestial, he can claim the place of an elder, the elder explained. Clearly irritated, he added, "Do you think that this place is occupied by man for beauty?" In short, the elder explained that everything depends on power. Only the strongest can wield power. The girl led all the students behind her, without stopping, and confidently moving forward. The Xiaoyao clan's disciple, Han Gong, turned to his sister, asking if the elder was asking them all to leave, and what that could mean, since he himself had continued his practice. She assumed that at his level there should be no need for further practice, and he doesn't even care about the laws of heaven. There was an idea that maybe the elder wanted to show them that you can't stop, even after achieving success. And Han Gong realized that this was most likely the case. But in a moment on their way, they met the same insolent idiot who turned to the girl, asking her to come and explaining that the elder already knew about everything. However, the energy around them was already so strong that his words seemed unimportant. He understood that they had broken through to the level of celestials. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the elder in surprise. "If only one of the guards broke through, it would already be at the level of myths. But for all of them, I don't even know how to explain it." And after these words, his knees fell with a thud to the ground that was under his feet. "Greetings, elder," said the current elder, with an expression on his face that was hard to call intelligent. However, the young man turned to the elder and said that even using the power source of the river, this bunch of bastards would not be able to break through so quickly. However, he immediately felt the power of the elder's fist, because he, without thinking, hit him, and explained that one should open his eyes and see that the energy of the river has become many times stronger. The elder accused him of trying to capture them and make them sinners in the eyes of the entire clan without understanding the situation. He asked, "Did you want to become a sinner for the whole clan, or what?" And so he turned to the girl, reporting that he had caught a student who was trying to lie about others, and asked her, "What should we do with him?" She calmly explained that he could do whatever he wanted with him, because such an act deserved punishment. In fact, this idiot lost his ability to cultivate and was severely kicked for his stupid actions. Suddenly, a piece of paper appeared in the air, which the girl skillfully grabbed with 2 fingers. On the paper, it was written that the situation was very critical. Several clans were already heading straight for them. She approached the master, explaining that due to mass cultivation, the energy began to fluctuate, attracting the attention of the 3 clans. At this moment, the clans were already heading towards them, and the students asked the master what they should do in such a situation. The master just calmly asked, "Who are they?" She was answered, "The Xiaoyao clan, the Liuyun sword, the Wuji palace, and the Sinuhe pavilion, all under the control of the Fire clan. Usually these clans gather together to show respect, friendly only at first glance, but in reality ready to attack at any moment. Over the past hundreds of years, the Xiaoyao clan has often been under pressure from the other 3 clans. The protagonist wondered, how dare they raise their arms against the Xiaoyao clan and oppress them, and asked the girl if the Xiaoyao clan was still with them. The disciple replied that since many of their clan's elders had become hermits, things were not going as well as before. The main character explained that they are able to handle themselves, since he does not have time for petty clashes between clans, but he cannot turn a blind eye to it either. He commanded them to act, leaving cryptic words that they could not immediately understand. Leaving, the students could not understand for a long time what the master meant by his last words. The girl reminded her brother Han of the phrase that the Xiao Yao clan was still with them, making him think. She asked if he had noticed the displeased look on the master's face and if he would feel the same dislike for the Fire Clan. "It's simple," she added. "If they are humble, no one will touch them, and if they are not, they will simply be destroyed." At this moment, there was a gathering of elders discussing, "Has the Xiaoyao clan forgotten their manners?" Old Lu Yun, Xin Yue Pavilion Elder Qing Qiong, and the giant who was Elder Ku Hai gathered. Qiong asked, "Are there really only ruffians left in the Xiaoyao clan?" And at that moment, the door opened and a girl burst in, explaining that if they waited for politeness, they could come in 10 days, but now it was better to just leave. Ku Hai immediately assumed a majestic posture and turned to the girl with a question. "Since when did the Xiaoyao clan start behaving like this?" But her brother stood up for her, slamming his fist right into the giant's fist. "Did you pathetic apprentice try to stop me?" cried the giant, swinging at him. But an incredibly strong ki energy was raging around the student, which stopped the giant's attack. His appearance alone was frightening, especially the veins bulging on his bald head. However, the boy successfully restrained his incredibly strong attack, not giving in. This made the giant think that there was a very risky young man in front of him. "Who is your master? And did he teach you to rush into battle without thinking?" asked the giant, not hiding his surprise. Meanwhile, the energy around became stronger and stronger, agitating the space around and intensifying the tension. This made the giant understand that he was in real trouble, although he himself still refused to believe it. But when he began to scream, everything became clear. The boy's power was much greater than he could have imagined. It became clear that the giant had no chance and was simply thrown back by the powerful burst of energy. The blast of power sent the boy's outer clothing flying, but he remained motionless in a fighting stance, ready for further combat. He calmly explained that the giant was not worthy to even mention his master's name with his dirty mouth. The other elders were stunned by the level of his spiritual energy, which was beyond anything they had seen before. Ku Hai hit his back against a concrete pillar and began to cough up blood, wondering, "What level are you?" His colleagues were surprised to ask if he was all right, because the blow was incredibly powerful. The boy looked at his hands, not quite understanding what he was doing, because he was simply following the teachings of his master. Suddenly, there were shouts of, "Let's run!" from other elders who decided to run away after realizing the danger. But a girl stood in their way who asked coldly, "Where are you going?" An incredibly powerful energy was surging around her, and she held a sword in her left hand, ready for action. The elders knew that according to legend, this level of spiritual power was only available to those who were destined to become legendary warriors. And although they had assumed that one disciple of the Xiaoyao clan could achieve it for everyone, this was not what they expected. After that, they knelt before the girl, explaining that they had come to greet her with respect. She coldly replied that if that was the case, they might not even come any closer and ordered them to bow their heads in submission. The elders couldn't understand since when the Xiaoyao clan had become so terrifying. And there was only one thought in their minds. They wanted to go home. It was obvious that they were not at all happy that they had decided to come here in the first place. In a moment, they were next to the master, ready to report on the completed task. They reported that they did everything exactly as he ordered them to do. "Killed them? Did I mention that?" asked the master in surprise. "Have we misunderstood him?" the girl asked her brother, not believing what had happened. The master explained to them that they had acted too impulsively, killing people without thinking about the consequences. But on the other hand, there is nothing to be afraid of, because his goal was completely different. He asked them to forget about it because the issue was already resolved, and added that it was time to focus on practice. Then he turned to Elder Khan, noting that the girl is still young and does not understand many things, so he should watch her more carefully. As they exited the portal, they debated whether they had indeed misunderstood the master's order. Han explained that there may be serious consequences due to their actions, and this is a cause for concern. She began to guess what he was talking about. Realizing the possible danger, Han assumed that the teacher meant that you should not wait for their actions, but take the initiative into your own hands. He believed that it was necessary to destroy these 3 clans completely in order to avoid problems in the future. A few days later, the main character was impressive with his strength, when a beam of his aura shot straight into the sky. All this incredible energy enveloped his body, emphasizing his power. Although his city was made stronger by the energy, it still couldn't help him break through to a new level. "This signal? Isn't it the Shao clan's signal calling for everyone to gather for something grand? He thought. And he began to ponder whether it was related to those 3 clans that could be the cause of this challenge. After some time, the main character arrived at Xiaoyao Hall, where the teacher was already there. Around him were students who looked as if they had recently been in a serious fight. What happened here? Thought the main character, walking forward, trying to understand the situation. One of the students passed by on his knees, begging him for help. Suddenly, a man appeared from behind him and asked defiantly, "Are you the master of these bastards?" That man was Elder Chi-Hu. One of the elders warned Chi-Hu that this was their master, and asked him not to speak so rudely to him. However, Chi-Hu did not understand why he had to be polite. "Didn't he send them on this stupid mission?" he exclaimed. But the elder answered that the master was not to blame for the fact that the students did not succeed, and all responsibility rested on them. This saddened the main character because he had been training them for so long, and he couldn't believe that they had let these pathetic losers defeat them. Elder Chi-Hu was raging, and they tried to calm him down, but the main character didn't even pay attention to him. However, after a moment he got tired of it and decided to act. His hand glowed with energy. All this was done in order to appease the angry elder. After a moment, spiritual energy filled each of the students, surrounding them with protection and strength. "Stop! What are you doing?" cried the elder, trying to stop him. But the master calmly explained that he would not allow anything bad to happen to his students. After that, he advised the elder to stay away from him so as not to disturb him. And so, after a moment, all the students felt great, as if there were no injuries. They thanked the master, sincerely rejoicing at their healing. Elder Chi-Hu was amazed because he knew that to treat so many people, it would take him a whole week to create a recovery elixir. The elder finally realized that standing before him was one of the hermits of the Xiaoyao clan, who had returned to them, and immediately fell to his knees in respect. He rejoiced at the thought that their clan was now strong again, and hailed him as a master, apologizing for not recognizing his strength from the start. "Actually, I am an ancient ancestor," he explained to the elder, adding that he should watch over them and support them. But the disciples warned that danger was imminent as the enemy was gathering at the foot of the mountain. Despite their defeat, they managed to collect a few useful items during the battle. The loot included high-level pills, spirit stones, weapons, and more. Chen turned his head towards the table and remembered that a piece of 1,000-year-old iron and a dragon tooth were lying there before, and asked where they had gone. The elder explained that these things were part of their heritage and were kept in a safe place. "Bring them and I'll help you," said the main character. However, the elder was worried that the enemies might attack at any moment. The main character calmly replied that it was the enemy's problem because they contacted the wrong people. Several hundred enemies were already standing outside the gates of the temple, ready to attack. The master of the Liuyun clan held his sword in his hands and sarcastically spoke of the Xiaoyao clan hiding in its tortoise shell again. Behind him, on the royal throne, sat Dunfang, the mistress of the Wuzi Palace, who added, "They won't stay there for long if we surround them." Xinyu Pavilion Master, Soi Jiangxing, was holding a giant mace in his hands, and without hiding his impatience, he declared that his hammer couldn't wait to meet them. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded from behind them asking, "How dare you open your mouths in the Xiaoyao clan's territory?" The author of these words was Chen. All the representatives of the enemies held their breath. Feeling the tension that hung in the air, Chen decided to deal with the first enemy without hesitation. The impact was so powerful that the opponent fell to the ground, his weapon lying nearby as he flew far back. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he flew on, unable to stop. When he finally reached his destination, his body slammed into a large rock with his back. It was an easy task for Chen, and he calmly said this over the enemy's motionless body. But another opponent appeared behind him and swung his sword, threatening to kill him. However, in an instant there was a crack of metal. The sword split into 2 parts under the force of the force. Considering his respectable age, the main character decided to give him a chance to choose. Without leaving the royal throne, the female ruler watched in amazement what was happening. She watched as Chen gave his enemy the choice of which foot he would take his first step into the Xiaoyao clan's territory, amid loud screams of fear. Chen also asked with which hand he planned to kill his first disciple, and which eye dared to cast a contemptuous glance at his clan. It was actually a pity, because the enemy was too slow to respond, and the main character got tired of waiting. Not wanting to waste any more time, Chen decided to make the choice for him himself. And so the girl with a whip in her hands, jumping into the battle, took the initiative. She barely gathered her fighters together, trying to organize them for another attack. However, behind the main character was already his new team, ready to counter. Shouting in a gentle but firm female voice, Hold on! The girl threw shurikens in the direction of the enemy, but they were caught in the act by the teacher who said, "It's too slow and looks funny." The enemy shouted back that he would kill them and destroy them all. However, he instantly fell face down on the stones in front of him, spitting out blood that flew around. Zdrovan decided that it was time to unite and kill the main character together, because they had to take revenge for the Swordmaster. The girl supported his proposal, and he began to summon his golden hammer of heaven. She, complementing his effect, summoned the Thunder Dragon technique. Violet energy flooded everything around, coming out of her hands, and the situation became more tense. Panic arose among the students as lightning slashed their bodies, making them feel a real threat. It became clear that the enemies possessed enormous power, but the disciples believed with all their hearts that the Master would succeed in turning this power against them. "Not bad, just in time," the Master said with a slight smile on his face as he looked at the situation. At that moment, the dragon tooth he had began to fill with energy, ready for a decisive blow. Chen raised 2 fingers to his lips and spoke the name of the technique that began to form around him. This technique was formed with the incredibly valuable artifacts he used. Only a small shining star was visible on the ground, if viewed from above, as if it was the center of the universe. 2 enemies were standing near this star, who, looking at it, realized that they were in complete despair. From the portal that opened in the sky, golden-colored weapons began to fly out, imbued with such a powerful power that it was difficult to compare with any other. One of the swords flew towards Chen's sister and hung in the air as if waiting for its command. "This is a high-level weapon," said everyone who picked it up, feeling its power. And the teacher advised them to have fun as soon as their hearts desire. The enemies were outraged that Chen used their own power to create a weapon against them. He thought of them as pitiful creatures. But they were not going to give up, and their appearance became much more serious and powerful. They jumped out of the red demonic glow, fully confident in their victory over the enemy. Chen, standing in front of them, formed a blue energy layer called Thousand Illusions. Pointing his hand at the enemy, he said, "Rain of arrows." That was the next step of his attack. The strain on the enemy's face was evident, as he realized he was facing a real threat. But in a moment, he was out of sight behind the massive cloud of the blue glow of the arrows that fell on him. This attack drove them far back, leaving no chance of defense. These arrows pierced everything in their path, and there were even legends that one such arrow could pierce a giant rune, fly around the globe and crash into it again, exploding from the force of the impact. That was the end of their participation in the battle. However, the main character, approaching their still bodies, calmly said that he was not going to fight with them, but hoped that they would be able to entertain him a little more. Although this skill is not of such a high level, it is enough for fun, the teacher thought with slight satisfaction. All the members of his clan could not find a place for excitement. After all, it was the Thousand Illusions formation, an ancient deadly technique of the Xiaoyao clan that had been lost for many years. The elder knew that the legend said that anyone not belonging to the Xiaoyao clan would die within a 10-mile radius of this formation. Die, damn it, he thought. Arrows will pierce anyone who steps on this path. Meanwhile, the enemies began to flee. Some even lost their shoes on the road, trying to escape as quickly as possible. The master calmly said to one of them, "You still have a lot to learn. 10 miles? This is complete nonsense. Everything is completely different," he thought, because he knew that this technique worked at a much greater distance. The arrows spread much wider, like hail, flying from the sky and killing everyone in its path. There was no way to escape, not even for hundreds of miles to hide from this powerful blow. But suddenly, a new enemy appeared, who declared that their clans had come to repay them for all their crimes. He blamed them for killing his clan elders, and said that the Xiaoyao clan would pay for it today. However, he was told that this was absurd, and that their elders had died not because of the Xiaoyao clan, but because of a common enemy who had gathered here. A fight broke out between all the participants, as no one could understand who was right and who was at fault in the situation. Eventually, they came to a mutual decision to stop fighting each other and unite to avenge their master. A fierce battle began. They fought on swords, not restraining their strength and fury. Their thirst for revenge against their master only grew with each blow. Elder Tao Qian saved his sister by placing his sword under the attack of the enemy. The enemy thought that this devil occupied the best place for cultivation, because the flow of energy there is extremely strong. In the past 10 years, 80% of the spirit stones made by the Xiaoyao clan had been given to her cultivation, and 9 disciples had died in her latest breakthrough. She was Lu's elder, and the man asked her to go get help, to which she replied that she would try. She wasn't going to die here. And if this man was as wonderful as he made himself out to be, why was he looking for ways to escape? Meanwhile, they shouted from all sides that the enemy was preparing to attack, and it was impossible to retreat. It was necessary to avenge the fallen comrades. The clang of metal only grew louder in the surroundings where the battle was unfolding. But suddenly there was a rumble of thunder behind them, and they saw a blue wave of energy coming towards them. They were confused and did not understand what was happening, because they knew nothing about these events. After that, one of the men fell to his knees, raising his hands up in surrender. "This is the Thousand Illusions formation," he said. "It helped us by killing our enemies." But another threat was already approaching on the horizon. This threat was the main character, who walked with confidence and determination. It was her he was looking for, and finally Lu Shengshu was standing before him, the one he had been looking for so long. After some time, the sister and brother asked the master where he had gone, because his sudden absence surprised them. At the same time, Lu's husband asked Elder Lu to contact him to clarify the next course of action. "Okay," she answered, although she herself could not understand what was happening, because she had just realized that she had not done anything. A loud shout suddenly sounded behind her, urging her to be more careful. And in front of her there was an explosion, the wave of which was a very strange golden color, as if it was energy. "Long time no see, Lu Shen," said a voice that belonged to the main character that appeared before them. "Who are you?" the other clansman asked him, not understanding who was in front of them. She knew very well who it was, but she did not understand where he came from, and she asked him about it, thinking that he had been deprived of his strength for a long time. With a slight smile on his face, he told her that he was glad she hadn't forgotten that. The others in the audience began to realize that they knew each other, and Lu Shen explained that he was her husband, chosen for her by her family, even though they were now divorced. She assumed that he had conspired with the others to take revenge on behalf of the Xiaoyao clan. "Is she telling the truth?" asked her husband, pointing his sword at the protagonist. "Is he a clan master?" asked the main character, not hiding his sarcasm. However, the man only replied that he was the only one asking the question here. With one swift movement, Chen shut him up by slapping him, and he didn't even have time to respond. The others only asked in surprise how he dared to touch their master, to which Chen replied, "It somehow happened by itself." Chen began to ask them questions about what he had heard. Their ancestor had bequeathed to find a genius from the city of Anyang and return with him. And in fact, they call the one who took so long for the first breakthrough a genius. He was referring to Lu Sheng, who was angry after these words and asked, "How dare you say that?" Chen addressed each person present, pointing out their shortcomings and explaining why they could not be called true masters. Lu Shen begged her master not to listen to this nonsense, and Chen Yu was threatened for insulting the master, saying that he would never be forgiven. She grabbed her weapon to silence him and decided to act decisively. She pointed the weapon directly at his chin, trying to intimidate him. However, it was futile, as Chen was instantly behind her with just a snap of his fingers. This spectacular technique caused an understandable reaction among those who watched the events, because they had not seen anything like this before. After that, the elder fell to the ground, dropping his sword, shocked by Chen's speed and strength. "Is that what you call genius?" he asked sarcastically, looking at the helpless Lu Shen. She lay on the ground wondering how it was possible and since when he became so strong. They tried to protect her, lifted her from the ground and asked if everything was okay with her, protecting her with their bodies, believing that it was safe. They pointed swords at the protagonist and threatened that today he would learn a lesson and be killed. It sounded ridiculous, especially considering Chen's reaction, who was calmly looking at the swords in front of him, without any fear. However, at this moment, everyone began to feel the approach of a powerful energy and discussed among themselves that things were not going well. Despite all the obstacles, Gu Chen strode confidently across the cracked earth. His gaze was fixed forward, and his heart blazed with indomitable determination. Suddenly, shouts were heard around. The warriors who saw the master were amazed. Elders Qiu Huanggu and Mo Qianyan stood among them, unable to believe their eyes. Holding swords in their hands, the commanders-in-chief became angry and lost their cool. "What is going on here anyway?" One of the girls thanked Master Gu Chen because thanks to him they had broken through to a new level of skill. Moreover, he helped them to cope with a terrible thunder, with which they would never have coped without him. When the elders heard that these losers had managed to reach a new level, they were incredibly amazed. Looking enviously at Gu Chen, he asked himself, who is this person? Glowing with incredible energy. Gu Chen approached the man and remarked that he himself had seen everything. He gave them an ominous look. Did they want to try to teach him a lesson again? The only question in their minds was, where did this guy come from? They moved to the main hall of the Xiaoyao clan, searching for its elder. One of the women emphasized that this man is a former son-in-law who spent 2 years in prison. In her opinion, he could not become a recluse and hide from the elders of the clan. However, she was asked to shut up and not talk like that to their mentor, Elder Guchen. They were on his side, and that they would not have to draw their swords against her. But which of them will dare to touch her? She is untouchable. Then this woman turned to the master, because these people had just made it clear that they were going to attack her, and he had to respond somehow. But he felt insecure and didn't know how to react to all this. They approached the huge statue and addressed it with a request. Guchen asked the elders how he got so much power, but the elders shouted that he would come to his senses. How dare he speak like that, standing in front of their ancestor? Even if he's done a lot for the clan, this does not give him the right to loose his tongue in front of the elder. Guchen noticed that the boy had very bad taste, and asked the elder how he could become a clan master in the first place. The offended elder could not stand it, and struck the young master with a sword. All this time, while the sword was approaching his face, Guchen remained unmoved. He gripped the blade with 2 fingers without even straining, and told the elder that he was overstepping his bounds. Looking at him with his devilish eye, he asked if he was ready for the consequences. And suddenly an incredible force exploded around them. It was similar to the prophecies of their ancestors. The rock began to crumble. Stones fell, as if it had come to life. Their ancestor came to life before their eyes and lowered his sword. Everyone around was illuminated by this miracle and could not believe their own eyes. What is happening? The statue of their ancestor had moved, and the girl began to worry that they were about to die because the boy had disturbed the shrine. Suddenly, the statue's sword hit the ground, causing incredible chaos all around. The statue turned to Xiao Yao's younger disciples, urging them to greet Master. In the background of this sword stood young Master Guchen. This could mean only one thing. The statue recognized him as the Master, and all must accept his appearance. Everyone was in shock. Guchen approached the sword while making his way along the rock. He had to climb the stairs. Sitting on the throne, he turned to the elder, asking if he was ready to accept the changes. At this point, the elder fell to his knees. He was completely devastated and apologized for offending his ancestor. Realizing in the depths of his soul that the person in front of him was a true legendary ancestor, he wondered how he could not notice this, although he had heard that he had been killed once. But he turned out to be alive. The mistress also fell to her knees. Her legs gave way. She just collapsed in shock, realizing what a huge mistake she had made. The young lord examined her with a penetrating look. It was clear that she could not accept it, although she saw everything with her own eyes. The statue spoke that the apprentice master had failed them all, deceived them for hundreds of years, and because of him they were in this situation. People turned to her and listened attentively to these words. Guchen then ordered them to go back and not waste time, because breaking time and space was not what they needed. One day, their time will come. The statue asked all the disciples to obey the young lord. After all, he is her master, she respects him, and an incredible force swirled in space. Everyone bowed their heads deeply before the ancestor who ordered to follow his teachings. The young mistress couldn't believe what was happening right in front of her eyes. This boy, who seemed like nothing, had become the clan master. She had no choice. She had to obey him as Lu Shengxu's disciple, fulfilling her ancestor's will. She hoped that her ancestor would never forget her. They had once helped each other, and she had not had time to say that her life belonged to the young lord. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced her head. She flew away from that. The lord asked everyone if they had seen the warden. The man came out and happily greeted the ancestor. Gu Shen then ordered her to be stripped of her cultivation level, placed in the punishment hall for 5 years, and then expelled from the clan. This shocking moment pierced the girl's heart. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, the girl turned to Gu Chen, asking how he could treat her like this. She is from the Lu family, and he will never be forgiven for this. But to the young master, it was only a ridiculous statement. He only thought about the Lu family. He remembered that all 107 members of the Lu family had been killed by him personally, leaving only her alone. So no one should forgive him, even if it was for what. This information reached her in a flash. She understood that the real devil was in front of her, and asked to just kill her. But it would be too easy for the young master to kill her. He wants her to see the Gu family become famous all over the world. If he takes her life, she, unfortunately, will not see it. Smiling, he asks her not to die. Suddenly, the chains begin to straighten, dispersing in space. The girl sees what awaits her and admits that this person is a real psycho. As the chains wrap around her neck, the executioner promises that from now on she won't say another word. As the next 5 years seem like an eternity to her, he puts the sickle in her mouth. With a cruel maneuver, he deprives her of the gift of speech. Grabbing her by the hair, he begins to drag her across the floor, promising to deal with her, because the most important thing for him is to fulfill the order given to him by his ancestor. The young master does not want to be called an ancestor. Let them be called master, at least. One of the elders then asks if the master has any plans. As he ascends to the throne, he realizes that he has no concrete plans yet. But he would like to find out, where is the head of the fire cult? They need to discuss several issues. We move to the location of the main hall of the fire cult. They are told that this Xiao Yao clan master has done the unthinkable. He dared to challenge, and all whom they sent to help were slain. He doesn't even take their cult seriously. We need to think everything over immediately and fight back against the clan, says their cult leader, Lia Yan. At that moment, something incredible occurs in the middle of their hall. They pay attention to the one who invaded their rooms. And then Gu Chen appears, declaring that all these people in this hall are not even worth asking his name. He destroys them with a single movement of his hand, and the master watches in disbelief. Grabbing his hand of fire, the master summons a fire technique in the air and attacks the young brat who has invaded his territory. During a tense battle with the Fire Clan head, a powerful fist flies towards Gu Chen. But he remains indifferent, as if the attack doesn't affect him at all. He turns in a flash to the other side and maneuvers around the opponent, as if the scoundrel doesn't even deserve his attention. The master's quick. Lightning strike shines through the air, dealing a bloody blow to the enemy. The hand of the Fire Clan head is permanently separated from his body. Gu Chen was holding an energy sword that had materialized from pure chaos. In front of him, the head of the Cult of Fire, Ivan, is lying on the floor, feeling extremely ill. He begins to generate a bright sphere of energy in his hand that shines with a dazzling glow. He allows Ivan to die as he wishes. And suddenly the entire clan is engulfed in an incredible explosion of fire, which causes all the warriors to turn into ashes. Terrible power destroys everything around mercilessly. Supporters of our hero, even in their wildest dreams, could not imagine that such a thing was possible. He destroyed an entire clan in one fell swoop, demonstrating incredible power. A cult with a rich centuries-old history that had existed for centuries was completely destroyed overnight. It became an incomprehensible blow for everyone. The elder watched all this from the sidelines and asked everyone to calm down and follow him, assuring them that this would not happen again. He again urged them to follow him and not dishonor his name. But the people realized that he was behaving strangely, as if he had gone mad, and did not know how to react. The girl whispered in his ear that the master could go to heaven in any collision if he did not control himself. However, he raises his sword, his eyes blazing with determination, and says, "Today they will go after him no matter what. They swear to fulfill their sacred duty. Today, they will rush into battle, ready to sacrifice everything for justice and honor." After all, today the most powerful Fire Clan was wiped off the face of the earth, and the Xiao Yao clan, which had been forgotten for many years, was reborn from the ashes. And it is on the foundation of this chaos and unbridled desire to destroy that a new era has been reborn today, which will change the course of history forever. And we move to the Blessed Land. The young master thought the clan's strength was completely exhausted, but the tree grew much better than he expected. Since the clan begins its revival, it will be able to break through the spiritual barrier. It will open up new horizons and opportunities for all its members. Suddenly, a slight rustling was heard in the bushes opposite the tree, and the silence was broken by a voice that said, "Greetings, master." The young master could not tolerate such insolence. Without thinking, he focused his energy and shot a plasma arrow in the direction of the sound. A mysterious green fairy appeared from under the blow. She narrowly escaped death, nearly perishing from his powerful attack, and looked dazed. She, hugging the master, begged him not to be so aggressive, because she had only just arrived and had no evil intentions. He understands that in front of him is the same legendary Xiao Men. She wonders if he remembers her, and if the master had such a student before. Once, when a warrior was telling Xiao the secrets of cultivation, she happened to overhear. She never expected to see him again after so many years. This meant that she was a tree spirit, and at last the master believed in her existence. She started flirting with him, trying to get his attention. He took her by the hair, pulled her away from him, and asked, what came first, the seed or the fruit? It was a mystery to her with two possible answers. Then the young master turned to Hangu, who had appeared like lightning on the horizon, and addressed him with an important request. The master ordered everyone to be summoned to the Blessed Land immediately, as he had a very important message that would change their fate. Soon, an incredibly powerful squad gathered in the thick of the forest. Over 100 warriors knelt before the master. showing their boundless devotion and respect. According to calculations, there were exactly 101 students, each of whom had reached the required level of mastery. They were all specially summoned for a special ceremony. The young master raised 2 fingers, and behind him the water began to swirl, turning into an element, like a powerful hurricane. People noticed that the master easily controlled the temple, the source of their power, and this caused them admiration and wonder. Water and clean energy enveloped the entire space, charging it with incredible power and creating an atmosphere of intense anticipation. This incredible power began to circle above the sacred tree, rising into the air and sparkling with bright flashes. Then, the yellow energy of the golden core of the tree began to interact with the water, charging it with its frequencies. The power of the temple and this land seemed to complement each other. From that moment on, the young master decided to show them a new practice that could change their understanding of cultivation. Soon all was quiet, and night enveloped them. And suddenly a huge thunder sounded from the sky, reminding of the punishment for disobedience and instilling fear in the hearts of those present. One of the girls, watching this, realized that he was indeed a master of incredible strength, but wondered, what was he up to? He then raised his hand, swirled golden energy in the air, and loudly proclaimed, "1,000 illusion technique!" At that moment, gathering incredible energy, he materialized this technique in its entirety, impressing everyone with his skill. Lightnings began to strike the tree, energy rose up, chaos spread throughout the space, creating an exciting spectacle. Cosmic space began to swirl around the young master, filling every cell of his body and soul with indescribable power. Cultivation energy was boiling within him, and he was like a god controlling this limitless power, directing it as he wished. An incredible plasma laser beam began to hit the tree from the sky, filling it with even greater power and energy. Then the tree, like a neon light, shone with a bright flash. The same fairy appeared on his background, the spirit of the tree, charging with power. She appeared before them as disciple Xiaoming, thanks to the master and his efforts, freed after 1,000 years of imprisonment. Her suffering was finally over, and she could breathe freely again, full of gratitude to her deliverer. She held what looked like a precious gift in her hands, and asked the master to accept her modest gift as a sign of gratitude. He accepted this gift, but at the same time directed an energy blow uphill. The plasma flashed above her, creating an incredible sight. The glow of this lightning pierced the air, saturating each ray with incomprehensible energy and enchanting everyone around. The young master, in turn, filled this technique with power because all this was not just like that. His eyes lit up with cultivation energy. He distributed this energy around, and everything was filled with an incredible power that brought chaos to every part of the earth. People watched, shocked by these events, because they did not fully understand what was happening. But they felt the greatness of the moment. Guchen realized that these fruits were endowed with incredible spiritual power. It would take many years to reach that level. And at that moment, the master achieved a breakthrough to the next level, which marked the birth of a new spiritual power and opened up limitless possibilities. We return to the location, the hall of the Gu family, where everything is permeated with an atmosphere of grandeur and ancient wisdom. An incredible magic took place in this beautiful place. The girl focused her energy and cultivated it, immersed in deep meditation. Pure energy filled the entire room, and the great sages watched its growing power, sensing the potential it was unleashing. Suddenly, she looked up and saw that an unexpected guest had come to her. Her heart froze in surprise. She was extremely happy to finally start practicing and showing results. She felt a deep gratitude to her brother. Soon, she was hugged by another girl who was also happy for her. Their friendship strengthened even more. According to legend, one can get rid of the inability to practice only after thousands of years of persistent efforts and self-development. But now a master can go to the next level thanks to the fruit of spiritual energy and the power of the tree. One of them asked the master to raise her level faster, but he only held her by the collar, smiling mysteriously. The most amazing thing was that this guy had conquered the Zhao clan, and soon everyone was only congratulating him on his incredible achievement. Some lost all doubts about him, and were afraid even to question his power. His authority became unbreakable. Soon each of them congratulated the master on receiving new powers, feeling proud of their mentor. In the future, one of them will be able to achieve the same results if they serve the legendary Master Guchen. The girl was happy with her new abilities, but was a little upset that her father did not see her progress. It was wonderful and sad at the same time. Guchen gave a stern look and called out to his uncle, who quickly ran up to them, ready for any orders. They came to a beautiful place, illuminated by the rays of the sun. The surrounding nature seemed alive and breathing harmony. The young master was walking beside his uncle and wanted to ask if his father had told him where he had gone when he decided to leave them 2 years ago. Gu Qianzuo was the father of this body. He was to teach the young master all he knew. Although the boy did not have a special gift, his father always cared and patiently taught him. He instilled in him concepts of values and taught him important lessons throughout their time together, shaping his character and outlook. But there was an unpleasant situation with the Liu family, and the father could not withstand the pressure and left. The young master was not supposed to talk about it, but 2 years ago his father disappeared. He went to save the young lad, sacrificing himself for his safety. It was all because he had a mother about whom no one knew the truth. The young master remembered that his mother died in childbirth, or so he was told, but the uncle said that this was a common opinion. She was actually from the Liu family in Wenggu Prefecture. After she gave birth to Yuehan, she was taken away by her relatives. And this prefecture is famous for its strong spiritual energy. The Liu family is one of the most powerful families in this world, whose influence extends to all lands. The uncle told him that they decided to force the mistress into marriage in order to ask for help and avoid this fate. Xuanzhen and his skills were strong enough and they had improved during this time. Why shouldn't he return them? The boy raced through the forest like an arrow and quickly reached Wanggu Prefecture. He stopped so suddenly that it seemed as if the wind were breaking the bricks under his feet. As he expected, the closer he got to the place, the stronger his energy became. They were using this energy to practice, but as he approached this place, he didn't feel any fatigue. Moreover, he helped Han get her parents back. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. There was enough energy, so why didn't he start practicing? He sat down in a quiet place and began to circulate the energy. His body was saturated with chi energy, and his cultivation reached incredible heights. It seemed that a portal of pure energy had opened behind him. Behind this portal was the grandfather with his granddaughter. They noticed someone practicing in front of the cave. Being in a protective barrier, they wanted to drive him away so that he would not interfere. Grandfather looked at this man, realizing that his cultivation level was not that high, but he was very dangerous. Because of this, he asked his granddaughter to throw nonsense out of her head. The young hostess did not want to put up with this. She was sorry that she could not run away and practice on her own, because she had to collect medicine and various herbs with her grandfather. The next morning, the young owner breathed in the fresh air of this forest. The energy reached an incredible level, and he decided to exhale and finish the practice. He rose to his feet, feeling rather tired. The granddaughter noticed that finally this guy stopped. She poked a finger at him and almost caused trouble. The young master noticed that someone was following him and turned his gaze towards them. The grandfather began to excuse his granddaughter, saying that she was just surprised by his sudden appearance, and he only asked if they were lost. The old man approached the young man, and never having seen such energy before, asked him which clan master he was from. The young master looked up and admitted that he was from the Xiaoyao clan. Then the grandfather offered help to this boy, wanting to get out of the forest. Gu Qin, in turn, had no such intentions. He excused himself, saying that he had an important task to attend to. When the young man left the old man, he thought to himself, the Xiaoyao clan was not known in these lands, and the energy of this clan was not that strong. His granddaughter asked, "What is so strange about this? Wasn't there someone from the Xiaoyao clan in the kingdom?" But Grandpa understood that the kingdom was completely isolated from others, and could anyone raise such a strong boy with such energy? However, it did not matter to the granddaughter because no one will ever compare to her grandfather. But she was wrong. He had not had the opportunity to make a breakthrough in his powers for a long time. But when he saw this young man, he felt that maybe he could learn something from this boy whom he met by chance. We moved to the prefecture of Wanggu, the capital of this region, where the young master was headed. He looked at her from above, admiring her majesty and beauty. His gaze rested on a ring tied with a rope. He looked thoughtfully at this mysterious object, which had a special meaning for him. He realized that his father had left him this ring before he disappeared a few days ago. Memories of that moment flooded him in a wave. He discovered this artifact while searching the room. Upon finding it by chance, he felt a hidden power radiating from it. His attention was attracted by a thing tied on a rope. She looked mysterious and, no doubt, important for his further journey. He turned to the Sky and Stars energy store, hoping to unlock the potential of this magical item. After activating the power of 1,000 miles, his eyes glowed with energy. He felt power fill his body and mind, opening new horizons. With this power, he was able to see the people he was interested in. His gaze penetrated through distances, finding the right images. From them came exactly the energy that he needed. He could sense their presence even at a great distance. He immediately found them. Beautiful ladies, whom he looked at with interest and attention, trying to understand their role in his fate. He went to the guest yard where he met them. The place was filled with an atmosphere of anticipation and mystery. The ladies and their servants entered the bar, and suddenly one of them began to riot, attracting the attention of all visitors. It was the daughter of the Qi family, Jin Yan, who asked her servant to leave her alone. Her face expressed sadness and determination. People in the bar were surprised by her presence. Someone heard from Master Han that a famous alchemist is going to get married. But why is she wandering around here? But what's wrong with that? Why is she killing herself like that? She just wanted a glass of alcohol and nothing more, trying to forget her worries. At that moment, a young master appeared in the bar, who did not come here by chance. The waiter politely invited him to sit down. He chose a table opposite these ladies and watched them intently, without taking his eyes off, as if looking for answers to his questions. He could feel Gu Qianhua's energy. That meant they had definitely been in contact at least once in the past year, and it couldn't be a coincidence. The waitress approached the young master and asked what he wanted to order. Her smile was friendly. He ordered 2 bottles of wine, which he planned to drink today. His order was unusual and attracted attention. Hearing this, the young lady from the Qi family felt something in her heart. Excitement came over her, and she couldn't stay away. She clutched her clothes, trying to calm herself. Emotions overwhelmed her, and she felt an irresistible urge to act. She got up from her table, took a glass of alcohol, and confidently moved forward, heading toward the stranger. She walked straight up to Master and asked with a slight smile, "Don't you get bored drinking alone? Why don't we have a drink together?" she offered, looking into his eyes, where the reflections of the candles were reflected. The young master was waiting for her appearance. All this time he was thinking about how to start a conversation, and now fate itself brought her to him. The lady of the Qi family remarked that he was a stranger in these parts, and inquired where he came from. Her curiosity was undisguised. He replied that he had come here to find his relatives. His voice was calm, but his eyes shone with hope. He pulled out a scroll with a picture of the man he was looking for. It was his father, and he hoped to get some news about him. When the lady saw this image, she knew it was Uncle Gu. Her face showed surprise and recognition. By their reaction, the young master knew that they knew him. The heart beat faster with anticipation. Her assistant added, "Moreover, the lady saved his life." This was unexpected news for him. When Uncle Gu appeared at the prefecture, he was seriously injured and lying on the road. They picked him up and treated him with great care. It was later revealed that he was related to the Lu family, so he went to them, and they never saw him again. It left many questions unanswered. The assistant pointed out that there were rumors that Lu's family was holding him hostage. The lady from the Qi family asked her not to talk nonsense, because they were not sure about it and her long tongue might get her into trouble. The young master insisted strongly that he be taken there at any cost. In response, the lady warned, if he acts recklessly, he will end up as tragically as his father. He only calmly assured her that there was no need to worry. He would take care of everything himself. However, his plan seemed naive to her because he was new to these parts and did not realize the full power of the Lu family. The Lu family is unparalleled in the entire prefecture, with 3 5th-rank masters at their side, and the city overflowing with their supporters. Pouring a glass of wine, she advised him to take his time and think about how to get his father out of there. "But what method can you propose to free my father from the Lu family's power?" he asked. The lady had a plan, but she doubted if he was ready to go through with it. Lightly touching the glass with her red lips, she began to talk about the only chance. Her eyes flashed with a sly glint as she offered, "The only way out is if you become part of my family," and pointed a thin finger at him lightly. Stepping back, he sharply replied that such a plan was absolute nonsense. However, she persisted, explaining that Lu's family would definitely come to the wedding of someone from her family, and then he would have a chance to act. However, such a plan was quite risky, and far from as simple as it seemed at first glance, and no one could dissuade the young man from his intentions. At that moment, her assistant realized that the situation was taking an unexpected turn. The lady understood that he had just rejected her proposal. Then the assistant, without hesitation, grabbed the young master by the leg, indignantly asking how he could behave like that. Gu Chen was stunned by such an act, as he did not expect someone to grab his leg. The assistant continued to insist, reminding that the lady had saved his father's life, and it was time to thank him for her kindness. "Otherwise, who will protect you from those bandits?" added the lady with a touch of sarcasm. Chen had never experienced such an unpleasant feeling as now when someone was clinging to his leg. There was a commotion in the bar. The men turned their attention to a young man who seemed to be clinging to two girls in broad daylight. He realized that he was in an unpleasant situation, and sighing, waved his hand. Focusing Chi's energy, he bound the lady who continued to beg to let her go, accusing him of being heartless. Tired of the uproar, he finally asked her to shut up. Had she not spoken yet? Their loud voices gave him a headache. He just wanted to put an end to this commotion. It was obvious that he did not know how to communicate with women, so the assistant decided to obey his wish. Soon the motorcade set off. The lady and the young Master Chen were riding in the carriage, and the girl confessed that she did not want to marry Mr. Han at all. That is why she decided to take such a step, hoping that since he is a foreigner, there should be no problems. If we get married, you can get to lose family, and I will avoid an unwanted marriage, she explained. After that, my father and I will be able to leave the prefecture. Even if the family finds out about everything, they will not want to spoil their reputation because of such a scandal, she added with confidence. However, Chen understood that such a plan could negatively affect her future and reputation. However, she admitted that she does not want to get married at all. She was convinced that even if her reputation suffered, she would devote herself fully to cultivation. Chen noticed the glint of ambition in her eyes, and decided that this plan might make sense. The assistant was sure that everything would go smoothly. They need to create an image that will not arouse suspicion from Master Khan. Since he came from the Jin Kingdom, they asked him to pretend to be the Xiaoyao clan master. In his mind, the young master thought that he needed to pretend to be who he really was, because this clan had been forgotten for many years, the lady said. But they had definitely heard of it a couple of years ago. If Jian insists on marrying him, everything will be fine. A few days later, at the appointed time, the master agreed to this adventure. The lady got out of the carriage and wished him luck. The young master appeared behind her. Then she saw someone running towards her, calling her name. Jian. It was the master of the Han family who was eagerly awaiting her return, and greeted her with a hug. But he squinted and noticed something unusual. She came with some guy whom he didn't like at all. He immediately became jealous and asked, "Who is this guy?" Jian replied that he was just her friend. Hao was not joking. What kind of friend can you share a carriage with? But the lady believed that she should not report to him. He asked her not to be rude. It was an elder of the Chi family who also noticed the situation. The girl is already an adult, but everything continues to rebel. He had wanted to take control of her for a long time. He scolded her, but the lady returned to Hao. She saw his angry look, and he even licked his lips when he heard that her father was reprimanding her. After hearing these words, she emphasized that her father was absolutely right. Father was amazed that she listened to him for the first time, because a few days ago they were talking about marriage, but she was very angry. Then the girl introduced her new chosen one to her father. His name is Master Xuan Chen. He is the Xiaoyao clan master, and I want to spend my whole life with him. Please, father, bless our marriage. Her father did not believe her words because the master of this clan was not and could not be. But since he appeared, he did not know, and many of his fellow clansmen came with him. For what purpose, he wondered. The young master explained that the mighty master was currently busy with practices, so he had come here personally on private business. Father realized that the rumors were true. The Xiaoyao clan had destroyed the fire cult. Although their kingdom is inferior to them in strength, this young man has certain abilities that cannot be ignored. You can't miss this chance. But Mr. Hao started to stop Mr. Qi. Where is he going? After all, he recently blessed their marriage, but now he is changing his mind. The father is a little confused, but he loves his daughter and cannot go against her will in the matter of marriage. She finally found someone whom she loved very much. In this case, Hao refuses to serve them. As an alchemist, he would no longer be of any help to them. He draws his shining sword and directs his power at him. He summons the master, who has called himself the future husband of his mistress, and wants to fight him in a duel. If he is ready for this, he should accept this challenge. The girl stated that Hanmo, even though he is an alchemist, should not underestimate others. The fact that he challenges without knowing the consequences can be very frustrating for him. Our hero, in turn, comes forward, declaring that there are 5 days left until the wedding, and this duel will be decisive. Whoever wins the duel for Jian will marry the lady. Hao had already foreseen the death of his opponent and gladly accepted the challenge, confident in his inevitable victory. They agreed to fight to the death, and nothing could stop them. Fate was to decide everything on the battlefield. His sword, glinting in the rays of the sunset, gave him a sense of superiority. and he was convinced that he would definitely defeat his opponent. The same evening they gathered in a bar. The girl was apologizing to Gu Chen for this happening. She could never have thought that things would turn out like this. Her heart was full of anxiety and regret. Such duels are extremely dangerous, and you'd better get out of here. You won't be able to handle him, she insisted. I will deal with all these troubles myself, she added, trying to protect him from possible trouble. But Gu Chen replied, if I do that, I will ruin the reputation of the Xiaoyao clan. Don't worry, I'm not a weakling, it's not even worth my attention. The assistant warned him again, urging him to be careful. You can consider yourself strong enough, but your strength in our lands is not enough to win, she emphasized. Your skills are no match for our masters. You have no idea who you're dealing with. The young lady was worried that he might be suspended, and she was only at the beginning stage by their prefecture's standards. Why don't you compare with me first? She suggested. The master looked at his opponent and, smiling slightly, said, why not? He loudly knocked the glass on the table and said, well, let's try it. Then a self-confident lady stood in front of our hero and said, attack! Today I will show you such a martial art that you will simply be dumbfounded, she boldly declared. She crossed her arms and an atmosphere of purple cultivation began to spread around. Energy filled the space. 2 dragon powers appeared above her, symbolizing the dragon's strike. It was an incredible sight. With all her incredible energy and determination, she rushed at him like lightning. Our hero saw that this blow could not do anything to him. He remained unmoved. The lady was worried not to hurt this boy in any way, but she was determined. After the chaos of the impact, when the dust settled, the young master could be seen holding the lady by the throat. She lost ignominiously, not even being able to direct her shot. It was a big blow for her. The lady looked at her assistant, and she even wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. The assistant could not understand how this was possible. A boy from the province was able to turn something similar in a second. He looked into her eyes and wondered, do people still practice the Tangani technique? Then the lady asked, how do you know about this? The owner did not understand why they practiced it. But if it was a family technique, then they must know it. If this is your family's technique, you could come up with something better in 500 years, he noted. The lady was amazed by the insight of this guy. How does he know such details? This surprised the young master. He never expected to meet his descendants who inherited this technique. The young master did not think that he would meet with them, because he had not planned it at all. And this practice was far from simple. If she does not have a descendant who will help in a difficult moment, then it is possible to go crazy. But the girl replied that she didn't care. After all, he can help her if she is not mistaken, and this has already happened before. She turned to Master Gu. They value this technique and are willing to give anything for it. These words of the girl sounded at that moment and in that life. And now he sees her in a completely new form, and she asks him how he found out. He understands that he got into a rather ridiculous situation and a little more. And he would have allowed the irreparable. That is, he would marry his direct descendant. They soon found themselves in the pill-making room. The lady's assistant was amazed that this guy even knew how to make pills, and she hadn't even heard of this recipe. It was good to talk, of course, but it was necessary to keep quiet for a while, because they were just watching, and this was the best option for them. The young master squinted his eyes, which were filled with sunlight. As he lifted his hand up, large orbs began to fill the entire room. Everything lit up with the pink glow of pills filled with energy. The girls were shocked. These are spirit pills, and this guy managed to create so many at one time? They could not believe their eyes. They immediately bowed to him and apologized for their tactlessness, because he turned out to be a great master. Only one of their ancestors ever succeeded in recreating this recipe. He was the best alchemist in their prefecture, but this guy managed to create 100 such pills with incredible energy. It was really impressive. The young master held in his hands incredible pills that he had prepared for the girls. They gladly swallowed this shining object, pills that give incredible power. He stood behind them and filled his hands with chi energy. And then, when they took the pills, he pointed his hands in their direction, and their whole body began to ache. They were simply filled with this power. The young mistress asked Zhao Yu to calm down, even though it was unusual. Then the young master pointed out that their technique for practice was wrong, and if they continued like this, they would lose their power. He prepared spiritual meridians of a different type for them. He has no other business than to help them as a master. In the future, practicing taking into account his recommendations, they will be able to reach a new level. This miraculous action affected them and filled the room with incredible energy. And soon they realized that something extraordinary was happening. They were able to break through to a new level, and her assistant also succeeded. They were overjoyed. Guchen took out a small item from his pocket. These were the pills that needed to be passed on. They could change the course of events. He would later teach his companions what he had learned himself, and he knew that if they mastered this knowledge, all would be well. This information soon leaked to the head of the clan, causing a wave of curiosity and concern. The girls told their father about Master Gu, who was a true expert in his field. It seems that this guy not only relieved the girls of pain all over their bodies, but also made them stronger. It meant that he was a real phenomenon. He ordered all members of their clan to immediately take these pills, realizing the power they could give. The father approached his daughter Jian and praised her. She had helped their family a lot. "You are a great young lady, but how did you even meet this man?" he asked, looking at her curiously. She decided to tell the truth. She simply asked him to play along with her in this situation. Hearing this, the father fell into a real rage. His face was flushed with anger, and his eyes glittered with indignation. She could not have thought that this person would turn out to be so strong. Her plan took on unexpected proportions. "Since this has already happened, and the situation has developed as it is, we will not deviate from our plan. If Gu really finds his father, it will solve a lot of problems," she said, trying to calm her father down. But the question was what to do with their marriage. This topic caused a new wave of tension. The father emphasized, "If you saw those pills, this guy can make our family the strongest in the prefecture. Would it be bad if such a person became part of our family?" he added hopefully. 5 days later, they welcomed Brother Huan. Everyone gathered for the important event, eagerly awaiting the start. All these people came with the elders of the family. They were always respected. Huan, the alchemist, greeted his uncle respectfully, bowing his head in reverence. But the elder remarked, "My son, it is better to call me a matchmaker, because we will soon have children." However, the old man asked not to rush with words before the duel. It's unnecessary to talk about what hasn't happened yet, and it's worth focusing on the upcoming match. The young alchemist, hiding under the mask of a smile, thought that this old man would still regret his words to him. When they came to the battlefield, everyone felt a new aura. Did he manage to break through and increase his strength? The tension grew with each passing minute. The elder noticed that he had managed to reach this level at a young age. The potential of their family was incredible. But the clan leader asked them to stop talking and just get down to business. The time had come, and everyone was waiting for the start. "Today you have been invited to observe the battle, so let everyone be careful and do not interfere," he announced, addressing the audience. Everyone accepted this order from the Long family elder, who was also present as a guest of honor, showing his support. Everyone gathered around this significant event that could glorify their family. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and excitement. One of them noted that the candidate may have a similar name. It caused certain suspicions and conversations. But then, why were we invited to this match, if in fact it is our son? Asked one of those present, not understanding the situation. This man didn't even know who he was to contact such an opponent who had such a high level. The risk was huge. "And his son is a real despair," remarked a passing young man, looking skeptically at the battlefield. "He doesn't even deserve to die in a duel," added another, expressing contempt. Long Bin, a real brute, was rude to his uncle, and the young master's mother did not like it. The tension between the relatives grew. Mr. Liu approached the aunt, who pointed out that she was the one who gave life to this scoundrel. And now he dares to behave like this. She never considered him worthy of even being called her nephew, because his actions humiliated the honor of the family. He began to scoff, saying that if he and Master Chen hadn't met, that guy would still be in prison, and they had nothing to be proud of. Suddenly, dark clouds thickened in the air. A thunderstorm began, and the tension became almost palpable. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the taunting boy, and he was reduced to ashes, leaving everyone in a state of shock. His lifeless body fell at the feet of Auntie and Mistress Liu, causing a wave of fear and surprise. And their son Chen appeared on the horizon, whom they had not seen for a long time and whom they missed so much. It was their young son Chen, whom they loved immensely. They could not believe their eyes. They could not imagine where he came from, and how he managed to return after everything that had happened. "How did you manage to survive and escape?" asked his father, running up to him. But the young master only noted that the Liu family had been wiped off the face of the earth. "I came just for you," Chen said. And his mother asked him what he really was up to and why he was behaving like this. "If it's really you, come closer, because you've grown up like this and I hardly recognize you," said the mother with tears in her eyes. When she reached for his face, he instinctively pulled away, not ready to accept her motherly caress. He stepped back, feeling that he was not ready to be the son, and there was a tense silence between them. Soon the warriors gathered around, watching this amazing sight, not understanding what was happening. The senior commander of the Lanlin delegation paid attention to the noise coming from the side and decided to find out the reason. The mother begged her son not to be angry with her for leaving without saying goodbye. He looked at her as if she were a stranger. The father stressed that Chenier should not treat his mother this way, even if circumstances forced her to return. Suddenly, the leader of the Lee Squad appeared in front of them, who could not let these scoundrels hope for this marriage. "Get out, or I will kill this scumbag," the father said. Whatever his mother was, but she did everything for the young master to survive. You have no right to interfere. The thing is, her father found out about everything, and if she had managed to destroy the formation, things would have turned out very differently, he added, trying to explain the situation. Tears appeared in the mother's eyes. She prayed for her son every day, hoping for his return. The young master looked at his so-called parents and saw that they had been through a lot, and it touched his heart. He decided to tell them that he had come here for them, because his sister had talked a lot about them, and he wanted to see them. The scoundrel from the Liu clan heard these words and was furious. "How dare you talk to her like that?" he shouted, approaching our hero with his sword. However, he did not expect that with a single movement of his sword, the young master will be able to explode with such energy that it will throw him aside, as if from a powerful bomb. The man from the clan had not expected such repulsion and resistance. He was stunned by the strength of the opponent. As the young master's hand swept over him, he saw his imminent death and fear gripped his heart. A searing blow struck him in the torso and pierced through, leaving him powerless against the enemy's might. Tossing him aside, the young master destroyed everything around him, wreaking havoc where he fell. He does not tolerate any resistance to his address, and even more so from such scoundrels unworthy of his attention. But the boy, having survived a strong blow and still standing on his feet, defiantly called the young master a real bastard. The fact that you don't know who you just fought and who you raised your hand to already makes you a suicide, he exclaimed. The mother asked her brother to show mercy, because this is her son. She became a human shield in front of him, trying to stop this arbitrariness and save him from destruction. This boy could not stand such arbitrariness. Hatred filled his heart. How can this scoundrel attack him? He will definitely kill him. He is doomed to die, and even the fact that she belongs to their family will not save him. But the mother became defensive. She will not allow even a finger to touch her son. And at that moment, someone suddenly intervened, appearing directly from the sky, forcing everyone to stop. It was Elder A who addressed the master, informing him that the duel was about to begin and that everyone was waiting for it. The master, in turn, was ready for any turn of events and focused on his enemy. The head understood that if he did not stop this guy, chaos would probably break out in the prefecture. He decided to appeal to the head clan elder so that he would not touch him, and the best thing was to calm down. But that boy began to laugh cruelly, not expecting that this was the very young man who had provoked the Han family. Guchen was amazed. If it was so difficult to guess it, then it means that he is a fool. Hearing these words addressed to him, the enemy became even more angry. Looking at one of his warriors, he saw Bin lying on the ground, disfigured by lightning. He wanted to somehow help him, but he was barely breathing. The elder promised that out of respect for the master, he would postpone their showdown until later. Then the young master told him straight to his face that he doubted he would live to see this moment. Back to the battleground, people were spreading rumors about how crazy the Xiao Yao clan was. He dared to challenge the Han family, and this was not just a spit in their direction, but a mockery of the entire prefecture. The result of this battle will be simply incredible, because one of them will die. The young mistress understood that she had started all this, and she was worried about the master. When the match was about to start, the referee raised his hand and announced the start. The alchemist held his sharp sword, bearing it. He looked into his opponent's eyes and was amazed that he didn't even flinch. He rushed with incredible strength and aura towards this young man, deciding that today he would learn what it means to oppose him. Our hero, taking his time, began to draw his dagger. Striking at the bared sword, he easily dodged the alchemist's attack. He managed to dodge with one turn of his leg. He suddenly jumped outside the ring, which could have been a violation of the rules. People already thought that he had left the arena and would now be punished. But he didn't jump out because he didn't know the rules. It meant the battle was over. His opponent was dead. An incredible red stream of liquid flooded everything around, destroying the opponent with a light blow of his bare sword. Everyone was amazed by the incredible strength of this young man, who had not even broken a sweat. but had already killed a powerful opponent. Then the elder looked at his son and could not believe his eyes. He was in a disfigured state, and his father took him in his arms, addressing him. He did not understand how this was possible. He did not even notice how the blow was delivered. Our hero in turn emphasized that he is in a hurry and does not have time. If anyone doubts my strength, let them go to the battlefield and compete. Who's next? He said. Seeing this, the people and the chief elders and clan leaders simply swallowed the bitter lump and could not move in fear. But at the same time, the heads of all high-ranking officials turned their attention to this young man and could not believe their eyes. The mother ran to the young Master Chen and asked if everything was okay with him. He answered her question that everything is fine. Their conversation was interrupted by the loud laughter of one of the scoundrels. A moment ago he could not recognize him and only wanted to destroy him. But now he claims that Chen is a worthy representative of their family and is ready to make an exception by accepting him into his clan. Hearing this, Gu Chen's mother was outraged that her brother was not even joking. She asked the young master to thank his uncle, because he had shown him kindness today. The man remarked that the boy had some talent. Instead of conflicting with him, it is better to get him on their side, which will strengthen their family. Gu Chen laughed when he heard these words of loyalty. He wasn't sure he wanted that at all, and he thought such suggestions were downright stupid on the part of the scoundrel. Everyone was shocked at the humiliation of their leader, who had just been publicly insulted. The soldiers did not know how to restrain themselves. One of the warriors commented that Gu Chen was a real idiot, and he should know that he was lucky because his father was kind to him. It was clear that talent goes hand in hand with pride. If he does not understand the whole situation, then there can be serious consequences. Turning back, the mother began to worry for her son as the alchemist's men approached him. The father could not bear the loss of his son and ordered his soldiers to go forward. He had no choice. Charging his staff with divine energy, he could not accept the death of his descendant. All of them and his entire clan focused their energies on destroying Gu Chen and taking his life. Then the host declared from the podium that it was not too late to kneel before him, and then he would save his life. But the young master did not see the problem at all, even when he saw a large number of opponents in front of him. And though his mother and father tried to stop him, he would not listen to them. He had his own plans. He approached the center of the arena and asked the elder to wait a moment. The elder sided with him, saying that they had made a contract before the fight, so he could not interfere. But the indignant father could not believe what had happened. These words seemed frivolous to him. However, the chairman and the elder confirmed that according to the agreement, Master Gu becomes his son-in-law after the victory. Filling the place with his energy, he couldn't let that happen and decided to side with him. It was an incredible sight. Great leaders pitted against each other, testifying to the strength of the talent they were willing to fight for. The old man, who had just lost his son, sought to destroy this wretch. They are not even married yet, and he accepts that he will become a member of his family, and he cannot accept it. The old man raised his staff. Perhaps he would retreat now, but let them not be accused of cruelty later. The warriors stood behind the elder, thanking him for his support. They were sure of themselves. They are not afraid of anything now, and they are not afraid of the clan that threatens them. The brother commander from Lu could not understand what was happening. In just a few days, their clans had become stronger. The strength of this clan, which was weak before, was able to break through to the next level. But the elder, looking at their energy, still ordered the soldiers not to be afraid and kill that scoundrel who killed his son, promising a generous reward. Two powerful clans faced each other, and it was a great confrontation that seemed impossible yesterday, but today has become a reality. Those people were distracted by the clan representatives who came to help the master. One of them struck in the very center, scattering all the warriors around. Members of the Xiaoyao clan appeared, ready to defeat anyone for the sake of their leader. Their unexpected appearance caused tension in the battle, adding to the nervousness of everyone present. The clan commander could not understand what was wrong with them and why they were all so powerful. And the young master stood calmly. For him, all these movements seemed too slow. It was clear that Master Gu was a cold-blooded and ruthless man. We returned to the restaurant 5 days ago, when everything was just beginning. The representatives of the Xiao clan were already about to help their master, but their commander stopped them. However, the girl admitted that they had become much stronger thanks to the master. Why should she be afraid of two women? However, their mentor ordered them to stay in Wanga Prefecture and go there without explaining the reason. He believed that no one in the prefecture could match him in strength. Despite such a delicate situation, they should have kept their composure. In order not to complicate the situation, they should not have worried. No matter how strong he is, he's a man, and maybe he likes girls falling at his feet. After a few minutes, everything quieted down. Then they learned that Master was going to marry a lady from the Chi family. However, they did not fully understand why he was doing this. To report to the Master, he came and apologized for his tardiness. In fact, he didn't disobey orders, so he had nothing to fear. The young Master approved of them, noting that they were just in time, and instructed them to clean up the surroundings. He emphasized that there should be no dirt on the ground. His soldiers diligently followed the order and were ready to test their strength against worthy opponents. An elder who had just lost his alchemist son saw incredible power. She flashed before his eyes, and soon, their entire clan lay on the ground, swords down for good. And those who were the leaders of the clan will remain only in the silence of the old man. One of them used a secret technique, and it was pretty dishonest. However, the young man did not expect praise for this, but still managed to master it. The Lu clan watched this closely, not understanding how such a small Xiao clan was able to defeat the strongest family in the prefecture without much effort. It wasn't just noticeable, it was incredible. Gu Chen appeared behind this master. He was certain that this would apply to anyone who stood in his way. And now, sword in hand, he wanted to return to the recent question. The mother wanted to stop her son, who could do the irreparable. But he saw how this person behaved with her. Why should she still listen to him after that? The mother understood this very well, but he must not kill him. She will do it for him. No matter what happens to her, it doesn't matter how they treat her. However, he is still her uncle. And she does not want Gu Chen to carry the stigma of killing his own uncle for the rest of his life. The people on the side began to discuss that this guy was a real monster. He not only wanted to destroy the Han family, but also decided to kill his father. When he drew attention to them, people covered their mouths so as not to invite trouble. His mother wanted to stop him from listening to them, and from taking on such responsibility. The young master understood that he did not care about them. Why should he listen to them? But a strange feeling came over him when someone close to him was protecting him. For the sake of his mother, he spared his uncle. But this was the first time he had taken such a step. However, the young master told this uncle that his mother did not want any more unhappiness in the family. "If you bother her again," he said, showing the materialized sword in his hands. With a flick of his fingers, he was able to direct it, tossed towards this man. The sword crashed into the wall, and at that moment a sphere of pure energy cut through it. Uncle realized that this guy was simply incredible. He took with him all who came with him. It was obvious that the father was letting them go, but he was shocked to realize that it was necessary to call the elders. And on this occasion, the whole council gathered. After a while, all the high-ranking guests gathered in the Qi family hall. The father of the young master thanked for the help. If he and his son had not intervened, he does not know what could have happened. However, a high-ranking elder from the family asked not to be so serious because now they are one family, and formalities are inappropriate. The elder said that he had given the order to prepare for the wedding, and it could be held right now. Gu Chen was amazed at how quickly things were unfolding, but the elder was famous for the fact that in their prefecture, everything happens quickly. Let the bridegroom wear his wedding outfit. At this moment, the young master did not come up with an excuse and quickly realized that he would not be let go so easily. He was led to a luxurious building, with decorations and a festive atmosphere. Right in front of the altar sat the elder and the father of the young master. A bride was waiting for her husband in a beautiful dress. Her assistant, as usual, asked her not to worry because her new husband would arrive soon. She remembered her father's words that he was a good guy, and although this marriage would be arranged, he had taken this responsibility upon himself. She did not understand one thing. Is she really going against herself and getting into this marriage for selfish reasons? Soon she turned her head and saw that he had already arrived. He put on a wedding outfit and appeared serious, not showing any emotions with his facial expressions. The lady, seeing her future husband, felt something incredible. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to stop. She did not understand what was happening to her. Emotions overwhelmed her, and she could barely contain her excitement. The assistant greeted the young master, whom everyone was eagerly waiting for. They stood before the altar, as was their clan's custom, and the ceremony began. Parents looked at their children and could not believe how quickly they had grown up. Some were surprised that the young master, a legendary teacher, had decided to marry so quickly. When the lady asked if she wished to marry Master Gu Chen, she became nervous. Gu Chen, on the other hand, did not show an ounce of doubt or fear on his face. The girl admitted to herself that she wanted to become stronger, and she needed someone who could guide her, so she asked him to play his part. Understanding all the consequences and advantages, he played along with her and agreed. The assistant began to beat a loud drum. The time has come. The beautiful time has come. May heaven and earth, Bless the newlyweds. At that moment, they bowed, thanking heaven and earth that their destinies had come together. The next bow was to the parents who blessed their children. Then they bowed to each other as a sign of respect. Everyone was looking forward to the first wedding night they were to spend together. The bride should have been taken to the chambers. Everyone had a premonition, but they themselves were not very happy about it. They sat down in their rooms somewhat awkwardly and were mostly silent. The young lady understood that now she was married, but she did not know what to do next. She remembered the words of her assistant. Today they would become one with the man, and she decided that she could do it. She began to act as it was written in the books, but Guchen stopped her, looking into her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Had he changed his mind? She was sure that he would do everything carefully and responsibly, and she, for her part, would make every effort. Guchen looked at her and asked her to sit down normally and not to fuss. "The fact that you lied down like that is not good at all," he said calmly. She realized that she had miscalculated somewhere, and was embarrassed by her actions. When she sat down straight, the young master reached out to her and began to fill her with energy. He used to show her exercises, but he doesn't want to waste time and energy. Let her need disappear and strength will strengthen. At that moment, the energy of the young master filled her body, cleansing it of all negativity. She looked at him and did not understand. Is he even human? He was so strong and courageous that she didn't even know who to compare him to. But he only asked her to hold on. Interesting sounds came from your room and it attracted people's attention. The assistant could not believe that the lady took matters into her own hands so quickly. The next day, the newlyweds finally left their room. The door suddenly opened and Mr. Gu Chen came out with a serious face as if nothing had happened. But the lady looked completely different. Their friends and servants began to greet them good morning. The lady was even ashamed. Maybe they thought something wrong. Feeling ashamed, she went to make a cup of tea for her mother. Gu Chen looked at his wife and realized that something was wrong with her. One of his team remarked that judging by her red face, Master had helped her with her cultivation. They probably stayed up all night. For breakfast, the mother called her son, and he even assumed that something had happened. She put her hand on him, and she asked what he did, why he didn't think about the girl's feelings, and immediately got into bed with her. The mother was disappointed because she wanted to become a grandmother to her grandchildren, but she also wanted to protect the girl. But the young master remembered the previous night and understood the maternal feeling of concern. Who knew that this girl was so weak? After cultivating, she couldn't even stand up, and it takes a lot of strength to practice. He decided to tell his mother that he understood her, and she, in turn, asked him not to touch his wife and give her a couple of days of rest. After a while, he decided to stop talking to his mother about it, because why would their family need a master like him? But it was quite a long story. She remembered that she was born from her father's maid and did not officially belong to the family. She had no talent for formations, and she was exiled for a long time. But 15 years later, when she grew up and was sent to the master, she saw their family's treasure map, which brought her a lot of public attention. Then the young master asked what kind of card it was. The mother said that it belonged to their ancestors. It is said that there are weapons and rare treasures hidden on that map to aid in cultivation. Many wanted to get it. They tried to manipulate the woman, and as soon as she became stronger, they would be able to activate her. They were against the marriage with the young master's father, and it turns out that he, in turn, needs to stay closer to them. Soon, in a secret room located in the Lynn family, the elder was engaged in cultivation and filled the air with energy. He turned to his soldiers and said that now was not the time, because he was informed by the master about an unusual boy who possessed powerful energy. And then, filled with energy at the master's command, they set out for the Qi family mansion. It doesn't matter how strong that guy is, he poses a great threat to him and must be eliminated with all his might. At this moment, his disciple rushes to the elder, covered in blood, and says that trouble has come. Gu Chen has just destroyed their defenses and is heading this way. This is a serious problem indeed. They didn't expect him to attack first. The soldiers ran to the cries of their comrades. They could not believe their eyes when they entered the cold, death-filled building. In front of them stood our hero. The elder saw his warrior begging for help. Gu Chen looked at everyone as if they were nothing, deeming them unworthy of his attention. Is this the pride of the prefecture? According to the elder, he crossed the line of what is allowed, and he will not be forgiven for this. The elder's incredible power began to fall on the young man, who stood motionless, not even moving. However, his incredible aura repelled the fiery attack. The elder realized that he could not resist this opponent. His own death reflected in his eyes, and he retreated. A burst of incredible power from the young master covered him with his head. He could not stand on his feet, Everything began to bleed in his eyes. He felt the incredible scale of this power. He lost control of himself and fell to his knees. His legs stopped obeying, and he realized that everything was bad. His sons looked at him, not understanding what had happened to their father. Guchen then ordered everyone to kneel down and listen to him. But suddenly, an incredible blow flies at him. It was the head of the clan who could not bear to have someone break into his house and flew at him with his sword. But then he saw someone he didn't expect to meet there. He saw the young man with an incredible aura and stopped the attack, hiding his sword. His son, an elder, asked his father to help him, but he stopped. However, the younger man could not come to terms with the fact that the head of the family went down on his knees. It was a shame for him. Then the head of their clan folded his hands in respect. He recognized the disciple Lu Qingyun, who was their true ancestor. Kneeling before him, he made it clear that he was not an ordinary person. The warriors behind could not even believe their eyes that this had happened. All the legends that told about the ancestor related to this young man. Their father told them to shut their mouths and listen, not to annoy him. "If he's from the Lun family, does it mean you know each other?" they asked. The elder remembered that when he left them, he managed to break through the 5th rank. At this moment, his son couldn't hold back his hatred for it. He did not believe that this boy was the son of his 4th sister. If this is so, then it turns out that he is his nephew, the son of Qinyang, and he bowed the knee to him. The old man realized that he had sensed an aura, but could not understand how it all happened, and bowed before it. Guchen said that he was his mother's son, but not his grandson, and he probably didn't need to explain why things turned out this way. Now it looks like a bit of a misunderstanding. The head of the clan asks the boy to forget about the past and forgive him. However, the young master looks at him very seriously. He sees that the old man is sincerely apologetic, although a little guilty. Guchen asked the old man not to worry and said that he was not going to kill him. If he wants to make things right, let him bring him the treasure map and give it to his mother. One of the people present stated that this is their precious heirloom, and how can they do this? Then the father ordered his son to shut up. He opened all the doors to the young master and led him into the Sanhedrin. On this moonlit night, something happened that no one could have imagined. Our hero got to the secret room of the Lun family, where standing near the treasure map, he began to circulate energy. He swung with his incredible strength and made a breakthrough. The flash blinded everyone, and they almost lost their sight from such an incredible power that ignited a new dimension in their souls. The map even began to materialize right in front of them. At that moment, she dissipated and seemed to disappear. An entire generation of their family had tried to do it, and this boy had succeeded with such ease. Who is he anyway? No one could even imagine, but what he could do was simply incredible. Even though he is an ordinary guy, he can do things that only gods can do. After this map scroll was in his hands, on the horizon, from the mountains, a huge beam of light, descending from the sky, began to be seen. The warriors looked at this incredible world that shone in the sky. It was the same saint they had only read about in legends. He appeared on the horizon and rose above them. His silhouette was visible and his aura was glowing, but his face could not be seen yet. This is their ancient saint, who appears once every 1,000 years. The saint is the only emperor of true power. No one stronger on this continent exists. According to legends, in ancient times, few could match him in strength. After his death, he accumulated his powers in the ruins and remained there forever. The young master thought it was an ordinary treasure, but it turned out to be the real key to the saint. If he understands correctly, this scroll is that very breath. He left it as a clue that Gu Chen happened to find. The young master then turns to his subordinates from the Shao clan. He orders everyone to slowly assemble and kneel. As this place is full of spiritual power, it is the best option for a new home. From that day, they started their new path. Levitating, holding their huge swords, they moved to one place. The girl asked one of her colleagues if they were really going to move there. But he didn't call them there for nothing. There is no better place for their clan. At that moment, he ordered Chick to accompany his parents, while the rest would stay with him. He emphasized to the girl that the young master's orders should not be discussed. Since the master was recently married, he might get angry if she interfered and talked a lot about him. A letter arrived at the residence of the lady, the wife of our hero. Genyin received a letter explaining his departure. He had important business to attend to. Let him pass on his practice instructions to his father. If she wants to file for divorce, just let her send him the documents. He'll sign everything. Her assistant realized that the master had indeed left. In any case, she can concentrate on development, and yet she is grateful to that boy. If it weren't for him, she would never have felt the incredible power and probably wouldn't have gotten married. Soon, our hero, together with his team, arrived at a wall of incredible scale. The master stopped them at this moment and drew their attention. When one of his colleagues saw what was down there, he realized that this place was most likely the phantom of the Holy Spirit, and he probably created terrible beasts to protect his territory from strangers. The young master materialized quickly. He bursts into this territory, cutting the ground with his presence, making it clear who is the real owner here and who came here. His colleagues, when they saw what was happening, could not believe it. In the place where he stepped, an incredible cave was formed, similar to a secret door. Together, they moved into its center, and everything was in tongues of fire and various patterns. One of them poked her finger and wanted to draw their attention to the fact that the sacred Lintian characters were visible on the legendary statues. It was a large tombstone with hieroglyphs written on it. They looked around and saw that there were a lot of treasures, and when they approached one of them, they were attacked with the words, "How dare these barbarians!" He deflects the blow and warns his master, so that he would not fall under the influence of an unworthy force that could influence them. The criminals who attacked them offered to surrender voluntarily, arguing that they had lightning weapons. They came in an army, and the second option they offered was death. All of these guys were gold-level development, which was scary. At the moment when the two-tooth was headed for the young master, it lit up with electricity in his hands. One of the attackers asked if this young man was their leader. He advised them to disappear immediately, or they would not be able to control their rage now. The colleague of the young master could barely restrain himself, because for the insult of their master he was ready to decapitate the enemy. But the enemy's power was concentrated in one hand, and struck him. He was struck by the energy shocks that shot through his body. The team watched in horror as what happened to their comrade. They saw him fall to the ground coughing up blood. The attacker realized that these renegades had dared to enter where they did not belong. But for their audacity, they will receive what they deserve. And one of them rushed to the attack. A man with an extravagant hairstyle appeared from behind and threw a melee weapon. The boy struck her with his sword, but she bounced back and flew into the girl, who also managed to deflect this blow, falling to the ground. Our hero did not lose his vigilance, but did not even move his hands, just observed and analyzed the opponents. They began to mock them, claiming that the clan's disciples were so weak. They were convinced that the boy who was their leader was worthless and pointed the finger at him. But the young owner thought about what he meant by the word weak. The knight cheekily invited him to show his true strength, poking the boy again. From the side, the elder attacked him with a sword and struck him. He was about to cut him in half before he even reached the master. And at that moment, a cruel blow rang out, which stunned the enemies. They did not expect that their master would undergo such a long torment. Other members of the cult appeared behind. The energy of one of them tore enemies to pieces. One managed to cover himself with the other's body and survived, but his friend died. Everyone was amazed at how these people, having such weak powers, did what seemed impossible. The girl appeared behind the hero, and, whispering into the bleeding ear, said that many things in their power were beyond the ordinary. Her face reflected in his pupil like an impossible reality. At the same moment, the attacker's head flew off his shoulders, symbolizing his false confidence. They had to protect their master to the end, and they did, even if it cost them their lives. Our hero admitted that it was a great job, and all these techniques are still relevant, even after centuries of stagnation. The squad leader who had just disappeared stopped, not understanding what was happening. How were these people actually able to grasp the Imperial whistle? The chance that a few people will be able to master such a technique is extremely small, and they are young and have done it. Then the girl jokes, throwing a contemptuous look at the scoundrel, that she's ashamed of her master. She says that unlike him, she'll need 2 moves to kill, while those 2 only need 1. How dare this girl even say such a thing? Since when is 2 moves a lot for a task like this? He raises his weapon and asks them to come down to him. They absorbed the wisdom of the Imperial army, and with 60% of these runes in their family, he was confident in his strength. He is trying with all his might to attract the attention of one lady, who until this moment remained unknown and hidden. At this moment, she appears without a problem. It was the representative of the Qin family, Qinwan. She aims to get 90% of these runes, and therefore calmly descends. Together with the surviving knight, they enter the circle where 90% of the runes are located. The girl emphasizes with a smile that this is incredible, and wasting no time, gets down to business. She draws out her fiery sword, infusing it with chi energy, and an incredibly large sword that could cut through anything lit up in her hands, radiating power. At this moment, even the master began to look at her with a certain danger in his eyes. After all, her silhouette, filled with chi energy, began to take on the form of cultivation. She loudly shouts to her colleague that now they will act together. Some people felt fear because it was the same sword of Emperor Thor, a legendary weapon. When asked what kind of sword it was, one of them replied, "It is a deadly weapon that has belonged to the Emperor for many years. His power comes from the blood of the Emperor and is far beyond imagination." One of the warriors, hearing this legend, decided to take the sword from the girl. But his comrade, the elder, warned that this sword is different from a whistle, and it is impossible to master it with one movement. Even the Emperor's heirs have great difficulty recognizing the power of this sword. If he is careless, this sword will simply kill him. The girl realized that if they did not know about this sword, then they had better get out of here as soon as possible. She looked directly into his eyes and noticed that he had also delved into Chintiet's secret. The girl could no longer bear these words because this young man who stepped on her territory knows too much. He even dared to rudely mention her ancestor. For this, she decided to punish the scoundrel and directed a powerful demonic blow at him. The blow scattered in space and turned into a huge hammer that fell on the enemies with incredible force. It resembled a spatial rift capable of inflicting colossal damage on them. Even the headmaster took notice of this blow. The girl noticed the fear in their eyes, but something happened and she had to put her sword on the ground. The young master began to summon his sword to him, and the sword fell from the hands of the girl, flying to the master. She lost the legendary sword. The powerful blow sent the girl flying to the side, and with her, the sword suddenly returned, leaving her without a weapon. Everyone on the team looked around as they noticed something flash near their eyes and couldn't figure out what was happening. Their astonishment grew when they saw the sword in Xuanquen's hands, holding it confidently, drawing the gazes of everyone around. Xuanquan decided to verify the authenticity of this sword, and felt, without a doubt, that it was indeed him. But as soon as he raised his sword, something incredible happened. The space above him seemed to be cut in half. One of the warriors couldn't understand how this guy was able to get hold of Thor's imperial sword. Deprived of her sword, the girl felt a bitter depression and a desire to avenge the loss. She ordered the sword to return because it had the blood of her ancestor on it and rushed to attack. The blood arrows hit the sword and bounced off without harming him. At that moment, the young master looked into her eyes, and the girl felt a strong, piercing pain inside. Having lost her strength, she began to fall into the abyss, as if sliding down the mountain against her will. The watching warriors were shocked. Even the sword refused to recognize her as its mistress, and the blood of the ancestors did not help. Wenchen decided to show mercy and used levitation to stop her fall. He quickly picked her up and took her in his arms. Those whom she called friends began to run away, not wanting to contact him. Xuanquan carefully placed her next to the stone. He carefully lowered her sleeve to look at the seal on her hand. His suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed a descendant of the Tang clan. His servants decided that this must be an important sign, and the master was going to question her about everything. They turned away so as not to see the interrogation scene. It is better not to watch such things. When the girl regained consciousness, she saw that her clothes were off her shoulder and could not understand what was happening. To convince her, he took a sword and demonstrated an incredible reception, filling the space around with a dazzling flash of fire. It was a Jintan sword art that only the ancestors knew. The girl asked to stop the attack because the flames had already started to burn her clothes. A few more seconds, and all her clothes would have burned. The warriors ran to their master because the whole underground palace was shaking, and they wanted to make sure that everything was okay with him. However, unexpectedly, they ran into a lady from the Tan clan who was in a rather racy form, and it almost threw them off balance. The oldest of the warriors ordered to take the others away so that they would not see how the master would interrogate the girl. It became obvious to them. She would not last too long. It was better to return to the treasury and give him time to finish. The young master throws clothes at the girl so that she does not feel ashamed. She throws the clothes over her shoulders and he assures her that she is safe now. Relieved, the girl accepts his offer. She is interested in how he learned such a rare technique. Guchen assures her that, as he said before, he is an old friend of her family. To prove this, he, holding a sword in his hands, demonstrates his intentions. As he returns the sword to the girl, he sees her happily accept it, though he still doesn't fully believe it. However, when she touches the sword, it pushes her aside as if it no longer belongs to her. It seems that the sword no longer recognizes her as its owner. Guchen orders Xiaoting to choose a new master, declaring that the sword will serve her from now on. However, the sword begins to resist and does not follow the order. The girl is confused. She does not understand why the imperial sword refuses to recognize her as its mistress. Our hero then activates his power and warns the sword that any disobedience will be severely punished. The sword responds by forming an arrow of energy. The arrow takes shape, concentrating a powerful force in itself. The sword spirit can be seen awakening and beginning to materialize in front of them. Just before them, the image of shouting appears, respectfully greeting his master. The young master asks him to stand up, while the girl is confused. She gave her heart and soul to the sword, and he rejected her so easily. Zhao Tin turns to the master who managed to break the seal. He tells that the emperor has been reborn and the seal has disappeared. Until now, no one could understand the origin of this seal that restricted the sword in this world. But now its secret has been revealed. As he tried to break through the restrictions, the sword recognized the barriers that prevented him from completing his plan. The spirit of the sword alludes to the person who placed the seal and recalls the ancient faces that left their mark on history. He explains that many small worlds can hide truths, and people can wander these worlds like shadows. The sword admits that he would never have guessed that his true master was alive and able to control him. The seal that was once placed has disappeared, and he can't imagine who on the continent could have created it. The sword suggests that the answer may be related to the 7 ancient clans. The emperor realizes that if these 7 clans are the key, they can point the way to the solution. These ancient clans are known for their secrets, and anyone who tried to uncover them faced death or mysterious events. But this is not a secret for the young master, because he knows more than anyone can imagine. He materializes the temple in his hands, offering it to the emperor's sword. At this moment, a mysterious seal begins to fill the space, filling the room with light. The young master touches the sword with his finger, using his art. After testing his skills, he realizes that he has no time to teach her. Therefore, the sword itself will take on this task and fulfill his order without compromise. The young emperor feels that an enemy is hiding somewhere nearby. He turns to the invisible opponent, ordering him to come out and say his name. As he steps outside, he feels a powerful flow of energy coursing through the ground, which seems ready to triple its power, leaving the rest in darkness. However, he has important business to attend to, so he asks his warriors to stay behind, promising to return in a few days. He goes to the forest of wild animals, where secrets are hidden among the bamboo thickets. After a while, he feels the energy of the place change. Stopping, he looks around, cautiously peering into every corner. Suddenly, an attack was directed at him. He responds with the imperial sword, parrying the blow. The sword cuts down the bamboo arrows, flying at him from different directions. Severed arrows fall and he looks around, trying to understand who dared such a sneaky attack. But suddenly a strange sound comes from behind, forcing him to turn around sharply. Releasing energy, he creates a powerful vortex around himself, which knocks down everything around him. At this time, the Heavenly Sword Clan watches how the young master, having gone through all the traps, reaches the amazing mirror. At the entrance, he is met by an elder who doubts that this young man can be a real master. But for the emperor, this is only the beginning. Elder Tianhong's voice can be heard from afar, advising him to take a closer look at this young man. And realizing the seriousness of the situation, the clan activates its power to suppress the energy of the uninvited guest. An incredibly strong blow falls on the young owner, but for him it is nothing. He lights a spark of powerful energy in his eyes. He deflects the attack with ease, forming a flaming yellow sphere around himself. Everyone who observes him is amazed. This man's strength is indeed equal to the divine level, and when he uses the 7 swords technique, everyone around is shocked to the core. Gu Chen soared into the air, dispelling the enemy energy coming towards him. He feels the approach of danger and sharply turns in that direction. Smiling, he directs his attack to where he sensed the trick. A lightning strike shatters the energy sphere hanging over him. At the moment when everything explodes and dissipates in chaos, real confusion begins. The warriors who were attacked by Gu Chen did not know if they should continue their attack, as no human was a match for this young man, and he should not become an enemy of their clan. In such a situation, they decide to try to make him their ally. Gu Chen stared intently at the place where the attack could be launched from, tightly holding the materialized sword. According to the rules of the Heavenly Sword Clan, anyone who breaks through the bamboo forest formation is granted the right to join the clan. However, Gu Chen is not sure if he can pass the test and doubts that it is that simple, but still decides to find out the truth. Getting to them as a disciple is much easier than being afraid of every move. Gu Chen is convinced that he is worthy of it, so he goes to the door, ready to enter. In response to a mysterious voice inviting him, he opens the door. After moving to this majestic place, he finds himself in the Heavenly Sword Clan. Soon he goes to the hall, where the representative of the clan asks his name. Gu Chen introduces himself, declaring himself to be from the Xiaoxiao clan. Seeing him, the warriors realize that Gu Chen is very young. But if he managed to pass the formation, then he is a genius, and it is better to have him as a friend than an enemy. Since the young man decided to join, he will be placed on the lowest rung. Gu Chen clarifies exactly what lowest rung means. One of the warriors objects that with such abilities he should not be ranked lower. But understanding the consequences, he admits that Gu Chen must be dedicated to all the nuances of their clan, even though he is not the strongest among the others. Realizing this, the younger warrior silently agrees. He is informed that from this day onwards, Gu Chen will be in charge of puppets assigned to him for training. He has the right to use the clan's resources, including the 1,000 Sacred Souls crystal. Gu Chen wonders if he will be able to use the crystal at will, realizing that these crystals are much more powerful than normal spirit stones and can accelerate his development. It is explained to him that puppets are not just mechanisms, but weapons that can only be controlled by true masters of the clan. It takes a lot of crystal energy to activate the puppets, and an ordinary person simply cannot control them. Gu Chen should put in his best effort and work carefully. This warning is enough, and one crystal is enough for this. Soon the crystals rise into the air, levitate and impress everyone around. He inserts each crystal into the core of the puppets. The core begins to activate in the puppet's body. There is a bright flash of energy, which lights up the puppet's eyes, bringing it to life. The puppet's power grows with each passing second, shocking everyone watching. The elder looks at it and cannot believe his eyes. After all, this young man was able to activate the crystal in an instant, even without any training, demonstrating his mastery. The faces of the Sword Clan members changed dramatically when they saw that the person in front of them had successfully activated the puppets with the crystal. Now the only question left was whether this would lead to trouble for everyone, since they had met such a powerful ally. Meanwhile, in the Scriptures Pavilion, the guards have neglected their duties a little. They exchanged words as they discussed their predicament. One of them complained of fatigue, unaware that our hero was standing behind the wall and listening to all their chatter. Gu Chen patiently waited for the right moment. As soon as such an opportunity appeared, he carefully stepped onto the observation platform of the building. With a snap of his fingers, he opened the door and stepped inside. The door opened welcomingly and he felt almost at home. He was looking for scriptures and, looking aside, lit his palms with sacred fire to light his way. Soon he found the very book he was looking for. The clan book. After all, the Sacred Sword Clan, the Sacred Ice River Clan, the Cyan Clan, the Sacred Guardian Clan, and the 10 Saints Clan were once united in the battle arena. When the young master studied the information he found, he remembered a forgotten ancient city called the Sacred Sword Plateau. This city was drawn on a map kept in a book. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sword Clan had a special guest visit the bamboo forest. It was the Empress along with her sword Xiaojing. 3 days have passed, and the sword still has not come to terms with its new owner. For him, the previous owner was the only one who controlled him, and therefore he demanded respect for himself as an elder. The girl took the sword in her hands, emphasizing that she was in charge, and threatened to melt it down if he did not help find Gu Xuanshen. Hearing this, the sword replied with surprise that she had no right to call his master by name. Suddenly, she felt someone's presence behind her, as if someone unknown was watching her. That same day in the Holy Sword Clan, one of the brothers asked the other if he had seen what happened. Has everyone started cultivating? They had just returned and witnessed Gu Chen controlling the puppets, seeing everything with their own eyes. This realization that he had mastered the technique of marionettes caused alarm among the brothers. Only a great master could teach something like this. And they realized that this person had extraordinary abilities not only in combat, but also in creating spiritual formations. It was hard for them to imagine anyone who could match him in strength. An important event took place in the Hall of Marionettes. Gu Chen realized that he had spent 10 whole days searching for the clan, but had not found a single clue. This troubled him, for he could not understand why it was so difficult to find the entrance. And suddenly he notices someone very familiar to him. The divine twins found themselves in his territory and were surrounded by hungry warriors who could not take their eyes off their beauty. Gu Chen knew these girls, but he had no idea what they were doing here. One of the twins raised her head and saw a familiar face. At this moment, the young master also caught her penetrating gaze. They were both extremely surprised that Master Gu was here. Gu Chen understood that such a meeting was not in his hands. He approached the girls for a reason. Taking one of them by the hand, and then the second one, he pressed them both to him. He sternly told them that they didn't need to talk, just follow him. They moved to the puppet hall and the girls asked why he brought them here. They recalled that he had left them without really explaining anything, and one of them had a lot of questions. Guchen didn't like this silly talk, but he still allowed her to ask questions. She said that she had dreamed of meeting such a powerful master for many years, and it was not by chance that she appeared at the ruins. Guchen realized that if she knew his ancestor, she should tell him where to find him, and if she could arrange for them to meet, since they had lost contact after the disaster that happened many years ago. The girl thought about it, and tears almost fell from her eyes as she realized that he really couldn't help it. Because of this, the young master promised that if she found out anything, he would definitely do everything possible to help her. He then turned to the other twin, asking how they met in the first place. The girl began to tell how one day, she was interrupted by her sister, saying that she came simply because she was bored. The story began with her searching for Master Gu in the bamboo forest, and happened to meet a stranger who asked if she knew Master Gu Chen, and that's how they met. They got here together, accidentally walked through the bamboo forest maze and ended up here. The young master saw that they wanted to become disciples of the sword clan. Thanks to the spirit of the sword, one of them became much stronger, and the other had improved her skills thanks to the young master's techniques, so one of them wanted to thank Gu personally. Guchen didn't understand that they had come here for him, but unwittingly drawing too much attention to himself. He asked them to be more careful and not reveal their true identities. The girls promised him that they would keep it. One of them said that there was a martial arts tournament next month and asked if they should participate. Guchen was very surprised because he did not know anything about this. But the girl explained that the competition is organized by a family of ancient clans, and these traditions are more than 100 years old, and everyone knows about them. For the sake of rewards and the opportunity to show their abilities in front of clan leaders, everyone is willing to do anything to get there and win. Guchen just nodded, showing no emotion so as not to reveal his plans. However, his silence did not last long. The girl added that the tournament will be held on the Heavenly Sword Plateau, and the location will be open to everyone. If so, they could help him. Guchen thought about it, assuming it was possible. He advised them to prepare for team trials, perhaps even 3-man classes. Somewhere near the hot springs, our hero was preparing the elixir of the ancient clan. If they take a bath with this elixir, their skills will improve significantly. In addition, the master understood that they would have to make a great effort to make the elixir work, and already had it in his hands. Looking at this elixir, the girls doubted its effectiveness. Looking at the waterfall, which turned green, they asked each other if it was really necessary to climb there. One of them was aware that it was her husband, and therefore she understood that such a thing would not bring anything positive for her. She accepted this heavy burden of a wife, and it seemed normal to her. But another girl from the Tan clan understood that it was not just cultivation in the water. It was as if there was something impure in it, like a swamp, and she was afraid of it. However, she still takes off her outer clothing. Together with her friend, they carefully dive into the water, also trying to involve Guxuanzhen in this. He was confused by their words because he did not ask them to undress. He just wanted to teach them how to interact with water. Soon in Crystal Valley, they began cultivation. Guchen had been waiting for this for a long time, and now it had finally begun. The girls watched his actions intently. At that moment, crystals flew above him and, like a cloud, hung in the sky. With 2 fingers, he directed an incredible flow of energy to the water where the girls were. They felt a powerful force that began to spread through the water. It was a test that required control over one's thoughts. However, it was still difficult for them, and they felt great tension. Their bodies seemed to bend from the inside, as if all the strength was trying to break out. Suddenly, they felt an incredible lightness. This power felt like a breakthrough in their energy. One of them screamed because she made a breakthrough. It was an incredible result. The only thing the young master wanted was for her to get dressed first. This, of course, embarrassed her, and she quickly ran to her clothes. Soon after everyone was out of the water and dried up, the master, with the help of crystals, made a small breakthrough. And it is scary to imagine how many such crystals he may need in the future. They should continue training and not do anything without his permission, because he believed that this state would be enough for them. A month later, they met on the Heavenly Sword Plateau. Guchen watched from afar. The once-in-a-100-year competition promised something unforgettable, and people were looking forward to it. Rumor has it that the winners will receive a unique weapon. Soon the sound of the trumpet echoed throughout the territory, symbolizing the beginning. Everyone turned their attention to the elder who was coming out from behind the stands. It was the eldest in the clan known as Elda Chenkun. He gave his opening speech, announcing that the competition would start any minute, and expressed confidence that incredible talent would be discovered today. The winner will receive high-class weapons, new equipment, and 600,000 crystals. In addition, due to the loss of real talent during the last competition, many decided to make adjustments this time. They have now cancelled the doubles competition, and during the mission to find the Tao tree, teams will receive their assigned numbers in 3 days. Master Guchen realizes that if this is exactly what he is thinking about, then it deserves his attention. After all, the energy here is much stronger than anywhere he has been before. If that is indeed the case, then this place may be the very point he has been looking for, and he wonders if he can really get there. And yet the master turns to the students, saying that if they are ready, then they can begin. Let them show maximum effort and demonstrate their true strength. Coming closer to the teams, the elder looked at them intently. Swinging their swords, they all prepared for their journey. Their goal was to go to those lands, and in different places exactly what the elder had planned began. The young master rushes through the crowd to the competition. He flies past everyone as if levitating in the air, having a significant advantage. His efforts impress the elder. Watching him, the elder feels that this young man is not easy. As he flew past him, the elder waved his staff. A sphere of explosive energy filled the building. A huge pillar of energy rose into the sky. People did not understand what was happening. The door was closed and no one else was allowed in. The elder addressed them, telling them to watch carefully. They raised their heads and saw the demon. Now they need to open the portal between the sacred demon and the continent as soon as possible. And everyone bowed before him. After all, the demon appeared on their path for a reason. They have to gather around the master, because he has finally found that person, which he wanted more than anything in the world to destroy. Meanwhile, on Mount Senyuan, the young master was walking, wondering why no one was there. Are they located in different places? The boy looked at the beautiful weather around him. When his eyes turned to the side, he couldn't quite believe that everything happened like this. There was something suspicious here. It was 100% clear that there was some trick here. A powerful energy was felt in the atmosphere. The energy clearly did not belong to this Qinyuan continent. Master Chu frowned and looked intently to the side. There he saw Chen Er's powerful demonic power. Chen Er materialized in front of him and addressed, "My child, I have finally found you." A beautiful girl materialized in front of him. But it seemed that she wanted something from him. Guchen directly asked who she was and what she needed. The girl said she was his mother and called him to come to her. After these words, the eyes of the young master lit up, because he realized that it wasn't true. He took his sword, charged it with power, placed a protective seal on himself, and began to launch the formation. Red eyes lit up above him. The sphere began to form into a huge ball, which he directed at the so-called mother. She realized that this guy she knows is actually completely different. She said she was the mother of the place, and that this city gave him his body and she gave him his soul. Guchen was wary. Maybe she was telling the truth. He could tell the living illusion from the truth. But he didn't see anything fake about it that worried him. Are all her words the truth? The mother continued, saying that along with the holy master of this place, the 9th prince brought him to this world when he was attacked by demons. They looked for him in all the worlds, but could not find him and no longer hoped to meet him. These words caught Master Chu's attention. He decided to listen to her further, and she explained that there was talent in his flesh and blood, and that this city was made for him so that he could drown the pain of his loss, and that now he was finally back. One word that confused the boy was, his blood. Mother continued that the 9th prince had put the pure power of his blood into his soul, and asked if he had ever noticed how easily skills and techniques came to him. Coming closer, the young master inquired about the seal. Guchen partially knew she was right. The training had always been given to him as if he had known the techniques all his life, and the master had made a seal to protect him during the war. The mother asked him to come, promising that now she would protect him from the demon and he would not be found again. She promised to close the seal so he would never have to worry about it, and held out her hand to him. She waited patiently for his answer, because she had been waiting for him endlessly, and the young master was even ready to agree. People noticed how the sky was closed by the thickness of darkness. The elder addressed them, urging everyone to listen carefully. All the participants who took part in the competition should be in combat readiness. All this was beyond their understanding, and they did not understand what was happening, wondering at the strange behavior of the master. But what will happen to those who manage to enter that strange space? The master didn't explain anything, he just looked confused. He remembered that a month ago, he'd been informed that Gu Xuanchen had voluntarily become a member of the Heavenly Sword Clan. It seemed rather strange, and they understood it, so they asked why they should not try to have a direct competition. Let it be passed on to all participants to follow his every step. The elder knew that he was lucky to orient himself in time and find what he had been looking for a long time. But here she is, a reward that needs to be looked after. because the realm of the demonic youth has begun to materialize in his hands. Cultivation had reached such a level that the plasma energy began to attract all the forces around it. Like a bright explosion, this power shot up around him, sending him flying upwards. The chaos of this power fell upon ordinary warriors who felt incredible power in their hands. The elder thanked for such a great gift from his ancestor. But at this moment we move to another place. There, our hero's mother offers to remove his seal when he approaches her. As soon as she starts touching him, Guchen realizes that this is a deception and strikes her. At this moment, the mother receives a strong blow from his hand. The tears in her eyes show her disappointment in him, but the faint smile of the young owner shows that he was right. When he pulls his arm out of her body, she flies to the side and is literally torn apart by energy. Her body begins to glow with a purple flame, and she recognizes his talent, although she wants to see the real truth. The boy draws his sword, pointing it at her, and asks who she is. The intrigue escalates even more when everything around begins to tear apart and she laughs. Her devilish laugh hints that the boy will soon find out who she really is, and then everything will become clear. At this moment, a realization dawned on Master Gu. He hears screams as if from another world, and a dark energy begins to surround him, making him realize that this force is trying to destroy him. Guchen could feel the cold hands of darkness enveloping him, pulling deeper with each passing moment. The power of this place was becoming so powerful that it seemed to merge with several streams of energy. This energy still exceeded that of the Qinyuan continent. Sensing her influence, a slight smile appeared on his face. He had never seen anything like it in 2 lifetimes, and now this scoundrel wanted to seal him right here. The young master grabbed his sword, deciding that he would not give up without a fight. But an incredibly strong stream of black energy flashed past his body. As an electric current pierces people, so the dark energy pierced his shoulder. The Emperor activated his power, which ignited in his eyes. The blast of energy began to dissipate the black energy that was thick as mud. Meanwhile, in the Elder's territory, thanks to the righteous man's gift, they achieved great success in cultivation in a few seconds. The results they achieved were equal to the achievements of the last hundreds of years. It was impressive, and now all that was left was to wait for the second coming. Once Gusuanchen was dead, they would receive an even better gift. No matter how strong Guchen and the Master were, they definitely couldn't handle them. When the Elder opened the scroll for confirmation, he was amazed. An incredible stream of chakra gushed out from the scroll. This power filled everything around, breaking through like a stream of water with a scroll. This powerful energy rose above the building. This power was so powerful that the Elder realized that their master might lose. A young master, whom they believed to be dead, materialized in front of them. He was holding a map that they had passed down from generation to generation. The Elder, not believing his eyes, asked how this could happen. Guchen, holding the scroll in his hands, only asked, "Did this creature manage to enter this majestic place?" With each step this creature took, its power grew. He was grateful for the help in reaching the next level in a very short time. But did this mean that he would absorb everything around him and be impossible to overcome? The Elder did not want them to be abused like this, and ordered the soldiers to capture him. They were ready for it, luckily, and suddenly the twins appeared, bound in chains, who were brought to the young master. They were taken hostage as hostages, and Guchen realized that they had decided to take advantage of the girls in this situation. The girls found themselves in a difficult situation. There were too many enemies, and all of them are extremely strong. Realizing that it was not up to them to win, the girls thought about escaping. However, when the sharp dagger was in their faces, they changed their minds and surrendered without a fight. However, this man did not plan to leave them alive. He wanted to show what true bloody revenge is. Feeling the cold blade near their necks, they felt uneasy. Guchen looked at this despicable scene and decided to show this scoundrel the true power of this place, which was now in his hands. He seemed to spin an aura from the sphere around him. An incredible stream of energy, like a laser, burst out of his hands. At that moment, he directed him wherever he wished. He took pleasure in destroying what they considered sacred. At this moment, all the participants of the competition fell out with the scroll. The Elder couldn't understand how it was possible, how this guy had reached this level of technique, even Guoqin Yan technique. And then he decided to surrender, admitting his defeat and asking for mercy. But at that moment, the incredible happened. The sphere exploded. The explosion filled the area, shaking everything around with a hurricane. The light dispelled the darkness, and with it their dynasty. The girls sat at the feet of the young master, not believing that he himself had defeated the masters of the clan. However, he didn't care. He looked at them like trash. Turning his gaze to the altar of the sacred ground, One who was thought to be invincible in these lands appeared to make a sacrifice. He was sure that he was the son of a holy master with divine blood in his veins. He was then informed that the energy of the mountains was out of control, and the formation had already been destroyed. That meant only one thing. That boy was able to handle the attack. But will they be able to repeat his success? One of them believed that it was extremely difficult, for example, to find people to carry out such a task. The sixth brother just asked him to calm down, explaining that the third brother was very worried, and they were busy looking for the boy, and when they found him, everything would be under control. The Lord comes down to prepare the altar, because they have to get this guy before the others. This order must be executed immediately. After all, their existence and the implementation of their plans are at stake. Meanwhile, the young master destroyed the Sword Clan. The young lady watched in horror as all the disciples disappeared, and even the sacred Sword Clan that had flourished for thousands of years simply disappeared. Suddenly, everything above them rose up, and a blue sphere appeared on the map. It was clear to them that their lord was up to something, but all the girls were left with one question: what exactly? Guchen turned to them, asking them to listen carefully, for the true strength of their enemy was unknown, and if they had already found this place, then everyone associated with them would appear before him. It sounded pretty scary to the girls. The Lord explained that this portal would send them to Kanyuan Mountain, where the practice would be twice as effective and they would be completely safe. At that moment, the card fell into his hand, and they set off towards Senyuan. The master had been gone for a month, and his warriors began to doubt whether he would return, but believed that, with such power, he was surely safe. One of them was sure that at least there was hope. Looking up, they saw someone fly over them. It was their master who asked what progress they had made in his absence. The squad solemnly congratulated the master. They did everything as he said, and now their clan became famous for its spiritual resources. Their skills had increased dramatically. The guy threw a map down to them, saying that he could no longer look after this area, and now this witness would take them to a better place. The squad knelt in anticipation of something extraordinary. At that moment, the portal seemed to transport them to another world. And now we move to Qingyun Mountain. Opening her eyes, the girl looked around. She saw that this place was very familiar to her. And suddenly, her sister appeared in front of her, who missed her very much. But they needed to concentrate, because they are not alone here. In addition to them, the moon Xian also happens here. But the question arose as to how she ended up here. She explained that her brother had sent her here because the aura of this place was perfect for cultivation. Not only the Xiaoyao clan, but also the Guichi family gathered here. Guchen was analyzing the situation at this moment. This is a special space where everyone is under his control, and they can safely train here. Screams were heard not far below. People were begging for help and asking to go away. When the warriors turned their attention to the sound from below, they saw that the remains of the Sword Clan leaders were tied to a concrete pillar in the ditch, surrounded by wolves. Master Gu appeared before them and asked if he should let them go after what they had done, but they offered everything they knew in exchange. He reported that an incredible power resides here on Painla's heavenly bridge. If this is the case, then it makes the situation much more complicated, as their plans become even more dangerous. Mount Penlai is the heavenly bridge, where the young master hastily set off. He held the map in his hands, and everything was going according to his plan. But taking it in his hand, he shook it a little. Then he turned to the elder, who claimed that if he did not believe him, then let him listen. At that moment, they began to question him and force him to bow his head down. His servant reported that the master could not worry. While they were here, they would take care of those who disturbed him. One of them turned to Master Guchen, reminding him that he had promised to let them go if they told everything. But the problem is that the master did not promise this at all. One of the girls stopped him, telling the rascal to shut up and covering his mouth with a piece of cloth. The warriors assured the master that he could not worry. They would take care of these scoundrels for him. He hid the map in his pocket. Even if he did not see the divine light, he could feel the strong aura of this place, similar to those that appear before opening a domain. He drew attention to an important detail. The aura was accumulating in the clouds, and if they started practicing now, they would be able to reach the top and make another breakthrough. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity when a figure appeared from the clouds. She warned that this bridge is one of the 9 places of accumulation of evil, and it is extremely dangerous there. So it is better not to go there yourself. All her attempts to stop him proved futile. Feeling rejected, she felt bitter. In desperation, she said, behind the young master's back, that she would never find such a powerful ally again. Hearing this, the young master turned to her. He drew attention to the words about strength. The girl brought the master to her group, announcing that she had finally found someone willing to join them. Her brother remarked that Baihen was the person she was looking for, but they doubted the man's strength, believing that she had wasted her time bringing him here. They were sure that this person's level was not high enough, and that he was far from perfect. However, despite this, they need an assassin, so let him go with them. They asked the young master to swear that they would teach him secret techniques that must remain secret. All this time, they will keep an eye on him, and if something is unclear in the scroll, let him inform them. Guchen opened the scroll silently, aware of all the consequences. A technique that he had once learned from his first teacher opened before him. As soon as he saw it, he immediately gave it to him, because he remembered it by heart, telling the soldiers that everything was ready. Although the Emperor does not know where Seofen is now, because 100 years have passed. But this is definitely his handwriting. They noticed that this guy's skills weren't too great. Therefore, they decided not to force him, if he understands. Let him know if he can handle it himself, and they will protect him if they agree. However, they had no idea of the power that young Master Gu possessed, and even though he left with them, his brother joined in as if he had missed nothing. Their team sails through the skies in the direction of Mot. They fly into the distance on their swords. One of them looks at Master Gu in amazement, not understanding how he mastered the technique so quickly because it is almost impossible. Suddenly their master stops them. Ahead of them, they felt a strong aura that stopped them. At that moment, they held their breath, because an incredible surge of pure energy burst out of the mountain. It was like hundreds of people breaking through at the same time. They were debating whether they should go there and check things out, although one guy said it rather tentatively. But on the other hand, if a conflict starts, they can try to overcome it, although this is not guaranteed. And then they heard a voice say, "Come here, boys," as Master Gu rushed forward. They looked at him as a desperate daredevil, deciding that they would definitely teach him a lesson after all. At the end of the journey, they were a little tired, but they did not understand why the boy who was with them did not look tired at all. Even after such a long journey, he showed neither fatigue nor exhaustion. A woman's foot stepped into their territory, and she remarked that if these guys came here, it was quite audacious. But still, she was glad to welcome them to this place. It was the leader of the Alliance, Kankun Sesanyun. The soldiers congratulated the leader of the Alliance, but the young lord looked at her intently. He was told that the Alliance is the strongest army in recent centuries, and has become one of the 3 great clans of the mountain. The leader of the Alliance asked them not to address her so formally and offered to lead them further, protecting them from any potential dangers on the way. The boys understood that the words of this woman were a great honor, and with her help, the road would become safer for them. Gyuchen suspected that something was unclean here and that it might be a trap. The woman indicated the direction, showing the road. She warned that the path will not be easy. After some time, they passed a large area, and in one place the woman ordered everyone to stop. It was clear that something was wrong here. And indeed, there was a pile of corpses on the way in front of them. The only question left was, where did so many people come from in this forest? It was obvious that they had all been killed. They didn't even have time to react to the attack, and obviously the level of the attacker was very high. Extending her hand, the queen suggested that she and her brother share joy and sorrow along the way. The boy partially did not understand what she meant. She then explained that their alliance had destroyed many spirit beasts along the way, and perhaps they should do their part as well. They offered to send someone to scout, but hinted that this squad should do it. It seemed that they wanted the squad to continue the journey further, but they had just met. Why should they risk their lives for someone else? Everyone turned their attention to that guy, who, having collected himself, set off first, fearing nothing. When asked what was wrong and why he could not go, he was considered a fool. But he knew that he should not waste time, because it would soon be dark. The Queen of the Alliance saw her hero and asked Master Gu to go forward. The squad also followed suit, choosing him as their leader. They passed numerous corpses, and it was horrible to watch. What is going on here anyway? They saw only corpses and did not want to die at all. Gu Chen walked without a shadow of fear. Soon he came to something shining ahead. One of them noticed that they had reached the right place. They hurried forward, eagerly seizing the opportunity. It is a treasure that emits a powerful flow of energy. They can become much stronger, and it was incredible for them. But an obstacle appeared on their way. Another squad of warriors was already here. It was the master of the Wind clan, who was going to share the treasure with the Thousand Stars clan. It was strange to realize that all these clans had gathered here. Did they kill all these people? Although the Alliance is one of the top 3 strongest mountain clans, these guys were much stronger. Even with the support of the Alliance, they are unlikely to cope with them. One of them asked how they should share this wealth. The Queen of the Alliance thought and came up with a way for them to solve this issue. Guchen smiled as he pointed his sword and declared that he was going to take this entire place. He did not accept any objections from their side. The cold sword was aimed at them, and they didn't understand who this brash guy was. The Queen of the Alliance told this fool to shut up. Guchen said that if these scoundrels were listening to him, it would not benefit them, and they had better get out of here. After all, if they stay, he will treat them rudely. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Well, because they saw chaos around and powerful streams of energy radiating from the young master. A huge explosion rang out and lifted the clouds high into the sky. An incredible aura spread throughout the perimeter. It was obvious that this scoundrel had decided to absorb all the power himself, but the warriors were not going to give up so easily. They decided to destroy it. The queen understood that there had been a misunderstanding, and asked to be heard. They did not understand everything that way. Those warriors who stood behind the young master understood that now it was necessary to fight. But when he snapped his fingers, they couldn't understand how it happened. All the warriors rose into the air, towering over the Wind Clan fools. An incredible light filled the space. At that moment, they moved as if to another dimension. When asked what had just happened, Gu Chen replied that dogs should be treated like dogs. But one question remained: why destroy others? At that moment, the warriors realized that this guy had just pulled such a trick with his sword. And it was obvious that he is far from the level of a disciple of some clan. He is like a real leader. Unbelievable chaos erupted on the battlefield. Rays of light broke through the gloomy sky. The Queen of the Alliance realized it was a trap and could feel herself bleeding. The leader of the Wind Clan approached her and said that today would be their last day. But something incredible began to descend from the sky. They looked up and asked each other what was going on. Guchen raised his head because he himself did not fully understand. Above was the sacred world. They wondered if this was exactly what they needed. A powerful beam of incredible power hit the ground. He covered everything around, flooding all the warriors with his beam. His chaotic power filled the entire world, destroying it. A huge flow of energy was directed at the young master, which he had to repel. He was not going to give up and grabbed his cold sword. He had to push himself to the limit to resist such a force. He understood that he might not have enough strength to do it. But soon this power dissipated like the wind. She went right into his chest, and he didn't understand what was happening. The fact is that the sacred world had just entered Gu Chen's body in front of people. He looked at himself from a new perspective, realizing that no one else could accept the sacred world, but he succeeded. The warriors noticed where the sacred world had fled from them and began to pursue him. Gu Chen understood that this was a trap because they wanted to make him the #1 target on all continents. Warriors from all clans aimed to kill him and take possession of the sacred light, for they cannot allow such power to be monopolized. The guys who came with Master Gu try to explain that they are just his companions and don't know him at all. In such a situation, they do not want to sacrifice their lives for some stranger. They are informed that Gu Chen is alone, and one of the masters declares that it is not out of disrespect. Suddenly, another warrior appears on the horizon, saying that Gu Chen is not alone. Gu Chen looks at him and asks if he is not afraid of death. The guy is scared, of course, but notes that this guy didn't just show up and wants to see what happens. He asks that if they survive, he wants to become Master Gu's apprentice, even though he won't be around for long. Gu Chen promises to teach him, but points out that it is not necessary to become his student, so as not to disrupt the flow of generations. Suddenly, shouts rang out in the district, ridiculing them as two losers who do not understand the situation, because it will be easier to kill them than to crush an ant. But they didn't know what Master Gu had prepared for them. The Queen of the Alliance asked Master Gu not to interfere because he can't win anyway. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, replied that they should not complain when they find themselves in hell. The point is that his power was limitless, and theirs was limited. The warriors watched as everything around changed in his hands. The strength of this young man filled the others. Their team of infinite warriors was surrounded by the young master's warriors. They followed all his instructions, trained a lot, and many of them reached the emperor level. At this point, Master Gu decides not to restrain them. Let them do their work. The boy, who thought he was left alone with the master, was amazed by this trick. There were numerous emperor-level warriors around, and they were all his disciples. Gu Chen asks everyone to show what they have learned. The warriors charged, shouting that they would destroy everything. Their strength was simply incredible. They brought down their swords. They directed them at carefree warriors who did not expect such resistance. The Queen of the Alliance, watching this, lost her haughtiness. Soon her pink sword was sprinkled with red. The young master gripped his sword tightly but held on. He was told that they had cleared everything. There was no one left. For the master, it was simply a wonderful job. One of the housewives asked the master if, along with the disappearance of the light, their enemies would temporarily stop bothering him. Guchen partially agreed with this sentiment, noting that the enemies would still have a long way to go to kill him. But he remembered one important detail. The boy materialized a sphere in his hand because he knows who is hiding here. He is going to meet this person in person no matter what. At that moment, he tossed the sphere up and it flew straight up into the sky. His soldiers looked at the master with amazement. He was not an ordinary person, but his strength was amazing. Even the eyes seemed to melt from such power. Guchen made a breakthrough with a powerful shout. A red spot formed in the sky. They saw that it was a portal to a sacred domain. But how was that possible? The young master wanted to personally thank his enemies, because thanks to them he received spiritual power and was able to use the portal. The warriors will be eagerly awaiting the return of the young master and his further instructions. One of them, the boy who stayed with the master in a difficult moment, did not understand what to do now. Guchen turned to him, and suddenly lightning lit up the sky. He found a suitable task for him. Guchen jumped into another dimension. He stepped into it, as if into dark water. Before that, he had never been in a tunnel of this kind. He did not know what was happening now, and did not understand who was forming in front of him. Suddenly, a tail appeared. A scaly snake emerged from the darkness and began circling over the young master's body. It was obvious that the snake wanted to keep this place to itself, but for this, he will have to suffer. Guchen hit the monster's neck with a flame. A sphere of pure energy swirled in the void. This aura seemed familiar to him, but how could it be here? Suddenly, he began to disappear into a red dot that absorbed him as if burning. He faded like a star in this space. One of them suggested that nothing had been destroyed, only appropriated, and that a group of powerful warriors had invaded the continent at that moment. The next one said that it might be the handiwork of Gu Chen who wants to take away their power. But it wasn't that easy, and they needed to send word of the light's location immediately. They have to search every centimeter. Either way, they must find the cursed scoundrel, Master Gu Chen. At this moment, he was in a kind of spacious darkness. Space was getting tighter and tighter, capturing him. But when he opened his eyes, he saw, which is in a stone room. But how did he end up here? This place was full of strong energy, just what he was looking for. Walking down the cold corridor, he found a skeleton. Approaching the skeleton, he noticed that this person had been dead for several millennia. The cause of her death was unknown to him, and he began to analyze the aura around him. Placing his hand on the skeleton, he felt a faint energy. He assumed that this person was a stranger to him, and that they had probably never met. It might not be the person he was looking for, which made Gu Chen a little confused, as he didn't know exactly where this person might be. But he suspected that she was stuck somewhere. He had a shared history with his ancestor, so he agreed to teach him the art of formations. This would help him with his cultivation and enable him to master such energy. Gu Chen remembered that most people believed that the domain was hidden somewhere in Qingyuan territory, and decided to stay here to meet the enemy face to face. Examining the skeleton, he noticed a medallion. It said that this person's name was Hu Santun, and suddenly he heard the words, "I ask the master to prepare for weapons." He asked in surprise what that meant, and if the man was someone's master. Numerous warriors began to approach the cave. They were representatives of the Chao Gufei divine arts, who hoped that the master would help solve the difficult situation. However, nothing happened, and this confused people. Although there were rumors about the master's genius, no one had seen him leave the cave for several thousand years. It was believed that he had left this world. If their hypothesis is correct, then it's time to get the sword. They decided to stay here as the master ordered. Everyone focused on combining their forces to break the formation. The warriors concentrated their forces as one mechanism. Suddenly, a powerful flow of energy burst out of the cave door. They tensed up from this wind and force, and at that moment, the young master, Master Gu, appeared. The warriors did not know who was in front of them, and could not believe that it could possibly be the same master they were waiting for. Looking closely, they were amazed. They thought that their master was in front of them, and greeted the master. They bowed to him, not knowing that the master was still alive. They wanted to destroy the formation, so they apologized. Gu Chen looked at them as if they were fools, realizing that they had confused him with that corpse, and decided to use this as a chance to find out more by disguising himself. Gu Chen approached the kneeling warrior and asked his name and reason for coming. He introduced himself as Master Chao Gufeng and said that their clan had been ordered to come here in case something happened. But the situation turned out to be very difficult and dangerous. The young master did not understand why they did not wait for him. He was told that the master's sister had gotten into trouble and created problems for them. Guchen explained that he regarded his sister as a brother, but did not understand why she was called a C-name. However, the warriors could not understand how she could be called brother if they were engaged. It seemed strange to them. Guchen realizes that the situation is quite strange, and the very fact that this idiot is asking him such questions makes him think. The master asked to take him to the hall where he had been imprisoned for a long time and ordered him to be brought up to date. They were moved to the Heavenly Martial Arts Clan Hall, where a large number of warriors gathered in front of the young master. In order to understand where he ended up and what place it occupies, Guchen reads the clan's history book, which tells about the Thousand Battles clan. Once powerful, but over time divided into 4 subclans. Originally, the Heavenly Martial Arts Clan was one of many, but after years of war, it lost its edge. According to the rules of the main clan, they were to be disbanded, and the students were to be sent to other clans. This was the reason why ActionToon left, trying to solve the problem. People watched the young lord who had come from the cave and doubted that he was capable of something grand, because his aura seemed weaker than that of the warriors. Their commander ordered the warriors not to doubt or underestimate him, as this young man is the best representative of the clan and may have spent a lot of energy on recovery. Therefore, they should stop talking, because none of them will reach his greatness. The soldiers understood and carried out the commander's order. The lord asked what was known about the Holy King Haoten. The warriors did not know everything to the end, but one of them began to tell quickly. He said that the king has a place that has been imbued with power for thousands of years, and many have tried to enter it for a long time. According to legend, a sword appeared about 10,000 years ago, although the reason for its appearance is unknown. And according to legend, only the chosen one can draw this sword to decide the fate of people. The sword is also endowed with the power of a holy king. However, before they could appreciate his power, others began to claim him. There is a legend that after a severe wound, the king divided his power among his 9 sons and hid it in different parts of the world. The 9 sons believe that one of them is worthy of becoming part of a greater force, but some believe that only by collecting all 9, it is possible to confirm the legend. If we take into account the legend of the 9 sons, the attack on the young master becomes quite understandable. But after the weakening of the king and his power, when he disappeared, our hero found himself sealed away. This hid his true identity, and he pretended to be Gusantun to find out all this. In his thoughts, the Lord decided to teach these warriors the most important thing. After all, many of the students achieved significant success. Their spiritual power had increased, and it was evident in their energy. The warriors watched the master, who became more and more determined and menacing. He ordered them to go to the training ground. The warriors even thought that someone had said something stupid because the master looked like... Guchen knew that this cultivation method was different from the traditional one on this continent. If he does everything right, the result will not be long in coming. Even the weakest student can break through from a lower grade to a higher one in a very short time. And in this place, thanks to the concentration of strength, great results can be achieved. The Lord commands everyone to take training seriously. The warriors promised with relief that they were fully prepared. The order was clear: restrain force and not injure each other. The warriors faced each other. They hoped that the master was a real genius, so they decided to take the opportunity to learn from him. The master gave the command to start. The warriors rushed at each other in battle. During the fight, one of them swung his sword so that it almost hit the other. There was determination in his eyes as he parried the blow. The young master watched this confrontation. Soon the commander demonstrated his strength. One of the soldiers flew to the side, having received a strong blow. He was defeated and fell to his knees. This result was enough for the Lord. The soldiers thanked each other for the battle. It's time for the next group to step out. Guchen noticed that these guys had a good control over their strength, and one of them was worthy of the Qingyun continent, which was famous for its powerful aura and strong people. But after years of active battles, they never found their true teacher. Because of this, they lacked the knowledge to achieve better results. The master saw power in their every move, and then one of them demonstrated its power. The young master eagerly watched to see if he would show his ability. The boy, filled with rage, rushed to attack his friend. When he was about to hit him on the head, he stopped. He not only stopped, but also repelled the enemy's attack. Watching this, the master asked himself who had won when everything stopped. But the master ordered only a new group to take their place. The warriors looked back at him, sensing that something was wrong. The thing is, these guys were on a whole other level when they fought. It seemed to the warriors that this guy's strength was much greater than they thought. because he expertly forced them to focus on their technique. Now he appeared before them in a different light, a real genius, one in a million. In their hearts, they finally found hope for salvation through a master who might be able to save them. Gu Chen thought that the blood of an 8th-level master with his knowledge would be able to teach these boys without any problem. Gu Chen orders the warriors to stop as it is time to move on to the next stage. He approaches them, announcing that from now on they must practice with an orientation to this place that will help them. He addresses the warriors with a new statement, explaining that they must all train at the same time. This is very important, even if someone does not believe it. To prove his seriousness to them, he materializes a powerful aura in his hands. With burning eyes, he looks at the warriors to show them the strength they must trust in their training. At that moment, he directs incredible energy at them, which is impossible in their world. They do not even understand the level of technology, because it appeared out of nowhere. They had just witnessed Master Gu's most powerful strike. This definitely made them waste no time and immediately start studying. The warriors raised their hands, inspired by this sight. Suddenly, one of the soldiers bursts into the conversation with news. It turns out that the great scholar Chen Han Feng has arrived to greet the master and will now be ushered inside. We move to the Hall of Mysterious Martial Arts. There one man devours all the fruits of human abundance. He was a young man, a 1,000 battles hall master from the mysterious martial arts hall, and he was always encouraged by words of revenge. His warriors had recently been severely defeated by the students of this hall. The master, irritated, asks what happened to them. One of them, with a bruise on his face, says that when they heard that Master Gu had returned after years of imprisonment, they decided to visit him, but they didn't expect that the disciples would just kick them out. This made it clear that things were serious. However, the master believed that Gu Chen might want to teach them something, if it was true, and he was more worried that they were not beaten by Master Gu himself, but by his students. This bothered him more than other problems because it was only the students, not the master himself. Recalling that moment, they said that they had no evil intentions. They just wanted to congratulate the master upon his return. But when they arrived, their request was denied, and this made their warriors decide to show their strength. They hinted that it might hurt. In the fight, when one of the leaders was hit, his ear was cut off. He quickly grabbed it, not understanding how it happened. He was answered, "I'm sorry, brother, I accidentally touched you." Looking at the students, the warriors did not understand how they achieved a breakthrough and became so much stronger. It caused alarm. Master Gu instructed them that if these disciples came for advice, then he would show them a few techniques, because they should know their place. He warned them not to think of the hall as weak. Now they will rise with new strength and show who is who. The warriors decided to remind the uninvited guests about the importance of respecting their master. They stood in front of them, radiating fear that pierced the eyes of the arrivals. Soon the battle began. The guests, having suddenly reached a new level of power, have come to restore justice. They explain that if the news about the strength of the hall's students spreads, they will be forced to consider them worthy opponents in the future. It sounds quite interesting for the master. He is not going to stand aside and decides to follow them. We move to the Heavenly Martial Arts Hall, where the warriors are rejoicing in their improved skills thanks to the true Master Gu. He found a place for them to cultivate, and now their skills have increased, which will soon attract a lot of attention. The warriors, almost crying with gratitude to the master, are eager to receive even more advice from him. Gu Chen thought about what would be interesting to offer them. A plump man from a mysterious martial art soon appears, arriving at Gu Chen, noticing that he has changed. The man had heard of his return, so he decided to send his disciples to greet him and get some advice. But instead, they returned with serious injuries. It was whispered to him that it was Master Lowen so that Gu Chen would know who he was dealing with. Gu Chen explained that he didn't want to hurt them badly, but if these disciples were claiming to be the strongest in the 4 halls, they should behave more dignified. If Loken doesn't believe him, then ask his students. They only made a few attacks, and even that was enough to defeat them in one blow. To him it sounded like a mockery. Gu Chen had always said that it was bad to hurt others, and he asked Lohin to apologize to him. One of the warriors apologized, as he really didn't know that these warriors are so weak. But the guests forced him to retract his words, considering it a mockery of them. Master Lowen could not come to terms with the idea that his students were outmatched and offered to compete with each other. They decided that this would be a way to find out who was stronger. It sounded silly, but the young lord accepted the challenge of this daredevil. He didn't quite understand why he did it, but the opponent claimed that he possessed certain skills, although not as skilled as Gu Chen, but he was willing to take risks. However, the warriors whispered that Master Gu must know that Loen is a skilled fighter of the four halls, but the young master wanted to see his formations. They decided that the competition would consist of formations, and each would create their own trap for the opponent. Whoever gets out of the opponent's formation first will be declared the winner. In his mind, Gu Chen wanted to see how the formation technique differed from the traditions of the Chong continent. At this moment, Master Loken begins to create an incredible disc formation. Gu Chen planned to show off his proven strength, but after years of absence, his technique had changed. Although she had not reached perfection, they usually used a simple formation. But it didn't matter to Gu Chen. He was ready to use it hard. The master takes the disc in his hands. The enemy warriors watch as the true masters meet in battle and are confident of their leader's victory. However, one of them began to have doubts, as the second force looked like their leader might lose. Despite his mild nature, their master was ready for this moment. And the only thing that could change the course of events now is his personal interest. During cultivation, one of the warriors throws dynamite upwards. The dynamite explodes in the air like a firework. It seems that this is already an excessive expression of power. But they have nothing to fear because they are confident in themselves and in the fact that the master will enter the battle, and everything will go according to plan. At this moment, warriors appear on the horizon. They came to this occasion as witnesses of the power led by the master of the Great Hall. One of them reports that Master Gu, who recently returned, is going to fight Master Nam. If they succeed, they will be able to see how strong this legendary master is. The match begins soon. Master Nam and Master Gu begin to create their formations. All the energy begins to curl in yellow towards Master Nam. He directs his green strike towards Master Gu. There is an incredible burst of energy. The formation looked impressive, and Master Gu found himself inside it. Fire appears around him. He feels that the formation is strong, attacking his soul and body at the same time. After feeling the technique with his hand, he realizes that it could kill even a Qingyun continent-level emperor, including the strongest. He hadn't had to concentrate so seriously in a long time. He takes the sword in his hands, makes his way forward, and understands how to make it so that this rather interesting technique, which had impressed him, disappeared. Waving his sword, he begins to disperse the fire. After activating the crystal on the chest, it seems to be filled with new power. At this moment, he acquires a new form and can isolate the damage caused by the formation, which is already indifferent to him. It seemed that he has everything under control. He sees the main point of this formation. This flame, combined with the power of the creator, becomes stronger and stronger. And without a doubt, this flame carries its own danger, which must be avoided in time. Gu Chen looks up to see dragons bursting out of the flames. They rush at him, trying to surround him with their power. He feels the incredible onslaught of this opponent's power. Suddenly, the master activates the stone. People paid attention to this, realizing that the situation could become dangerous if the master did not manage to break through the formation. At that moment, energy surrounded them like a cocoon. The stone arose from the void, and its appearance caused heavy forebodings. One of the spectators began to doubt, thinking that Master Loken had no chance in this match. Suddenly, the stone began to crumble into small pieces. Instead of igniting, it crumbled. Something clearly went wrong. What the hell is going on at this moment? At that moment, the master was also in formation. He sees himself on a high mountain and orders himself to attack. With doubt in his eyes, he looks at this scene, not understanding how to get to the top, feeling anxious with such a power in front of him. Meanwhile, Gu Chen is fighting the dragons with all his might. They rush at him, capturing him in their huge mouths. Grabbing the scales of one of the monsters, he swung his sword to destroy it. With one stroke of the sword, he decides to punish this creature. He makes the monster suffer for daring to appear in formation. But he did not notice how another monster, flying at him, was going to grab him. In order not to become prey for this beast, he dodges. At this moment, Gu Chen was even beginning to enjoy this ordeal. Activating the aura sphere, he unleashes a wave of slashing blows that hit the monsters. They receive endless hits from the master's two swords. The warriors come to an idea when one of the monster's heads tries to attack from behind. The monster gives him a powerful blow from the side. He feels great pain from a deep wound. Turning, he looks at his back and sees a huge wound. And the dragon at this moment charges fire energy. The young master swings his dagger. Activating his sphere, he fogs up everything around him to confuse the monster's head. He stops, sword raised. Now he sees the dragon no longer as an invincible beast, but as a dead snake. However, he notices how the dark energy has touched him. Master Gu had felt something like this before, as if it had already happened to him. The brothers spoke among themselves, realizing that their brother Lu Bu was in danger. Suddenly, a sphere of pure yellow energy swirled in space. overshadowing the warriors. At this moment, Master Lu appears. He can hardly breathe, feeling a great strain on his heart. They run up to him to support him. However, the warriors notice that their master still hasn't come out, and decide to make sure if everything is okay with him. Suddenly the formation breaks, and everything around was filled with green light. The young master appears in excellent form. Nothing happened to him. He feels great. For Master Gu, things turned out to be faster than he expected. The experienced warriors noticed a powerful aura around him, stronger than before he entered the formation. In his mind, the young master realizes that Brother Lu's formation was extremely strong. He even got to participate in a real, albeit small, duel where he tested a new technique that he can now teach his students. However, since Master Lu was the first to get out of the formation, the victory was awarded to him. Master Lu stops his adept. He asks him if he has changed his mind about his decision. However, the warrior assures him that he is sure of his choice. But Master Lu yells for him to shut up or risk losing his life. The warrior realizes that he got out of the formation only by a miracle. Remembering that eerie moment, he feels the strong presence of an evil spirit. Now, thanks to Brother Gu, he has realized a lot and promises to be more careful with his students in the future. However, the offense still does not leave the warrior, and he cannot come to terms with it. However, he quickly receives an educational kick from the master. Master Gu has now earned respect, and all disciples must follow him and not indulge in careless actions. The warriors of the young master now want to understand who won. It meant they had won and their master was perfect. The brothers look at each other. They understand that Master Gu wants to invite them to take the post of head of the hall of hundreds of battles. Their former master recently passed away, and now they have no leader. Since their return, the strength of the students has increased significantly. This is proof that Master Gu is worthy to take the place of the head, because he even eliminated Master Lu with the formation. So they ask this talented master to definitely take the post of chairman and help many warriors who have a spark of hope in their hearts to succeed. Master Gu learned that the head can manage all resources and visit the treasure hall on his own. All these resources can strengthen his abilities, and now he can research what he was interested in. After all, he is extremely interested in what kind of dark energy it was. After thinking about it, he agrees to use these opportunities. Now everyone welcomes the new chapter in Master Chu. A month later, everything in this place took on new colors. The soldiers made many breakthroughs. Ever since Gu became the head, their skills have grown exponentially. He became a real treasure for them. Gu Chen, even though he researched all the available sources, could not find anything related to that dark energy that helped his cultivation. One day, he came out to his warriors who greeted him, ready to discuss the issue of quotas, because the Heavenly Information Clan needed support for a whole year. The master was interested in all the details related to quotas and resources. However, the head has been missing for a long time and so much remains unknown. But this clan is the strongest in the north. Under his management are many small halls similar to theirs. This is all organized in order to receive support and protection from various sides, and resources are transferred according to the agreement. Their main advantage is Elder Qin of the Heavenly Formation Clan, who is here. And at that moment, the head of the hall appears on the horizon. He looks suspiciously at Elder Qin and the other heads under his command. Now the young lord should approach him. The head of Heavenly Information is a rather mysterious person. A young lord approaches and greets him. Qin had heard a lot of rumors about the new hall head, and so he came here, unexpectedly learning about the appointment without his knowledge. One of the warriors, indignant, ignited with energy, sensing that this brat had come to humiliate their master. But Gu stopped him. The elder continued to test him, saying that if he is so capable, then will probably be able to honor previous agreements. Master Gu replied that in return for their favor, he would respect the old conditions. At this moment, the old throne stands before him. He confidently sits on it, declaring that the aid to their hall should be doubled. Hearing this, the elder almost jumped out of his skin, his eyes wide open. However, Master Gu would like the resource increase to happen as soon as possible. To the elder, these words sound defiant, and he begins to get angry, believing that the scoundrel should be reprimanded for such contempt. At that moment, the soldiers, like a shower, rushed at him, ready to strike a devastating blow. Their techniques gained real power, surrounding him in a tight ring. Master Gu was stunned by their reaction because it looked incredible. The old man, although he had once been among friends, decided to challenge them. He declared that it deserved to die and promised to kill it as a warning to others, so confident was he. But suddenly, unexpectedly, his neck was in Master Gu's steel grip. This shocked all the warriors near Albion. The young master, looking at all this, asked, "Is this a four-element formation?" He was interested in only one thing. Where did he learn this art? Master Qin, staring into his eyes, could not understand how he had managed to master such a thing. But all Master Gu wanted were answers. He declared that this formation belonged to his clan. However, the young master guesses that the formation was once given to him by Sofina. Does this clan belong to him? After all, 700 years ago, a young man was born who, thanks to the power of his formations, managed to raise the clan of the Heavenly Formation to the highest pedestal. Master Gu couldn't find information about him randomly. This seems to have been one of the formations he perfected after the breakout. He made it absolutely unique, and this emphasized his breakthrough and strength. No matter how skilled he is, all of his knowledge is from Master Gu. One way or another, he steps on this field. After all, this aura and place are imbued with his power. He heads for that altar that is mysteriously glowing. Creating a sphere in his hand, he fills it with a spark of his own power, and he understands that this young man undoubtedly has considerable strength, and what he has done deserves recognition. An incredible explosion of light soars upwards, filling the space with radiance. In this light, the silhouette of a mysterious figure begins to emerge. It's just that something amazing and incomprehensible rises in front of him. It was a guardian of the Gulun formation who sensed that someone was trying to interfere with his formation. Master Gu assures that he is only looking for Master Han, wishes no harm, and hopes for cooperation. But the warden thinks otherwise. He has passed through the forbidden place without destruction, and according to his master's will, Hulun must stop him. He warns that all attempts at resistance are futile. He is not allowed to go any further. He orders his soldiers to surround him from all sides. The energy engulfs young Master Gu as he prepares to face such overwhelming power. Master Gu looks at the enemy with disdain. If he doesn't want disaster to happen to his master, then let him stop immediately. The guards were ordered to do anything to stop this scoundrel and prevent him from entering the formation. But the young master creates a wave of energy that repels everyone around. This energy engulfs the warriors and strikes them like a burning fire. From this energy, the one he was so desperately looking for begins to materialize. Master Gu focused his attention on the master he sought to find. However, the master is in an unclear state. He is wounded, and the guards must protect him. It was seen that he wanted to materialize the master in this world to kill him, and this shocked the guards. Suddenly this master is in his hands. The guards drew their swords, ready to defend. Master Gu begins to form the technique in his hands. It was a special hot blood technique that he uses against this guy. A bloody waterfall of this energy rises around him like a dangerous vortex. Thanks to this technique, he can transfer some of his powers to those who need them. The guards wonder and whisper to each other, "Who is this man, and why is he willing to sacrifice himself for his master?" Suddenly their master comes to life. They look at each other in a circle, not believing their eyes. The master falls to his knees, seeing Gu Chen, the same legendary warrior, in front of him. As Hat Tianfeng's disciple, he greets the master and thanks him for saving his life. If it is their master's master, the guards are completely shocked, but the young master orders him to stand. The Heavenly Information Inner Clan sees this man speaking in front of his guards. For the fact that they treated him with indifference, he will now beat them to apologize in this way. The soldiers apologize for their misunderstanding, but Master Gu insists that there is no need to ask for forgiveness. They have to answer for their guilt, but it is better to just let them go, because there is no time for explanations. He looks as crazy as ever. Moreover, they are still equal to him. And would it be right to kill them? He orders them to disperse as he needs to speak with the master. They hope that the situation will remain clear for them. Left alone, Safan, our hero, asks, "How the hell did you get hurt like that, and where did the walls split?" Safan says that ever since his master disappeared 700 years ago, the disciples have been trying to figure out where he went so they can begin the search. But this world is so big that in all these years they never met it. Now they decided to find him, but it doesn't matter anymore, because it seems they didn't agree on the time when they should find our hero. Having found himself in the hidden house, he finally realized that they were not here, but he was sure. They were still alive. He suspected that their origin might be related to the legendary Holy Sun. It became clear why he had placed a defensive formation. The young man, sitting in front of the master, said that with such power as he had, it was unlikely that something serious could happen, but he could not trace his path, so he had to get here on his own. Besides, he barely got hurt, so of course I was worried about him. Gu Xuanchen wondered how many defensive formations he had created. He scratched the back of his head, remembered, and said that it was about 1,000. He often had to change his location, but feeling the master's energy, he immediately went in search. The master threw him a very valuable thing, This was for the young man to heal his wounds, but the master warned him. If he behaved like this in the future, he would punish him. These wonderful spiritual pills looked incredibly beautiful. After centuries of searching, the master rewarded him, and Zhao Feng was extremely grateful. However, the master also wanted to know if he had heard of the weapon of the Qingyun Mountains, but was told that he had never heard of it. Is this weapon so rare that it is almost impossible to find out about it? Xiao remembered that Master Tianhai would open the portal soon and invited Gu Xuanchen to go with him. Elder Tianhai is considered a sacred relic. The domain is opened only once every 100 years. It is rumored that Tian left this relic to find a successor. The warriors who dared to enter there returned with a powerful force, which they achieved in a short time. So now there is a fierce fight for the chance to enter the shrine. The master, of course, agreed to this proposal. Perhaps he would find something useful there. Especially if his enemy is lurking in the shadows, why not take this chance? Before long, they were at the eastern gate of the 4 cities of Tianhai. At the entrance, they were met by a guard who recognized him as a representative of the Heavenly Information Clan. After a quick check, they let him through and he moved on. The streets were full of people. Walking through the crowd, he noticed how everyone was busy with their own business, and the place was full of life. But suddenly, Gu Xuanchen's attention was drawn to a small green ball. He had seen it before and knew it. It was formed from the energy of heaven and earth, incredibly strong, even though it looked like an ordinary spiritual stone that was difficult to find. It is one of the best tools for training. He approached the merchant to find out the price of the stone. He himself did not know where the stone came from, but he was willing to give it for 1,000. As a result, he already received more than he expected. Suddenly, Yu was stopped by a girl. She stated that she wanted to get this stone. Behind her stood 2 of her subordinates, and she herself was their boss, Miss Qin. They asked Gu to name the price, because Miss Qin wants to buy the stone. The seller explained that the stone had already been sold, but one of her subordinates assured that he was ready to pay twice as much. Gu apologized and explained that this stone was not for sale. However, they tried to bargain again, offering 10 times the price. Gu repeated his decision, turned and started to leave, but heard the girl tell him to accept the deal. "How many times do I have to repeat that?" "It's not for sale," he replied. At that moment, the subordinates decided to take the stone by force, pointing the sword at his neck. But, obviously, they did it in vain. A man ran up and asked to stop, stressing that fighting is prohibited by the rules in this area. "You're lucky," said one of the underlings, and hid his sword. Gu didn't want any conflict, so he just left, but he was sure that their meeting wasn't over yet. Miss Qin became upset, and her subordinates began to bustle around, suggesting that she buy something else. However, she ordered them to collect all the information about this man and about everyone who has a connection with him. Suddenly, a loud bell rang out and people looked up to see the sky turn purple and a portal begin to open within it. After 100 years of waiting, everyone who had gathered was here, and the portal began to pull them in one by one. Gu stood still, watching as people were dragged inside. At that moment, his body also began to be drawn to the portal. After getting through it, he found himself in a city where energy was just raging around him. It's no wonder that people here have improved their skills so quickly. The energy of this place was much more powerful than outside. Easy access to such a powerful source of aura raised suspicions. Something was definitely wrong here. Inside his body, he felt a dark energy. "Brother, can you imagine that we will meet our enemy so easily?" came the words behind him. It was the same 2 men and Miss Qin that he met a few minutes ago on the ground. Now they demanded that he give up the stone. There were no more rules in this place. Gu was the first to reach for his sword and offer to start a fight. His enemy believed that Gu was much weaker and was confident of his victory. He defiantly offered to leave Gu's hand as a reminder. But suddenly, like the wind, Gu rushed past him and ended up behind him. Gu didn't even promise to keep his hand. He just cut it off. Joking at the enemy, Gu said, "You left me a hand!" Next to the enemy, there was one more abandoned partner. Gu dealt with him in an instant. He crushed his lungs with one clear blow. The enemies began to complain to Miss Qin that they could not handle Gu. But when they looked back, Miss Qin had already disappeared. They risked their lives for her, and she just ran away. Gu showed them mercy. He offered to leave in peace, giving them life. He explained that with the powerful energy of this place, they would be able to repair their wounds in half an hour. As a sign of gratitude for the gift of life, they gave Gu a map of the formation that came down to them from their ancestors. They thanked him for revealing Miss Qin's true face to them, wished him good luck, and set off with each other's support. Gu Xianchen now had a map to help him. He created energy in his hand and began to focus it on the map. Placing the map on the ground, he saw a glow begin to appear around it. This helped him determine that the source of the dark energy was in the east. His body seemed to be captured by this dark energy that filled the space around him. Gyu turned his gaze to the direction from where the strongest radiation of this power could be felt. At that moment, it seemed to him that someone was watching him. It was scary to imagine what secrets this place hides, but at the same time it was interesting. The Tianhai Qilong portal was still open. According to the map, if you pass through it, you can find yourself in a place with an even more powerful aura. Curiosity got the better of him, and Gyu decided to enter. The portal pulled him in, and what he saw on the other side was even more incredible. People standing in front of it said that it was the eye of a demon, and only a few managed to get there. Those who stood under this eye felt how it drained their strength. In a moment, they became drier than a tree branch. Gyu had no plans to give his power to that eye, so he reached for his sword. At that moment, an explosion rang out in front of him, and he saw a giant house standing right in front of him. "Is it Qilong?" sounded his surprised voice in the tense atmosphere. It was necessary to run to this palace as soon as possible, because it was the only chance. Everyone rushed forward, and Gyu was already standing right in front of the entrance. Going inside, they felt saved, because here their forces were almost safe. They could feel the energy of the warriors outside, so this place must be completely isolated. A huge demon statue stood right in front of them, its decorations causing shivers. Gyu watched the reaction of those present, and wondered what these people expected from this place, and what they were thinking when they entered here. Besides, the energy here was much stronger than outside. He remembered lines from an ancient book. Bloody battles were fought for the chance to get here. Maybe this place has something to do with where he got stuck in a past life. Gyu turned his attention to another who had broken through here. "I wanted to practice a little, but I didn't expect to be able to take it to a new level," he exclaimed happily. The boy who said those words held the fire in his hand, completely controlling it. Others also began to rejoice, considering this place a true blessing. This is a land of treasures. With a little luck, even Gyu can level up here. Here is a double result with minimal effort. However, Gyu understood. The energy here is not simple. It is mixed with dark power. While others admired the place and considered it a true gift of fate, Gyu remained wary. However, the joy didn't last long until one of them started coughing. After coughing, he rushed at the other, choking on blood and spitting it out. It seems that this young man is unable to perceive dark energy. A giant gate opened, and 3 people came out of it, the main one of whom addressed them. "Disciples! Uncle Zhao, are you alive?" shouted one of those present in fright. They were shocked to see their sect elder, and with him, Uncle Qin and the former head of the Cloud Clan. After stroking his beard, the elder explained that he got here hundreds of years ago. Despite the enormous potential of this place, he did not have enough strength to get out. He also explained to them that getting here means recognition of their talents. "Now is the time to find out who is the strongest among them," he said, and pointed 2 fingers forward and shot out a beam of energy. It was a passage to the next level, and he invited them to enter. A conflict broke out among the crowd over a dispute over who would go first. Gyu calmly observed this, evaluating each person present. However, he saw things quite differently. These people were just victims of the method of sacrificing the dead. It seems that these so-called elders have long since left the world of the living, and someone is simply using their bodies to deceive people. The atmosphere in the crowd suddenly changed. Their argument about who would pass first turned into real chaos. It all started with the appearance of a creature with giant fangs, which also flew, hovering over everyone. Gyu, assessing the situation, understood that it would not be easy to cope with it. One of the so-called elders urged the people not to be afraid, explaining that it was part of the test and those who could handle the creature would advance to the 3rd level. The atmosphere of the 2nd level was really quite different. One of them began to call everyone a bunch of idiots, explaining that this is just a test of the temple, which should awaken their courage. How can such cowards even have the audacity to come here? Then turning to everyone, he began to speak to the creature, but probably he decided to talk to her in vain. The creature grabbed him instantly, and those who fell into its clutches never came back. He saw only sharp fangs in front of his eyes, and in a moment even more such creatures appeared. The others even thought it was an illusion until the brave's blood splattered on their swords. The creature opened its mouth wide, and its eyes glowed with a bright red light. One boy in the crowd decided it was time to act. He used an attack known as Rush and locked the creature in a barrier. Holding the corresponding seal in his hands, he controlled the cube in which he locked the creature. Over time, the barrier began to shrink, becoming smaller and smaller. A moment later, he was already holding a small cube in his hand, which contained a giant creature that had been reduced to this tiny size. One of the elders allowed him to go to the next level. Others also began to show their incredible abilities, dealing with monsters. There was only a loud scream, as one of the monsters stood right in front of Gyu. He only pointed his sword at her, after which he said, "Come on, let's begin!" Unexpectedly for everyone around, the giant beast simply bowed before him. It was a real mystery. What did Gyu do? He didn't even move, and the monster just froze in place. A red mark was visible right on the beast's forehead. When a beast is tamed, it remains loyal to its master for the rest of its days. Gyu smiled. It was not for nothing that a monster of such power was sent to him. It must have had something to do with his blood. He decided to make a contract with him to understand his thoughts. Gu Xuanchen did so, finding himself in his mind where something could be seen among the broken glass fragments. There were many broken mirrors around him. He controlled the power, holding it in his hands. Eventually, this power, like a small flame, began to dissolve. However, someone was watching him from the other side. It was a high-ranking person, behind whom his ward was standing and asking, "Was he just there?" "This is the one who was able to resist the demon's aura. I looked through his memory, through the beast. He is not the son of the Saint King," said the master. The ward offered to simply grab him and try to find out everything he knows. The master called him an idiot, and the protege immediately fell to his knees before him. The master explained that while the seal was active on him, nothing could be achieved. He ordered to find everyone who was somehow related to him, even those who had just heard something, and bring them here. With that, the master walked over to his throne, sat down, and fell into his thoughts, wondering if Gyu knew he had tapped into his memories. Meanwhile, on the third floor, ordinary soldiers opened their mouths in surprise. Their attention was drawn to the giant statue that stood before them. The third level made a strong impression on them, but only Gyu remained indifferent, because it did not bother him. The words came from the statue, "The fact that you got here means that you are connected to this place." After that, the question was, "Are you ready to take all the responsibility?" After everyone said, "I'm ready," the statue began to release some liquid from its palm, and instructed everyone to meditate and enjoy. It was a pure liquid-like energy that began to permeate the bodies of those present. Gu immediately felt the dark energy in this wave. They use it to hide the human body and then control his soul. If Gu was not mistaken, this energy was similar to the one he had already felt before. He was sure, if you don't want to be under someone else's control, you should awaken your own power. With the help of his soul, he channeled some of the energy and locked it in a formation. Gyu began to use the rush technique, letting go of his body and relaxing it. At this time, the others were watching him through the portal. They were surprised that he managed to channel this energy through himself. The master thought, "Am I wrong?" His servant rushed towards the people, directing them with his hand. The master himself grabbed his head. He placed two people, tightly chained, on their knees in front of him. Shards of glass began to fly with the memories that were in Gyu's head. To confirm the truth of his assumptions, he needed a few more tests, holding his subordinate's head, the master realized. Some time passed, and Gyu was walking along the fourth level with Miss Chin and the former enemy. They were confused. Did they pass this test? Ahead, they saw a staircase, and on it, a chair in which a man was sitting, wrapped in chains. It was obvious that he was seriously injured, because his body was covered with bruises. Gyu thought about it. He had never met this man before, but somehow he seemed familiar to him. The words echoed, "This is the last test and your job is to heal his wounds." The man and Miss Chin hesitated. She was a martial artist while he was completely ignorant of alchemy and had no corresponding skills. Only Gyu came closer, took the man's hand, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Touching his pulse, Gyu felt a strange and strong feeling. At that time, the master still continued to follow him. The man had a creepy mask on his face, emphasizing his dark intentions, and several corpses were lying around. With just one movement of his hand, he could control the minds of others. Miss Chin and the boy decided to attack Gyu from behind, under the influence of the master controlling their minds. No sooner had they calmly descended the stairs than suddenly they began swinging their swords. It was completely unclear what happened to them and why they started attacking. It really felt more like a test. Gyu immediately understood that their actions were guided by dark energy. It was even interesting because he wanted to test his attacks on them and see if they would work. The master, watching this, was quite surprised to see the art of the Demon King. Ahead of Gyu was an extremely difficult battle. However, he struck them with his sword and caused them to spring back, and blood spurted from their wounds. They could not withstand his pressure and simply fell to the ground. The master, seeing this battle, could not bear it and passed through the portal, appearing on the 4th level in front of Gyu, greeting him with the words, "Tianhai is glad to see the demon messenger." Gyu was a bit confused by the greeting, especially the phrase demon messenger. Tianhai didn't bother to explain. He said that Gyu possessed the demon god technique, which meant that he was chosen by the demon god. Even more questions popped into Gyu's mind, especially after Tianhai identified himself, confirming that it was the same Tianhai. Gyu was confused. He was just trying to perfect the laws of the demonic Tao based on his understanding of power, and now he was being mistaken for the demon god's messenger. And then Tian takes off his mask. He introduced himself as the one called the Lord of the Heavenly Sea. His face was covered with scars, with teeth as sharp as blades. The third question that arose in Gyu's mind was, why did Tian bring him here? When the demon god learned that the Tianxing king intended to impart knowledge to the Holy Sun, he did not know whether it would be one person or several. It was because of this that he started this game, so that after passing the heavenly path, he would enter the spiritual world and leave behind a legacy. Tianhai became who he is now due to the influence of the heavenly Tao and demonic Tao laws within his body. He was now here, in a state of waiting, searching for a saint son to carry out the demon lord's instructions, which meant that Gyu was probably the same saint son. Once Gyu learned the secret of the demon god, it made him the chosen one to help unite the demons. Just raising his hand, a bright purple energy flashed around him, and he said that seeking power was not a sin. Pointing his finger at the others he controlled, he called them righteous, following the laws of heaven, but with a darkness within them no less than demons. And finally he asked, aren't they demons? Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on between them, a real meat grinder, in which they mercilessly chopped each other. All this was observed through the portal. The master proved that force is the fastest way to gain power. Hugh listened to these words until he couldn't take it anymore. He came up, grabbed him by the throat, and asked, "Who gave you permission to lecture me?" Suddenly a purple orb flared up in Gyu's body. It was the demon path seed, and Tianhai was even more surprised to see it. Suspecting something, he invited Gyu to go with him to the demon palace to assess the overall situation. Gyu warned that the next time Tianhai wanted to check his identity again, it would not be so easy. It seemed that this demon palace was somehow connected to his past, and therefore it was worth going there. On the way to the 5th level, Tianhai explained that the messengers were people who were lured as bait to infiltrate the 3rd level and explore their power. These messengers were chained behind bars and cried for help. Gyu decided to leave them, seeing them as insignificant, and knew that if they absorbed the energy of this place, they would only weaken its foundation. Recognizing them as worthless, he decided not to interfere. Tianhai apologized for not thinking things through and said that when they reached the high level of the demon realm, a high-ranking demon would be waiting for them there. He was more interested in when they would get to the demon realm, but Tianhai asked him to take his time. Although they failed to capture the Holy Sun this time, they were in for a surprise. They captured the Holy Virgin. This girl was lying chained in a cold room on a concrete floor. And yes, we've met this miss before. Entering the room, Gu asked with interest if she was indeed the Holy Virgin, the daughter of the Holy King. Tianhai came closer, grabbed her by the throat, and began to explain who she was. Her only rejection of the demonic laws, which is why she is doomed. His goal is to learn the secrets of the dying king through the holy sons and daughters, which will allow him to gain power over the holy realm, raising it even higher. He added that then it would be possible to become the first person in the holy realm and even rise to a higher level, the level of God. But, unfortunately, the girl admitted that she was really a saint, but she had nothing more to confess. Suddenly, one of the master's servants ran in and reported that something bad had happened to the prince. The prince turned out to be the man who was chained to the chair. He was held by everyone present as his body was burning with fire. Gyu and Tianhai went to him, and as they got closer, Gyu realized that he was a saint's son. It is not surprising that there was a feeling of familiarity at the meeting. Tianhai explained that it was probably side effects from the injuries the prince had suffered earlier. He took out the pill but forbade Gyu to give it to the prince, as he was in no condition to take it. While the pill could temporarily ease his wounds, it would further damage his foundation. Even if his life could be saved, he would no longer be able to speak. There isn't much difference between this and death, Gyu decided, and decided to have his way. He came closer and hit him on the neck with 2 fingers. The prince's body began to calm down and a completely different energy swirled around him. A surprised eye peeked out from under the mask. Is Gyu relying on the law of heaven to heal him? Gyu explained that this guy was practicing heaven's law, so it was natural to use his own power to save. He was a little sad. He had recently mastered the demon god technique and mastered many laws, but it seemed that it was still impossible to cure him completely. Tianhai spoke about all the methods they used on the prince, and how they wanted to learn many secrets from him. But for that, they needed someone who possessed the law of heaven to avoid killing him. Coming to a conclusion, Tianhai, after asking Gyu's permission, ordered all the sacred stones purchased from Chiongolo 1,000 years ago to be brought for the envoy's use. Gyu decided to take a risk and was ready to act. He was left with the Holy Sun in one of the rooms. There, Gu Xuanchen proceeded to perform the ritual, even though it was only a barrier. He created a barrier so that they could talk freely, without prying eyes. The prince slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to see Gyu in this state, his younger brother. Gyu, standing over his bed, asked him to tell the whole truth. But the older brother explained that he knew no more than him. There were rumors among the people that the father gave them all his secrets before his death. But this was not true. The only thing he knows is that the purest heavenly Tao and the power of their bloodline is the most precious legacy that their father left in their souls. Gyu had already heard about this kind of power somewhere. He had been told about it before. The elder brother explained that the secrets of the heavenly laws could be preserved because of the power of the lineage, which exists with the soul, so it cannot be stolen. Thanks to this power, the brothers can not only feel each other. More importantly, whether they practice the heavenly path, the demonic path, or even the demonic cultivation technique, they can transform this energy into their own power. The older brother ruefully admitted that he had once been too arrogant. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have suffered the suffering of the demon race. Now, unable to reach the top of the heavenly Tao, he asked Gyu for permission and decided to give him his heavenly laws as a thank you for saving him from the demons. This became clear when Gyu treated his brother and felt that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was different. At the same time, Gyu told that his dantian had been marked with a seal since birth, which prevented him from cultivating. Unlike him, the older brother had never had such a seal. The brother had just admitted it, and Gyu realized that the case was unusual and required investigation. The elder also asked him for one more thing, if possible to save a girl named Li Chinner, who is their niece. He sensed a faint resonance of blood in her, signifying a common ancestral line. Probably her father was also a saint and passed on the power of the family to her. The older brother asked to help her as a blood relative if possible. Gyu promised to do his best and went out to Tianhai. Tianhai urged not to rush to develop magical power but to save his brother first. Passing by, Gyu replied that he should first make sure that he had cultivated enough heavenly power to heal, and if necessary, cultivate the demonic Tao power more effectively. The power of the bloodline can completely transform the magic law into its own power, but this requires research. Tianhai confirmed that there was no faster way to increase one's strength than cultivating magical energy. He also invited Gyu to go with him, as there are those here who are eager for their demise. They made their way to the Hall of Demons, where a statue of a giant woman stood tall. Standing before her, Tianhai addressed the statue as well as all the demons, announcing who he had brought to them. Standing directly in front of the demons was a proud and steadfast Gyu. A voice came out reminding him that he couldn't just bring a person in and claim that he possessed the demon god's inheritance. A one-horned demon sitting nearby explained that, if they asked, they would have to guess what would happen next. Next to him was a spider demon with 4 eyes on one side of his forehead. He did not answer the unicorn, but only asked him to stop talking nonsense. At the same time, the spider demon expressed an idea by spitting. The idea was to test Gyu. The web that the demon released flew right at him. Gyu closed his eyes, concentrated, and created a dark barrier around himself that stopped the web. The spider demon did not expect this. Now he himself was seized by the energy that Gyu released. This force proved to be much more powerful than his web and began to pull him in. In an instant, the demon was right in front of Gu Xuanchen's hand. Gyu gripped him tightly by the throat and asked him what kind of nonsense it was. All the demons present who witnessed this were stunned. The impression was made even stronger when Gyu threw the spider demon away with a display of incredible strength. Gyu decided to introduce himself, calling himself the messenger of the demon god, and asked if they still had any questions. All the demons declared in unison that they had no more questions, and named Gyu as the messenger. Tianhai was happy at that moment because he believed that if he brought the messenger of the demon god, then according to the agreement, the messenger would be able to teach him the techniques of the demon god. The others didn't mind it either, although it was news to Gyu that he hadn't even heard of before. This scum probably just wants to use him to control others. Gu thought of a plan, and the first step was to have everyone learn this technique. He said he would teach them all. However, Tianhai, frightened, explained that this was against the rules. But now that the demon race is declining, this is the fastest way to increase their strength and revive the race in a short time. Tianhai could not resist the messenger's words. Gu, of course, did not reveal his martial arts and techniques, but instead used his magical skills based on the understanding of the heavenly Tao, which surpassed the demon lord's knowledge of the demon god's secrets. As he trained them, he held the 10 great demons in subjection, and they quickly grasped the true meaning of the demon clan. Because of this, he not only made it to the early stage of the profound sea realm, but also ended up in the demon realm. He also did not forget to watch over his niece, saving her life. And it was then that he explained to her that she needed to act deliberately if she did not want to die. As Gu's power level increased, his understanding of the demon path became stronger and stronger. One day, he and his servants stood in front of a giant mountain. Gu asked with interest what kind of mountain it was. It was explained to him that this was Beiwan, the border between the demon clan and humans. He wondered if it was really the area where people lived that made magic stronger as he got closer. Near the border town of Beiwan stretched an almost idyllic, albeit gloomy, picture. Hugh looked up and down at the dry trees and the corpses lying among them. His presence here did not go unnoticed. It was a young demon named Moji, who, noticing Gu, immediately offered to go along. The offer was also supposed to save him money, which sounded quite strange. Moji explained all the circumstances and Gu agreed to lead them down. The other young demons were stunned. The Lord himself would go with them. Gathering, they went forward. After walking a short distance, Moji couldn't believe it. Even though Gu's level didn't seem high, his movement technique was incredibly fast. Eventually, they reached a purple portal called a safe passage. One of the young demons explained what the matter was. The bottom line is that the so-called safe passage is a way to isolate them from the outside world so that they can get to their desired destination faster. In this space, no one even sees them. For the passage, Moji used a magic crystal, the currency of the magical world. It was necessary to expose the crystals, as everything around lit up with a purple glow, and the passage opened. However, one of them declared that he wanted to go back as soon as they entered. He explained that behind the stone was the entrance to the core, and with their current strength, it was very dangerous to go there. Gu wondered if the distance between this city and their objective was really that great. The red-haired demon, frightened, asked not to go further because he still wanted to live. He talked about the danger posed by the beasts that might be there, but Lord Guxuanchen simply handed them the 2 crystals. They were crystals of higher magic, actually his share of destiny. At that moment, he began to disappear in a dark red delirium. A magical armor began to form around him. The young demons couldn't believe what they were seeing in front of them. And it was at this moment that he jumped into the portal. Now, it was up to the younger demons to decide what to do next. Moji offered to follow. Moji understood. The Lord is a good man, and with his help they can become rich. When they entered, they were immediately attracted by the numerous magic stones, which was their main goal. At that time, the Lord was watching the giant mountain with a red mist swirling above it, and he could feel the demonic aura getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, there was a powerful roar. "Damn it, these are magical beasts," he thought. Standing calmly in place, the Lord had already drawn his sword and held it at the ready. Suddenly, several dozen bloodthirsty magical beasts appeared around them. They resembled giant wolves. The Lord began the fight, slicing through their flesh while remaining in one place. His breathing was even and his armor fit perfectly. It seemed that there was no end to these beasts. There were more and more of them. The roaring of the beasts only intensified, and they became even more ferocious. Even bigger beasts followed the wolves. Their appearance had already begun to frighten, especially the young demons. One of them was a huge lion, whose appearance almost deprived the wolves of their importance. Some animals he simply trampled, walking over them and getting their cores. The lion came closer and bowed low before the Lord, which looked quite strange. Cores are a powerful means of regeneration, and magical beasts often fight each other for the chance to obtain them. Incredibly, the lions fought only to show submission to the man standing before them. The Lord collected their cores, holding them in his hands. He warned the teenagers not to tell anyone about this place. At that moment, he gently stroked the lion with a special mark on its forehead. The teenagers unanimously promised to keep the secret. They listened carefully to his words. The Lord himself, saying goodbye to them, quickly jumped up. After all, avoiding demons without their knowledge could cause unnecessary trouble. For now, the beasts would look after them, and the Lord himself was already in a completely different place. It was a place where not a single living tree remained. Everything around was boiling with lava. However, this did not bother Lord. He calmly stood in the very middle of the boiling stream. He came here because he had been observing a high-level mysterious formation in this area for decades. And finally, something really strange started to happen. He held his breath as he heard the powerful sounds of lightning. A black hole seemed to form in the sky, from which lightning burst. Then a gigantic hurricane arose, stretching from the ground to the very sky. This entire whirlwind was riddled with lightning that burned his body. It was incredibly difficult to stand on my feet in this vortex of energy. However, Lord was able to, but suddenly everything around went dark. The force of this formation pierced his armor, shattering it into small pieces. And then a voice rang out. I can't believe that the first person to get here in so many years is a man. This incredible power, from which the voice rang out, brought him into a stupor. An incredibly beautiful woman appeared in front of him. Only her spirit, but her size was impressive. Spider legs, like sharp bones, could be seen behind her. The feeling was strange, because this demon had neither magical nor heavenly power. The Lord unleashed his fiery power and commanded her to show herself. But her spirit continued to fly around. The situation was extremely unclear. What is going on here? She flew closer, illuminated by a red light, and asked, Are you the ninth? Suddenly the entire atmosphere changed, and a huge energy cube appeared in front of him. A woman's voice rang out from the cube, pleading to let her go because she wanted to see him. Who the hell are you? Gyu asked anxiously, holding his sword at the ready. Stupid boy, she replied with tears on her cheeks. It was his mother, the meeting with which pierced his heart through. He stammered out, Mom? Yes, it was the mother who gave him his soul, the one the whole world thought was gone, the demon goddess. He did not know what to do at this moment, what to say. He only began to recall the legend. Legend had it that the Saint King achieved incredible martial arts by receiving the Sword of Heavenly Destiny. But it is not so. She and his father were both demons, but gradually, accidentally received a copy of the Book of Yin and Yang from a higher spirit. Father practiced Yang, and she practiced Yin. Eventually, his father's demonic aura faded, and he became more and more masculine. He merged with the human race to completely subdue the Holy Realm, becoming the Holy King of the world due to his extraordinary power. And she became a demon god because she practiced the Yin technique and achieved that status. The Fate Sword was also created by her and the Saint King to prevent outside challengers from taking away the heavenly book of Yin and Yang. And already in a calmer atmosphere, they started a conversation. She explained everything to him, telling him that although the human and demon tribes were at war with each other, they hid their true identities to avoid conflict between the human race and the demons. One day the owner of the Yin and Yang book appeared and tried to take it back. This powerful man was from a realm that surpassed the Holy Realm. The battle lasted for 3 months without interruption. But in the end, they were defeated. After taking the book, he did not take their lives, but only made them swear that they would not divulge any information about him. In order to maintain the stability of the two realms, they had to obey the orders of the powerful of this world. But when his father was seriously injured, many members of the human race succumbed to temptation. They wanted to kill the Saint King and then frame her to unite the human and demonic worlds. She and his father had failed to protect him and his 8 brothers from the enemy, and they had no choice but to split their knowledge and pass it on to the Gyu brothers. Because his body contained the greatest concentration of heavenly Tao power among the brothers, a copy of the formula was sealed into his dantian and he had to reincarnate before he could remove the seal. Now Gyu had a question. Is he also a demon? It was then that she told how her father had practiced the Yang Heavenly Book, and his demonic aura had been purified. It made him human, but she meant that whether he was human or demon didn't matter. What is important is what is in the heart. It was important to him to free his mother, but when she sent him down, she was already dying. Father used his last days only to seal her here. The time spent in the humble chair, almost motionless, had allowed her to survive so far, but if she got out, she would be dead in less than an hour. The son tried to find another way to talk to her. There was a way out, and she explained what kind of way it was. If he can combine the Yin and Yang book and train it to the limit, this book contains the secrets of cultivation laws for humans and demons alike. If he can understand her completely, he will be able to remove his father's seal. Then he and his father handed him the book of Yin and Yang. But due to the demon clan's reputation, Yin's secret was sealed even deeper and would only reveal itself to protect him in a moment of danger. Now it became clear to him that the Yin technique was the demon god's technique. The black aura was a demonic aura. At this moment, his mother helped him to fully reveal the Yin technique. Feeling an incredible power, he realized that he felt the heavenly book of Yin and Yang in his heart. Warmth enveloped his body, and he sat in a meditative position, feeling it. Suddenly, my mother suspected something was wrong. She immediately asked him to be careful and protected him with her spirit, waving her hand to the side and deflecting the attack that was flying towards them. You couldn't understand what it was. It was a lineage tracing technique, a dangerous and forbidden technique that uses the power of lineage to find people capable of bestowing longevity. There is also the power of desire, and killing means that the black-haired man must be somehow connected to his brothers. So one of his brothers did it. Did he really want to kill him with such force? The 7 sacred sects of the sacred realm, Tianjian sect. The spy reported that, according to them, a new messenger of the demon god had appeared in the demon world, and it seemed that he was preparing to make a big move. Sect Master Wu Qianlong was interested in this boy's story. The origin of this person was unknown, but it is known that he is so skilled that he became the leader of the demons and guides them all. A question arose between them, whether the demons were preparing for an all-out war with them again. Another believed that the demons in the north were not so dangerous and there was no reason to fear them. But wiping the cold sweat from his face, the spy explained that he had also learned that the demons had captured the Holy Sun. Thus, when the Holy Sun fell into their hands, the demonic people began to cultivate his power. This means that they have mastered the Saint King's secrets and are now cultivating his technique. The chief still had a grudge against the Saint King, because he had been wounded by the demon god and ended up dying. He decided it was time to end it. Rising from the throne, he raised his hand and ordered to gather 100,000 warriors from the 9 Heavens sect, Pill Temple, King Pavilion, Formations, and the other 7 saint sects to fight the northern demons. Everyone else was ready to respond to the call and defeat the remaining demons together to save the Holy Sun. 10 days later, the human race gathered 300,000 soldiers and marched north, ready for a decisive confrontation. They camped near the Demon River, which served as the border between humans and demons, and issued an ultimatum to the demon tribe. If you don't bring back the Holy Sun, we will launch an all-out offensive. Tensions were growing, and war was on the verge. Taking advantage of the darkness, the demon tribe launched a surprise attack on the human army across the river, starting a bloody battle between the two sides. The demon elders gathered on the slope, and in front of them sat their charges, preparing to discuss important matters. The elders wanted to know where the messenger was, but everyone present answered that they knew nothing. From the very beginning, the demons only saw humans as traitors, not trusting a single word they said. Lord Reptile was of the position that the problems with the messenger were solely Saint Tian Hai's business. He blamed Tian Hai, who had brought the people from the temple, and only he knew what they were being taught in the demon god technique. One of the lords proposed to end the argument. The most important thing is to find a way to resist the onslaught of people. The Lord realized that once humanity found out about the abduction of the Holy Sun, they would not leave the demon people alone. So a battle was the only way out. Realizing the magnitude of the threat, the demons knew they had no choice but to fight to the last breath. One of the lords offered to shelter the Holy Sun and his daughter in the Tower of Spirits, and if they were defeated, to destroy them on the spot. Under no circumstances could they be allowed to fall into human hands. Meanwhile, the demon godmother was talking to her son, Gyu, who had been chosen as the demon's successor. She asked him that if he managed to find the culprit of all this, he would not take his life. After all, they are all her children, and she did not want to see them destroy each other. Gyu was ready to promise his mother that he would not resort to extreme measures. However, he had one condition. If they continued to try to kill him, he wasn't going to sit idly by until it happened. His mother called him a good boy and asked him to come closer. At that moment, her hand lit up. From the flash, a small purple sphere appeared on her hand. It was a spirit pill that combined her blood with Gyu's father's blood. By accepting it, he will temporarily block his inheritance power, meaning that his own brothers will not be able to find him through the bloodline. However, there was one condition. For a certain time, he would not be able to feel them either. It was exactly what he wanted and more because his mother had taught him the technique. Considering it his duty to give her a wonderful gift, he set off. On the way, something made him stop. On the road in front of him were many bodies left after the battle. Suddenly a voice came from behind him asking him to stop. Gyu turned and asked what they wanted. The war between humans and demons became more and more intense. Because of this, the 10 great demon lords were ordered to go to the demon god temple, and they turned to him to guide them. Gyu was surprised that the human race and demons were actually fighting. Beneath the demonic aura, he felt the very subtle power of the heavenly Tao. He understood that all these demons were actually humans disguised as demons, and ordered them to follow him. He led them to the huge statue in the demon god temple to find out what their true intentions were towards the demons. They suspected something when Gyu brought them here, sensing danger. There was a suspicion. After all, 10 great demons went to the front, so who does he serve? Without waiting for an answer, they rushed at him, ready to kill. The battle spiraled into a frenzied pace, their blows flying from their weapons, and the demonic energy raging unrestrained in their bodies. The demonic power was truly impressive, but Gyu stood calmly in place, as if waiting. He wasn't even going to show half his strength in this battle. He only evaded attacks, and then unexpectedly delivered blows that left the enemy without understanding what kind of power it was. With barely a movement of his hand, he unleashed enough force to topple one of the attackers. The blow hit his body, splitting his mask in half, and it said, "So you're human too?" Gyu had no intention of answering that question. However, he thought for a moment and spoke in response, as the statue of his mother, the god of war, began to fill with power. It was a power given to him that destroyed everything around him. Stones flew into small particles. The demons trembled in fear because they knew that this statue needed the power of 10 great demons to activate, and Gyu was able to do it himself. He ordered them to return to their master and convey that if the war was not stopped, he would defeat their army. And if they do not stop, the army will be destroyed by his hand. After that, Gyu went to see his older brother in a place where they would help him reach the city where their mother was sealed away. Time moved slowly in this place, making it ideal for recovering from any injuries. She, no doubt, would be glad to see him, but the older brother turned to the younger one. He asked again if he would really be able to see their mother. And with each moment, the energy around him became stronger and stronger, and he gradually disappeared. No sooner had the older brother disappeared than another figure appeared. It was his niece who, tired of life in prison, ran up and hugged him from the back. She begged to take her with her, and in case of refusal, she threatened to reveal her true identity to the world. And at this inopportune moment, the teleportation suddenly stopped. Gyu turned, removed her hands from his back. He pushed her away, angry at what she had done. But it was already too late. Suddenly, everything around began to change, and the atmosphere changed radically. Instantly, he found himself in a city full of water. The spatial disorder seemed to have transported him here, and now he was sure that an exit was urgently needed. Coming to the surface, he eagerly inhaled his full lungs, catching fresh air after a long stay underwater. An incredibly beautiful girl was sitting right in front of him, who was looking in amazement at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. It was the hot springs, where she was enjoying the peace, until suddenly a man appeared in front of her. She thought he was some kind of pervert. A gigantic water dragon suddenly appeared behind her, opening its mouth wide. She possessed such power, and now she intended to destroy him. She pointed her sword at him, and the dragon launched an attack. He managed to dodge the first blow, but the girl had no intention of letting this pervert go. Then he grabbed her sword with 2 fingers, stopping it in one motion. "Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were here," came his apologetic voice. But she didn't believe it. What other misunderstanding could cause him to suddenly appear in their Kanglan sect's sacred river shrine? She wasn't going to forgive him? Gyu came closer, put his arm around her waist, and asked her to calm down. He pressed her more and more to him, trying to add peace and confidence. Maybe she really needed help with her breathing, because it caused her to stop her practice by the river. They soon found themselves in the great hall of the Kanglan sect. The head of the new sect questioned her once more while standing in front of them. Was it true that the master had mistakenly ended up in the Kanglan sect from a secret location? Gyu stood in front of the head of the sect next to the girl, and himself confirmed that all this was true. The girl explained to her father that the master helped her break through the barrier that restrained her strength. Although his level is not high, he was able to single-handedly destroy the ban of the sacred river and helped her achieve a breakthrough. The sect had never seen the likes of him since it was founded. Sect leader Niu wondered, could the fate of the sect be in the hands of someone like Gyu? It could benefit their home. He began a conversation with him, noting that a truce had been concluded between the human and demon races. Since Gyu is a cultivator and now has a connection to their sect, why not join them? The girl also tried to convince him, explaining that the sect has been guarding the sacred river for several generations, remaining independent from humans and demons, not participating in wars. And this place is safe. At that moment, Gyu remembered his brother. Probably the brother had successfully teleported to the borders of Mount Baiwan, where their mother was, and he himself, it just so happened, was now in a neutral area that could be cultivated. The head emphasized again that this was the order of the elders of the Kanglan sect, and that was why Gyu, as a worthy man, could join their cause. Gyu raised his hand in gratitude for the offer, not intending to refuse. The conversation was about to go deeper when suddenly an explosion rang out behind them, and the wall was blown to pieces. The head abruptly got up from his throne, not understanding what was happening. An old master, covered in bruises, flew into the hall and reported to the head that the cauldron of 10,000 pills in their purification room had exploded again. In the Hall of Alchemists, a huge cauldron, bright golden in color, was lying on its side, and a strange liquid was oozing from it. The alchemist explained to the chapter about the malfunctions of this cauldron, mentioning that it had not been repaired in 500 years. The head added that this fire was the very fire his ancestor had taken from the Lord of the Sacred River 10,000 years ago, and it was capable of refining thousands of magical artifacts. The conversation continued as Gyu walked around the cauldron, examining it carefully. At some point he asked everyone to stop. The way is simple. The true weapon is the manifestation of the way and the will of the laws. The Tao is hidden in this cauldron, and any attempt at repair can only damage its origin. Placing his hand on the cauldron and concentrating, he felt that there were more than 10 different power patterns inside that were supposed to aid in the repair, but were actually hindering him. Such an attempt was nothing but nonsense. The alchemist thought his words were arrogant, but Gyu insisted that the elders of the Kanglan sect had damaged the artifact. Then the chief turned to Gyu and asked if he could restore the cauldron. If so, then all resources will be available to him. Gyu named 6 items that were needed for restoration. After hearing the list, the head turned to the alchemist with a request to prepare everything necessary. But among the materials there were ordinary and not the best things, which surprised the alchemist. Once Gyu had everything he needed, he set to work on the repairs. First, he condensed the spiritual energy and then began the fusion process. Everything around shone with a bright golden color. The process looked incredible. Lightning entwined with a bright red glow in the golden cauldron. Those present in the hall could barely stay on their feet, because the cauldron emitted its own flame that filled the space. The head watched this and clearly understood. This flame was not an ordinary fire at all. In the cauldron, the power of the laws of the Master of the Sacred River was woven together, forming heavenly energy. This is exactly what it looked like. The heavenly yin and yang path was a powerful and self-sufficient force that Gyu controlled with incredible skill. The flame grew bigger, and the cauldron grew hotter and hotter. In fact, the cauldron began to generate its own spiritual energy. The alchemist, watching this, opened his mouth wide in surprise. Energy independently repaired the boiler body. This guy was simply incredible. The girl also blushed a little, looking at him. Everything was restored, even the flame of the heavenly path. Gyu was grateful to the Book of Yin and Yang, which is the highest level of the heavenly Tao. For this cauldron, it was only necessary to release the power of the law hidden in the artifact itself. The head laughed, delighted, admitting that he was not mistaken about this young man, and the alchemist already had new suggestions. Why not send Gyu to the test of the Sacred River? The Sacred River is a powerful river that appeared on the sacred continent 10,000 years ago for unknown reasons. The power of the heavenly Tao, and the laws it contains, allows ordinary martial artists to cultivate with tenfold efficiency, as head Gyu explained. The Kanglan sect depends on the resources of this sacred river to remain independent from the human and demonic factions. A large part of the river flows through the territory of the sect, and the higher the river rises, the more power and laws it contains. However, no one knows where exactly it leaked. It is because of this that the sect sends disciples to the sacred river every 30 years in the hope that they can find its source. But where are those students who went to the test now? The head was not going to hide the truth and admitted that something terrible had happened to them. The sacred river. This is where they arrived. As Gyu surveyed the place, he noted that this land was truly ideal for cultivation. And it is not surprising that the source of the river is so difficult to find. It seems that someone has installed a barrier here. If it is so strong, then the power of the one who put it up is parasitic, because the barrier was impressive with its incredible strength and volume. Swinging his sword, Gyu tried to strike at this barrier. He put a lot of effort into directing the bright golden beam in his direction. However, I felt a strong recoil, and it became clear that this attempt was useless. Realizing this, he decided to choose a different tactic. Pointing his hand forward, he released several thousand rays. Each of them dug into the barrier, trying to destroy it, and he continued to press on it with his incredible strength. After a long effort, the barrier began to disintegrate into small particles, surrounded by the soft force of laws that resonated. It could be destroyed with a single blow. It seemed that now the entrance was open. Gyu began to move forward on the stone. A portal appeared in front of him, into which he soon entered. Passing through it, he saw a majestic, beautiful building. The sacred river looked fantastic. Separated by a barrier, it formed a closed circle. No wonder no one has been able to find its leak until now. It was now obvious, but suddenly a sharp axe flew right next to Gyu. An old man came down behind the axe and asked in surprise why the people of Kanglin had allowed someone to enter 10 years earlier. He also praised Gyu for his courage and strength as he was able to break his spell. Kanglin clan's Gu Xuanchen greeted the elder, realizing that even though his body did not have any law force fluctuations, the blow was incredibly strong. This meant that the elder's strength far exceeded his expectations, so he should be taken seriously. The old man, seeing what Gyu was capable of, decided not to enter into a conflict with him. He invited Gyu to go with him, and they set off for a Shuilian waterfall. The old man explained the rules that remained the same, even though Gyu had arrived 10 years earlier. He informed that Gyu has a year to reach the heavenly path of his own accord, and if he does not achieve this, he will suffer the same fate as his predecessors. In this place, the cultivation of the body is transformed into the power of the law, drawing energy from the source of the sacred river. Gu listened to every word of the elder with the utmost seriousness, understanding the importance of what he heard. The elder had only to raise 2 fingers up, as at the same moment a huge pillar appeared. It was incense that could burn all year round. If Gyu doesn't come to an understanding after it fades, the old man will come to take his life. The barriers here are created with extreme strength, and even with his own formation, Gyu will not be able to pass through them without effort. At first, he only wanted to find the source of the sacred river, but who would have thought that it would become a journey that could cost him his life? However, having weighed all the conditions, he accepted this challenge. An incense burner the size of an entire waterfall was lit, and he sat beneath it, lost in meditation. At that moment, he felt how soft the water was, but how strong and courageous the falls were. This combination of softness and strength embodied yin and yang. Isn't this the answer to the book Yin and Yang? Meanwhile, the elder was sitting in the hall, where there were many mirrors around him. He amused himself by playing a board game with himself. In the mirrors to his left, the participants who were undergoing the tests were reflected. He could see the reflection of everyone who was here and how much their incense had burned. One of them, a man with long hair and a bushy mustache, stood up, and a sudden light flashed around him. It was Supreme Elder Taiku Hall. It was the end of his life. The old man felt sorry for him, but such were the conditions. He reached the 3rd degree, but could not stand it and died. Each checker on the board in front of the elder symbolized someone's life. When someone died, he simply put it aside. At this point, he was making his next move in the game. Ta suddenly looked in the mirror in front of him and saw Gyu, who seemed to be coming to an understanding very quickly. The old man didn't like jumping to conclusions, but he could say with confidence that Gyu had obvious talent. His face froze in surprise as he looked into that mirror again. He specifically looked into the mirror where Gyu was reflected. Emotions overwhelmed the old man so much that he scattered the game that was lying on the table in front of him. This young man had indeed reached the 3rd level in an extremely short time. Taking the mirror in his hands, the old man was so amazed that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He just couldn't believe it. This guy looked like a messenger from heaven, but Gyu did not stop and continued his cultivation. The old man threw another checker into the cauldron of dark figures. It was incredibly interesting for him to see what was next for this young man, because there was no turning back. He continued to make his move, moving the checker from one square to another. Now it was all up to Gyu. The atmosphere around the protagonist changed dramatically, and the world around took on completely different colors. It was as if he was transported to a place where strange persons were standing around. This place was pretty creepy. These creatures blamed him for causing them to die and immediately set out to kill him. But to him, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools who appeared to stand in his way of cultivation. And although the destruction of these shadows was of no importance to him, he nevertheless began to deal with them. At this moment, the old man watched with satisfaction as Gyu reached the 4th stage. As he continued to swing his sword, he saw everything around him take on iridescent colors, and the atmosphere changed as if spring had arrived. The next, even more interesting stage was ahead, and the old man reflected that this would probably be the end of it. Dozens of girls appeared around Gyu, at first beautiful, but in an instant they turned into creepy creatures with burning eyes and long claws. He lit a fire in his hand, burning everything around. Despite promising that he would never be alone with them, Gyu burned them and said, "A real strong man is not interested in being alone. The only fear he has is stagnation and the inability to go beyond his own strength." It was a transition to the 5th degree. This guy is not bad. the old man thought, as the illusion around him shattered like a mirror. But another being appeared in front of him, with a strength of a completely different level, and they stood facing each other on two mountain peaks. It was an incredibly powerful person, whose energy gave off an eerie feeling and threatened Gyu that his end had come. Gyu only told him to shut up and went to attack first. Their energies collided, forming a golden-purple beam. This beam was followed by an incredible explosion that could destroy an entire island. But it was not the end. A wide, sly smile appeared on the opponent's face. He held his sword in his right hand and pretended to attack, but suddenly struck with his left, hitting Gyu directly in the stomach. Pain shot through his body. The color of its energy changed to a bright purple, and this beam traveled straight from the top of the mountain to its base, splitting the mountain in half. The main character hit the stones, shattering them with his back, and the sword lay very close by. At the point of impact, right on his abs, a symbol appeared. The warrior approached, offering him a choice. He was offering to rid himself of the sense of aura in his body. Grinning wide and ominously, his purple eyes twinkling brightly. But the main character was not what he seems, and began to stand up leaning on one knee. Clenching his sword, he said, "I see you like to carry a delusion," and making an incredibly powerful jump from the ground. He struck directly at the opponent's head. The blow was so strong that it flew into a nearby mountain, shattering it into pieces. His body was lying under the debris, and only his head peeked out from under the stones. But this blow failed to kill him as he was without aura, and Gyu currently had no aura due to the seal placed on him. He scattered the stones around him with his aura, and got out from under the rubble. All that was left for the protagonist was to place his sword under the blows of the enemy, but as soon as he parried from one side, that one already appeared behind him. His opponent plunged a sharp blade straight into Gyu's chest, piercing him through. This caused a loud scream and splashes of blood to fly around. The sword was drawn, but the wound on his chest remained, causing him pain. But even at this moment, Gyu was not going to give up, and despite the wound, picked up his sword again. After that, he delivered a blow that cut the enemy in half, hoping that it was over. However, the opponent was not going to give up. His body began to grow, driven by energy that promoted regeneration. It was the face of absolute power, before which the main character's strength seemed useless. The opponent only asked him to admit defeat. Meanwhile, the main character was sinking deeper and deeper into the purple glow. There were rumors that all the power he had in his past life was just empty sound. He was reminded that in this life he was repeating the mistakes of the past, and this being seemed to know his past as well. What kind of creature is this? Gyu sat surrounded by orange fire in a meditative posture. The old man gave him a task, to expose to him the main enemy of every person, his own inner malice. Now, immersed in this illusion, he was waging a battle with himself, fighting his own dark sides. At this moment, it was incredibly difficult for him. The words of his students from the past life, as well as moments from this one, flashed in his memory. But even under such pressure of memories and power hanging over him, he was not going to give up. Gyu continued his struggle, unwavering in his resolve. Clenching his fists and gathering all the strength he had left, he continued the fight. The fire around him flared up even more, and a bright beam shot straight into the sky. It cut through everything in its path, and even the elder behind the mirror felt the heat of this fire. Gyu defeated himself, destroyed the illusion, and ascended to the 7th stage. Could he bring the heavenly rule of the water stream to the 9th degree in one day? What is heavenly destiny for him? He, Gu Shenchen, was ready to go against the very heavens in this life, and if the heavens agree with him, then he is ready to accept them. At that moment, the purple mark on his stomach cracked into pieces. But even if the heavens are not ready to receive him, he will simply wipe them out. He will destroy the heavens themselves, just as he has now destroyed this arch-enemy of his. Gyu firmly told himself that no one else could control his life. No one but himself. Only I am the master of my destiny. This new step took it to a completely different level, creating a fault in the ground from which a new waterfall emerged. His aura returned, restoring the strength in his body. He made characteristic signs with his fingers, his body was engulfed in flames, and he uttered one word: Dao. After that, everything around him shone so brightly that it was impossible to see anything, and a hurricane of his Dao swirled around him. The glass sphere he was in began to shatter into pieces. The elder watched this and understood one thing. This young man absorbs the full force of the laws. He managed to do it. Until now, no one in this place could reach such a level in such a short time. The 7th, 8th stage is an incredible achievement of the law of the sacred river. 9 stages in a row in 3 days. The decisive moment came when the sun began to warm gently, sinking below the horizon. The power of local laws is truly magical. In a sense, it can help him cultivate the book of yin and yang. The continuous power of the laws gathers in his spiritual consciousness, filling his entire body. At that moment, an elder came out to him through the portal, appearing right where he was now. The elder began his speech with a greeting. He admitted that in tens of thousands of years, he had not seen anyone who had achieved such martial and spiritual strength. From this moment, Gyu has the right to take over the management of the sacred river and become its next master. One question, are you ready? Before that, the elder decided to tell him about it in more detail. The sacred river was originally the source of the heavenly Tao of the sacred realm, which possessed a multitude of law powers. But over time, as the tomb developed, so did the power of the human race, demons, and other races. The sacred river began to drain as the needs of the heavenly laws grew. Therefore, the elder had set a limit here, and if Gyu wanted to enter the source of the sacred river for training, he would have to pay the price for a year. After entering, he will not be able to leave the sacred river. He would have to sacrifice his life to feed the river with his cultivation power to maintain its might. Gyu became interested. In all these years, there was not a single martial artist who reached the 9th degree. In fact, he would be the second person to reach the 9th stage of the River Heavenly Principle. But it took more than half a year for the first one to do so. This raised a new question in Gyu. If that master has reached the 9th stage, why is he not controlling this river? The elder explained that he had his own reasons and ambitions, and in the end he became the Holy King of the Holy Kingdom. At that moment, it was as if lightning struck Gyu's head, and he realized that it was about his father. The elder even told how he once heard the same words that Gyu now says. But then he took it as a reward. The offer was attractive, but Gyu wondered what he would get by becoming the owner of this place. The old man explained. First, he would be able to appear at any point in the sacred river basin just by thinking. Secondly, we'll be able to make deals with everyone who practices there. In fact, over the past tens of thousands of years, many powerful people have chosen this path, and now many of them have an unusually high status in the sacred realm. As soon as the main character becomes the ruler of the sacred river, all these people will become his slaves. The elder explained why he was ready to transfer this power. He was getting old and wanted to find someone to take over the management of the sacred river, and he himself would go to a place much more powerful than the Holy Kingdom. At this moment, Gyu remembered the words of his mother, who had once told him that there was a realm more powerful than the sacred one, and that the book of yin and yang had come from there. But the old man was more interested in whether Gyu would agree to accept this power now. And indeed, the main character agreed to do what he was offered. The old man began to form a diamond in his hands, which shone brightly with magical light. It was a hexagonal symbol, on which the flow of the river was depicted, and the stream itself glowed with a golden color. However, its activation required the blood of the protagonist. After cutting his finger, Gyu splashed the blood on the back of the diamond. Now that he is connected to the sacred river, he will be able to sense everyone who trains within it. Anyone who made a deal with the sacred river and became its slave in exchange for their life would also be able to feel his presence. The old man explained a bit about the power of the golden order of the sacred river, similar to the spirit of slavery, which allows you to control others. It seemed to Gyu that he now had an entire army completely devoted to him. However, the old man reminded that once the slaves reached the core of the sacred river and successfully reached the 9th stage, they would be released from his control. Also, Gyu must find a successor before he can leave the sacred river forever. Otherwise, violating the golden order of the river will cause him suffering worse than death. This was the last thing the elder explained, after which he began to disappear. Gyu held out his hand, trying to stop the elder, asking him to wait a little longer. But all that remained of the old man was the hope of seeing him again someday. The cursed old man is gone. The main character felt disappointed, as if he had been framed. However, he was pleased that this time the harvest was quite good. Not only had he reached the late stage of the Nirvana realm, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly yin-yang book, the foot of the mountain at the gate of the Kanglan sect. 10 days later, the head of the sect saw uninvited guests in front of him and did not understand why they came again. Because the sect does not fight and does not touch anyone. Standing before him were tall, muscular men with weapons who claimed to have reliable information that they were the ones hiding the sacred sun. The head of the sect was not going to let them go and rushed at them with an attack, calling his men to follow him. The uninvited guest, who turned out to be a gray-haired old man, drew his sword and pointed it at the sect leader, and the two crowds ran at each other. But they only had to point their weapons when a huge core suddenly appeared under their feet. Looking down, they saw that they were hovering right above him. The core grew bigger and stronger, and soon everyone was thrown in different directions by its force. "What is this?" exclaimed everyone who watched in amazement. The energy of this core began to take on a living form, stunning those present. Finally, he appeared himself, the main character Gyu. The head of the sect was glad to see him, and began to make excuses because he learned that Gyu had returned from the sacred river after making a breakthrough. However, he was immediately interrupted by uninvited guests who came to the sect. Insulting words were heard behind him. It wasn't hard to guess that this brat would try to attack from behind, and that's exactly what he did. Gyu put his hand up and deflected the attack with just a light movement, generating an incredibly strong flow of energy. One of the giants rushed to help his brother. Gyu took it in stride, only smiling in response to his words. Before he threw his spear, Gyu warned him, allowing him to dodge easily. The spear flexed from the impact, but Gyu stepped forward and grabbed it with his hand. Then he yanked the spear with such force that the giant flew through it. He moved closer and closer to Gyu, who held a surprise for him. This surprise was the attack. Just as Gyu put his hand to his chest, the giant heard the crunch of his chest. Then he quickly flew back to his brother, who was already waiting and ready to pick him up. The giant rolled a few more meters on the ground, well, a few tens to be more precise, about 50. Having gutted his back, looking at the others, Gyu saw in their eyes an unyielding desire to die. At least that's what he thought. That's why he decided to help them make this wish come true. So to speak, to fulfill their wish by taking their lives. The ground shuddered, and the powerful beam of light was so strong that the opponents could barely hold their weapons in their hands. However, this did not last long. Soon they put down their weapons, because they could not even stand on their feet anymore. But what can we say about them? Even the head of the sect was shocked when he saw the giant body flying towards him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time, and the one who should have suffered. It is not for nothing that they say that they do not like uninvited guests anywhere. But the main character has not finished his entertainment yet. He approached their leader, grabbed his head to scratch a little. But this tenderness turned into unbearable pain. The pain was so strong that he screamed louder than his mother in childbirth. Everyone watched this with fear in their eyes. The atmosphere around everyone changed noticeably because of what they saw. They finally realized who was in front of them when Gyu sat down on a throne that had a back made of swords. Dropping his leg over his knee, Gyu asked them again if they knew where they were. After which he simply called them a bunch of idiots. As soon as it became clear to them, they bowed before their master. At first, this old scoundrel had planned to take the opportunity to break into the core of the sacred river and get rid of the restrictions. But what he didn't expect was that the river would change hands, and that the new master would turn out to be much more fiery than the previous one. Kneeling before him, they begged him not to punish them further. Gyu was more interested in the current situation between the human and demon camps. It had been over 2 months since the war between the human and demonic races. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and it was difficult to determine a winner. But half a month ago, the leaders of both sides agreed to re-sign the non-aggression pact. This news did not upset Gyu, because it seems that his restraint that day was not in vain. The old man also informed about his son. For thousands of years, the entire Holy Realm has been searching for his saint son. And recently we received reliable information that his aura last appeared on Beiwan Mountain and disappeared without a trace. They suspected that a sacred son might be hidden at the border of Beiwan Mountain and the Kanglan sect, which was why they made this daring invasion. Gyu then asked them where they got all this information from. At one point, Gyu only touched his head. It became unbearable pain for them. They grabbed their heads from terrible pain and told everything. They admitted that it was Elder Yunshan of the 9 Heavens who had given them this information. To the east of the sanctuary is the city of Tianhe. The boy was enjoying the wine he was holding in his hand. Across from him at the table sat a young man of the same age. They were having a dialogue about the war between the human and demonic races that had just taken place. Gyu joined them at the table, tasting the food, when he overheard the two discussing the recent events. At some point, they started talking about more interesting things. Suddenly, one of the interlocutors raised a fan directly to the face of the main character. This boy, named Tian, invited Gyu to join them and travel to the 9 Heavens sect to participate in the disciple trials. They soon reached the Millennium Tower. This way seemed quite long to them, although they expected a faster arrival. A huge crowd gathered around, which made it difficult to move, because everyone gathered for one important event that was taking place here. There was a battle between 2 men ahead, and they were standing far behind having a conversation. At a certain point, Gyu asked the interlocutor if it was true that Elder Yunshan would be coming to this recruitment. He explained that the Elder was one of the best in the Nine Heavens sect, and it was unlikely that he would personally bring anyone this year. The boy was very talkative, and listening to him became increasingly difficult. It was important for the protagonist to solve this mystery because even if Elder Yun was not the man in the black robe, he was probably related to the brothers who tried to kill him before. Suddenly, a young man and a girl appeared in front of them. They immediately divided who would fight with whom, although the boy divided, and the girl only asked him to stop. The main character did not expect to meet such a formidable opponent. The main character's ally decided to deal with it himself, because the young man looked so weak that killing him would not even be worth it. He declared that he would fight against both of them, which angered the man. The girl only emphasized her and her partner's importance. She decided to prove it not with words, but by letting her energy out. Seeing this purple glow made everyone wonder who they really were. Someone in the crowd explained that these two had only cultivated for half a year to reach the late stage of nirvana. And this young man was a famous master of martial arts. As soon as he got closer, Gyu saw a great chance to pacify him. The protagonist took advantage of this moment and kicked him right in the side. Then he simply stepped on his stomach. The audience was amazed. How is this possible? After all, they considered this young man the strongest master in these parts. Gyu, emphasizing his good mood, declared that he was ready to give his opponent a choice if he wanted to leave here alive. Break all arms and legs or just kill here and now. In the eyes of ordinary people, Gyu now looked like an incredible monster. The boy's sister stood up for him, asking Gyu to let her brother go. She ended her speech by saying, "I will think about keeping you alive." But Gyu came closer and, looking her straight in the face, said that if she didn't do it, he would do it himself. She thought he would finally stop, but that seems to have been just her imagination. The protagonist continued his joking game by swinging his sword, and he didn't even use a third of his power. But she was already grimacing at the power he demonstrated under these conditions. Gyu's partner watched it as a great show. At that moment, the brother ran out to help his sister. Gyu, with a smile, agreed to play with him a little more. He put a little more energy into the strike, which completely stopped the enemy's attack. Two high-ranking persons watched this fight from the balcony. They had never seen a fighter of Nirvana's level fight one-on-two with such ease. They talked about how his power was similar to a master's methods, and if it wasn't for the fact that this young man hadn't joined the Nine Heavens sect yet, they would have suspected that he was receiving instructions from a master. Gray wanted to take these two under his wing. 4 geniuses were selected at once this year. It seems that this is an excellent crop of students. However, one of the interlocutors saw only 3. Then who is the 4th? The younger brother is a Silver Moon Frostblade with a dark water wave pattern. "Can't you guess who it is?" asked the gray-haired man. It gradually became clear who he really is. This is the invincible Tien, who held a fan in his hand and watched everything that was happening with a smile. He was closely following the performance that Gyu was putting on. However, he quickly got tired of these jokes. At this point, Gyu decided to put on a real show as the battle came to an end. Flashes of fire flared up all around. Extending both hands, he created 2 streams of fiery lava heading towards his opponents. The young man and his sister realized the danger they were in. 2 streams, one for each, were directed directly at them, slicing through the air. Lava came to a distance of only 30 centimeters from their faces. Then a huge ball of lava formed, hotter than the fire of a volcano. The flames were incredible, but Gyu still spared his opponents. He was sparing in the sense that he did not burn them to the ground, but simply threw them on the ground. They were badly shaken, but they remained alive. Coming closer, he ironically asked if they liked it. There came a moment when Gyu turned around and motioned for his friend to go on. However, he remained in place. It seemed strange. Why wasn't he moving? He pondered for a few more seconds about who Gyu was, why he was so powerful, and why he hadn't heard anything about him before. Suddenly, a man appeared on their way and informed them that Tian Feng and Elder Tian Mo were already waiting for them in the pavilion. For others, it was a real mystery. Are they not going to be tested? Of course not. Such strong people do not need to pass the test. They went straight into the hall. Having entered there, they sat down at the table opposite the elder. The gray-haired elder immediately began with what he had seen of their recent battle, so he offered to do without further words. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens sect, they can choose one of the masters as their mentor. The test is for the less gifted, so neither the 2 of them nor the defeated Huanch need to go through it. It was exactly what Gyu wanted. As a gift, one of the masters gave him a high-quality pill that, after purification, would allow him to reach the early stage of the extreme realm. Gyu thanked him in return, but that was not all. Another received a gift of armor that was impenetrable and reduced pain. They were advised not to be in a hurry to rejoice, as although they can pass the entrance exam without a test, another challenge awaits them. In 3 days, you will enter the 9 Heavens sect, and a real test awaits you there, the gray-haired man explained. He added that the results would determine the quota of cultivation resources they would be able to use in the sect each month. All the boys understood every word of the elder. However, the main character didn't care about this little test. His real goal was to find out who in the 9 Heavens sect was trying to harm them. 3 days have passed. A large crowd gathered in the courtyard, and it was announced to them that the next step was the entrance test. The gray-haired man encouraged them, motivating them with every word and urging them to make every effort. One of the people present, without smiling, thought that all the problems in the 7 great sacred schools appeared precisely because of these entrance exams. The gray-haired man dictated the following rule. If any of them failed the test, they would have to wait the next 9 years to get another try at assessing new students. For newcomers, this rule seemed like real bullying. At that moment, Gyu wondered if the 9 Heavens sect could offer something more powerful than the yin-yang heavenly book. An energy similar to splashes of water appeared around. A portal opened and they could now enter inside. The winner is the one who avoids the traps, bypasses the students, and is the first to cross the jungle using the teleportation array. There is only one rule: no deaths. After the elders' last instructions, they set off for the portal. Each of them jumped with the thought of victory. Gyu flew in the air like a shadow and asked his friend to wait for him. He promised that he would not delay him, and now they were transported to another dimension. There, everything around was green and soft grass covered the ground. After landing, he immediately looked around. Gyu went to the tree, touched it, and closed his eyes to feel the energy present here. And suddenly, with a hint of surprise, he opened his eyes as wide as he could.